time calls, cause Mother Nature's calling. I'll be back in a second and I'll continue the wrecking, and they will still be waiting for us. And the pressure goes to make a save and throw, to introduce some movie, turn the lights down low. My armor's exposed, I'm getting full of holes. Think I need another chorus. Sooner or later, the dice land on the table. You know that's what fables are made of. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical. That ain't how we roll. Oh no, it ain't stolen. We on a roll. Hey, we on a rollin'. That ain't how we roll. Oh no, it ain't stolen. We on a roll. Hey, we on a rollin'. Sooner or later, the dice land on the table. You know that's what fables are made of. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical.
Yeah, it's a critical hit. That's what I'm talking about. Welcome, everybody. Hello, Arvanauts. Welcome to a Saturday night stream. It is July 22nd, right around 8 p.m. Eastern, and I hope everyone is doing well and is looking forward to day 16 of the Rise of Tiamat. Day 16 of Tyranny of Dragons Part 2, as we continue our D&D session, our campaign, the flagship campaign on this channel, which has been running for the better part of 2 years, probably over that, actually. And I'm really excited because I feel like the campaign is continuing to get to new heights, thanks to our wonderful players and, of course, to all of you. Before we get started on that, just a couple of reminders about things you can do to support the stream. Exclamation point CTT will allow you to retweet the stream to all and sundry. Exclamation point ARVTube will let you get over to the YouTube channel where you can check out past broadcasts of the stream. Exclamation point Steam Group will let you hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. And of course, exclamation point Discord is another place where you can do that. And we've really been trying to push that of late because Discord is, well, blowing up. It's been doing really well. And the channel has been getting a lot of use out of it. So definitely check out our Discord channel as well. And exclamation point ARVTube, I should say that I am now sitting at 507 subscribers. So we passed that 500 barrier and are continuing to move upwards, which is really cool. So that's really awesome. And hopefully that will continue. And then last but certainly not least, the two things that are really important that I want to mention are, first of all, the Patreon, exclamation point ARVTreon, ARVTREON, which you can see is currently sitting at 423.04. A lot of cool things that are available to the channel, and a lot of cool things that are available to you individually, including having an epic poem written by myself for you, including having a character background written for you, a copy of one of my band's first couple of albums, shortly to be hopefully 3 albums. You can get a professional critique of your writing. You can get also the ability to inspire players within the D&D campaign, so that's pretty cool too. And the newest feature of the channel, which of course is that purple button that those of you who haven't done this yet will see, and that's the sub button. I am a Twitch affiliate, and we now have the ability, of course, to take subscribers, and we've had more and more people doing that, which is really awesome. So please consider supporting the channel in one of those ways, either through the Patreon or through subscribing to the channel. It would be much appreciated. We have sub emotes that are on the way. They have been done by Kilobyte. I think they came out really, really well. And as soon as they're approved, I think we're about halfway through our approval process because, as Twitch said, there's a ton of them that came in from everybody. So a lot of people are having to wait. But as soon as they get approved, they will be rolled out to all the subs. We have separate ones for $4.99, $9.99, and $24.99. And we've got people at each of those levels, so you'll get a chance to actually see it. It is going to be awesome times. Now, with that said, schedule-wise, we have got D&D tonight. On Tuesday, I'll be back at you guys in the middle of the day at 12 noon for Adventures in Middle-earth. This is my Tolkien campaign, which we've been playing, which I've been having an absolute blast with. And then I'll be over at GOG on my Pen and Pixel show, continuing my playthrough of Torment. And then next Friday, we have our vocalists, my voiceover team, starring two of the people you will see in tonight's stream. In fact, I saw you guys were talking about voice acting, and I am in agreement that we should absolutely do this. We should absolutely have Trendane doing Knock Knock's voice. I am all about it. It is Knock Knock, right? I just want to make sure. Yes, okay, good. I was just about to say, he should really do this voice of this name that doesn't actually exist. But that's not the case because it does exist, so we're all good. But anyway, if you like voice acting, you're going to want to make sure you come in for this because Friday night, next Friday night, we will have our vocalists doing their voiceover of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney game, which is going to be tons of fun. I'm really looking forward to that as always. And then Saturday will be the next session of this month for this very crew that you're about to watch tonight, the Rise of Tiamat. So a lot of good times ahead for all of you with that kind of stuff. Please support the channel, and thank you guys so much for being here as we get things started. With that said, let me get rid of this, and let me turn on, let's see, let me get rid of this. All right. As I frantically try to chew my last bite of salad. You see, I came on, and I had my salad, and was really enjoying it, and I was trying to eat it as quickly as I could, and I was incapable of doing so. So, as a professional streamer, I think it's always good to make sure that you have a mouthful of salad before you go live on camera. Hi, everybody. It's good to see everyone. I hope everyone's here. I've got my Carpe Diem shirt, Seize the Dungeon Master shirt, one of my favorite shirts on today. So I hope everyone is worried. Yeah, hashtag pro streamer. But I am looking forward to it. Should be good times. And, oh, hey, so that's who that is. What's up, X5? I was wondering who Echo Alpha was. Yes, and I do like that, Zergy. There once was a man named Arvin, expert in literary jargon. He streams video games, has a really cool name, and probably hasn't committed an arson. I like that also because it's true. Those things are all true. I have not committed an arson. I want to be very clear. I did not ever commit an arson, ever. It's also not true that when I was 10, I made a portable flamethrower out of a bottle of Lysol and a lighter held by a wire hanger, which was awesome just as long as you didn't let the flame get up to the bottle, because if that ever happened, then it would explode and I would die. So I never did that. Anyway, but cool limerick, Zergy. I like it. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. So good to see everyone today. And with no further ado, I am going to bring in the wonderful crew. I'm incredibly impressed when people are pulling up obscure I'm going to unmute myself video so they games. Now can hear myself. And zip, zip, zip. There we go. And there are
zip, zap, zap. Let's do it. Let's do some exercise. Zip, zap, zap. Acting.
That was exactly right. I never know what I'm going to get when I actually get over there.
Some building exercise. We're building community here. Zip, go.
Right, exactly. What are you waiting for? Everyone, Infinity and Beyond crew. All the guys are here. Everyone is here, including our first person that I'm going to bring in, as I always do, and that is the right shoulder of a red shirt.
Right shoulder?
The right shoulder.
He's red-shirted. Oh, my God.
Why are you talking about Trendane like he's a cut of beef? What
exactly.
Are you doing?
And that, of course, is our good friend Trendane Sparks. Hi, Trend. How are you? There you are.
Star Trek Extra. That's all.
Yes, we want to get this hashtag Bring Trend on for Knock Knock. I want to see that that trending on Twitter.
Hashtag.
It would be a very long
hashtag. Yeah.
It's not my fault that he decided to use his name twice. But Trend, pleasure to see you as always, my friend. How are you? How is life in the not so big city on the kind coast of California? How you doing?
It's a little warm. Mm-hmm. It's a little warm here. As we were getting ready to start spooling this up, I went in to ask my housemate if we could turn on the air conditioner, and he said no, because we've already hit the peak and everything's starting to cool off. So it's like, all right, fine. So I just went and reopened my window again, and then I realized that I smell water. while you were doing your intro. It's like, I smell water and I hear screaming children. Somebody's probably playing the sprinkler. Oh, that would be so nice right now. And I'm like, oh, damn it, I have to go do it. Well, we'll be in water shortly. It'll be fine.
I was just going to say, you've come to the right place.
Power of the mind, my friend.
We'll be in water deep.
You
perhaps.
have come to the right place as I pop up the the proper sort of sound effects a little early. Yes, and yes, I was actually going to say I thought you opened your window when you heard the guy mowing, because you always seem to have the prop of the guy mowing outside your window, but apparently not so much this one. Who are you playing in this wonderful Journ campaign of ours, sir?
Right now, I'm a spider with 4 hit points. So, depending on how hard we hit that water, I will probably turn back into a human again. A human who happens to be named Fifely Harper, who is a druid from not too far from where this whole campaign started. And he's right, druid. I already said that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fifely Harper, the shape-shifting druid, who is currently a spider and is currently freeze-framed over a pool, and we'll talk more about how that all happened in
Good
just
song.
a minute. But first of all, yeah, with this musical number. But first of all, we're going to move on to our good friend Saad, who is used to coming across creatures that are descended over ponds, except in Australia, they're all 700 feet and wide. And
what are you talking about?
poisonous.
We have spiders that walk on the water. We've got underwater spiders.
Yeah.
It's everything.
Yeah, you have the Jesus spider.
We have flying spiders as well. They actually fly on. They attach themselves to leaves and go with the wind. It's
The
really
problem
cool.
with Australia is I would believe anything you told me, except for drop bears, because I know that's garbage. But everything else, I would believe.
No,
I would
it's
believe.
real. Drop bears are real. Seriously,
It's real.
it's real. I
It does
guarantee
exist. They do
They
exist.
do exist. So how has life been down there? Now you were in the midst of your winter, so to speak, right?
Yes.
So
Our winter's a little different from your winters. It only gets to about 5-6 degrees Celsius, which is
Fine, I'll take
in
it.
like that's like in the
Which is like
that's like in the 40s or something like that.
Pretty much.
it's like summer over here.
That's
But
nice.
it's actually
That's-
it's been cool, but it hasn't rained, which is good. We haven't had a wet winter, which is the worst. It just rains over and over and over and over. It's never fun.
nice.
so you have
But,
not been Seattle, is what you're
Wet
telling me.
winter.
No. Oh, look who's decided to join us. Oh, hey, Kat.
And
This is like the
Lily.
worst time.
Our
Hey,
mascot, our
Kat.
mascot's here.
Exactly.
She's just, you guys can't probably see it off cam because
we're
I'm
okay.
cropped.
We're all gonna be
We
fine.
did
Oh,
see
I
a tail.
got-
No, but we did
got
see a
half her
tail
face.
go by.
And she's got half her face down. She's watching like, what the hell's going on here?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm playing Gromny Grumblehammer, the dwarf cleric, and we are about to jump into water, and he's worried.
Yeah. For the record, you are in fact, and I just want to make sure we're clear on this point, currently suspended over water, freeze frame style. So there is no about to. You are
In plate mail.
right in plate
I'm
mail.
not. I'm safely in a cave. I've decided.
How is
Yeah,
Infinity
right.
and Beyond going to get out of this one?
There will be no retconning for TikTok, as we'll talk about in just a minute. But I'm looking forward to hearing more from Gromnir. I feel this is going to be a busy session for those of you who managed to survive your plunge with certain death. I mean, with into the pool that you're jumping into.
It's like it's one of those freeze frames from 80s television. Last time on MacGyver.
I bet you're wondering how this happened. Yes.
Hey,
Let's.
it is
No,
water
this was a
unless,
funny story.
unless it's an illusion, then we're screwed. But I'm pretty sure it's water, so we'll be okay.
That would be
As John introduces
amazing.
himself, I'm going to quickly redo some notes just to my book right here.
And down
Great
the
idea.
roll 20.
I will edit those notes before you actually make them reality.
Yes.
John Helper is happy to see everyone here in the stream. Happy to be back as well. These sessions, between these sessions, are getting longer and longer, and it's quite annoying. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
But glad to be back. Glad to be playing for 2 weeks in a row. So that's gonna be awesome. I play Cade Marmados, the maybe slightly psychotic sometimes halfling rogue.
No.
By the way, Arv, I wanted to tell you something. You had a selection of like music on the side there, and
Yes,
one
sir.
of them was Willow and the something by Kevin MacLeod.
Yes.
I know Kevin.
You do?
He
Thi-
lives in Green Bay.
What?
I've known him for years. Yep.
Okay, we need to talk because this guy, what I was going to play for you is actually Willow in the Light. Kevin MacLeod
That's it.
does like 8 million tracks that he has up on Roll20.
He,
There's one whole section.
estimates 1 out of every 3. If you go to like a random YouTube video, like 1 out of 3 of them is probably one of his tunes.
Do you think if you happen to run into him in a bar in Green Bay, you could chat with him about an Infinity and Beyond ambient music theme? I'm just curious if these things ever could happen.
I've been meaning to actually get together with him for lunch, so yes.
Ha ha! That is awesome, and I should not be surprised. But
Nothing like blackmailing somebody on live television, right?
Well, no, I mean, let's
Here,
be honest.
answer this question in front of a live studio audience. Don't say the wrong one.
No,
Let's be honest. In a nation of 320 million people, this one composer for online music happens to live in the same town. Actually, for a few years, I could have pointed you to him because he was in New York for a long time. He was actually in the New York City for like a decade.
Clearly, it's extortion, not blackmail. Get it right.
Yeah,
Extortion,
definitely. Let's
yes,
get right.
extortion.
And did
But
that's a
anyway,
good point. Maybe an
I
interview
stand
with him.
corrected.
Maybe an
I
interview
stand
with
corrected.
him.
He's an interesting
Then
guy.
again,
I
we don't
can
know
float it
what
for you.
we
Yeah.
don't know what Greg has on John, so it could be blackmail, but behind the scenes.
I
So,
work
you know.
for the guy occasionally, but that's really all about it. So So.
So you never know.
It's true.
Otherwise, great to be here. Let's move on. But we
Let's
can talk
do
about
it.
that later for sure.
Okay,
yeah.
sounds good.
Absolutely.
Let's do it. Moving right along, we have the gentleman sitting right there who I'm very excited to bring back on here because I thought for a minute that he was involved in a political campaign. It turns out that is not the case. So it's fine. But all I do know is that the politics he loves right now are Star Trek politics because I watched him last night playing this awesome new game. What's up, Cairo? How are you, sir? What have you been
evening,
playing? Do you want to
everybody.
tell people about this awesome game? Just
Sure,
briefly,
why
like, what you're
not?
playing?
Yes. Well, first, what I'm playing here, I will be playing Gesma Adima, our wonderful bard who just recently joined the Infinity and Beyond crew, along with our metallic friend, or I guess wooden metallic robotic friend, TikTok. And to what Arv was alluding to a little earlier, I have been playing this awesome kind of galactic simulation. I forget the genre. Saad mentioned it earlier. Whatever it's
4X.
called, but 4X game called Stellaris, and have not stumbled, but was pointed towards this amazing fan-made, community-driven mod that exists for the game that essentially called New Horizons, Star Trek New Horizons, that essentially allows you to replay some of the most major events that took place in the Star Trek universe through the sim, and I'm absolutely lost in it. I love it. It's outstanding. I'll probably be continuing to play it until I have to actually go back to like real life responsibilities, which suck. But what can you do? I'm happy to be here. Look forward to seeing how big of a splash we all make into this pond. And yeah, good times ahead.
Are we
I
doing
expect
Cannonball
TikTok
Fight?
to make the biggest splash.
Yeah.
It's gonna absolutely. And by the way, John, this Stellaris is made by Paradox, and so
Yes.
John, having done some work for Paradox,
I like Paradox.
I'm-
Good people.
I'm blown away by, even without the whole Star Trek stuff, the game itself, just the vanilla-based version of the game, the amount of depth, the little tidbits in writing, the little text boxes when you discover a new anomaly, and there's a little sequence of events that happen afterwards, the way that in which you interact with the different empires. If you like the story-driven lore and aspects to it, and you like the headcanon where you like to create little stories for all your politicians and scientists and all that stuff, check the game out. It's absolutely awesome. I'm pretty sure that I will be streaming it maybe after tonight, after the session, depending on how tired I am, which we'll see. But definitely forward on my stream, and I'll be playing more of it. So love to have you come check it out if that's something that you're interested in.
cool.
I did too. I did some work for Paradox as well.
Oh, what? Remind me.
The announcement trailer for Tyranny.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Oh.
Yeah. That's right. This is what happens when like there's only
Wait,
6 people in the
Paradox
world.
did Tyranny?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Turns out I know less and less about this company.
Right? Like
I
they
knew
show
less
up
and less
everywhere.
about
Well, they
them.
also do
I
a lot
had
of
no
publishing
idea.
stuff that's not development.
I knew they did. I knew Crusader Kings was a thing. I never played it. I just knew it existed.
Yep.
And to be honest, I thought it was kind of a similar game to like Chivalry or like where it was like a hack and slash thing. So I was way off. So it turns out I don't know a damn thing about anything, which is fits in line with my character, so it works out.
There you go. Yeah, it's they do a lot of different stuff, and they do a lot of publishing, like Bethesda, like some development, some publishing. So they do both of them. But anyway, but yeah, that's cool stuff. I am looking forward to checking more of that out in the future. Moving right along, the aforementioned person who is a part of 2, not 1 but 2 of my D&D campaigns, which is also the case with Trent, actually, one of them being a Tolkien campaign. But the other person, of course, is our good friend Mike, Screaming Joypad. Hello, how are you, Mike? How's life? Internet is back. and he wanted to know how things went, and I was like, fine, everything's fine. You're fine.
You're buoyant, right?
Right. And you're like,
You're
what?
not completely made of metal, are you? No. Oh, good. Why? No reason.
Just curious. So how are you, Mike? How's life been? And who are you playing, etc.?
Very cool. Yes, I'm very good. Always pleased to be here. Always pleased to be part of the streams. Always pleased to be playing D&D with yourself, Arv, and everyone else involved. My name is Mike Smith, also known as Screaming Joypad. You can find me all over the internet. If you just search for Screaming Joypad, you can find me there. Today, I'm playing as... I nearly said my other character's name, and that would have been embarrassing. Today, I'm playing as TikTok, the Warforged fighter, who was recently rescued by this band of merry adventurers from an ice dragon's cave. Isn't quite sure the ramifications of what he's doing at the moment, and has a little bit of a fragmented past, and doesn't really remember a lot of what he used to do, but has something.
So he fits in with everyone else. He's in exactly the same boat.
Yeah,
pretty much.
But kind of wants to do the best thing in the given situation. So he knows that these guys are trying to do exactly that. They're trying to save the world, basically. So he's like, oh well, okay, that sounds like a good quest. Let's do this.
Yes.
That sounds like fun.
It's good stuff, and your character was played, as well as could be managed with Saad and several others doing things tactically, and Rob playing your voice. Although occasionally we had to tell Rob not to do the cathedral effect, but actually there were a couple times he was like, hit echo, and it was just like, welcome.
It's one of the one downsides of Audio Hijack is that when I use third-party filters, I can't change the name of the little icon, so it shows an effect, and I have a 50-50 shot, and I have to remember what effect that I'm using on it. So.
Which one is it actually? Yeah.
Which one is it? And I actually reversed them at one point, so it made it even more confusing.
But no, it is always a pleasure to have.
But
Mike
I did
on
my
here.
best. I can only imitate but never replace you.
That's exactly right. We are glad to have Mike back in the fold, and I'm looking forward to it. Mike, really good guy, good streamer, and a very good video maker. And you should all keep that in your mind as a deep foreshadowing, chat. I'm just saying. With that said, I'm going to move on to the last person in the line, but certainly not last in our hearts. And that, of course, is Rob. Hello, Rob. How are you? I got a chance to watch Rob doing some, caught the very end of his cast where he was playing some of his awesome music.
Thank
which
you,
he's gonna
sir.
do more of. So how are you, sir? How's life?
am.
And who are you playing, etc.?
Life, the universe, and everything. What's up, everybody? Rob James, Darkside Rob here from the GC Darkside Rob channel. Host and master of ceremonies of the Random Cast, which you guys should definitely check out if you like yours truly playing Skyrim and other. I've become like just an RPG guy of late for some reason. I don't know what it is. It's like tactical RPGs,
good
action adventure RPGs, XCOM, and it's still the the Dark Souls and Neo and Bloodborne games and stuff like that. But also I've been doing a lot of music writing, and I showed some of my music as our mentioned before on my cast. I was supposed to do some more writing today, but because I was raided at late night when I was about to end my cast, I went for another hour and a half or something to like 4 a.m. So then that did not happen, obviously. But I am here to play a wonderful session of D&D with the excellent gentleman that you see to my right, and excited to do so. So if you want to check out anything I'm doing on my channel, twitch.tv/GCDarksideRob. I will be casting Skyrim tomorrow, as well as, because we do Skyrim Sundays, as well as some other games throughout the week. And then I will also be working on 3 songs that I'm trying to get done and posted to subscribers and to backers and to the viewers extraordinaire of the channel. So check me out there. And I'm playing Reuvi Dark Crusher, a drow, fiery explosion guy, sorcerer, wild mage,
the silver-tongued devil there. Obviously.
Silver-tongued fire
eloquence
boom boom
of-
baby.
He's a sorcerer, but he doesn't like to talk about it.
Right, exactly. The eloquence of Drago from Rocky IV.
Yes. I here to produce much fire explodigo boom. There we go.
Yes, I like how the accent sometimes shifts into Borat before you zoom away just at the last possible second.
Very nice.
But I want to welcome everybody. I'm really looking forward to session today.
Right.
We are not going to go through.
And with that, I will be right back.
As has been my habit, we are going to just do a very, very quick summary. I've tried to make these as quick as I can. We're working on ways to do you know, I was saying to the guys that when you've played at this point literally 30 days, 30 separate sessions between the beginning of this adventure, way back at the beginning of Horde of the Dragon Queen, and this session now with Rise of Tiamat, there's a lot of ground to cover. So the basics of it is that this crew is dealing with the Cult of the Dragon, a group which is attempting to bring back Tiamat, the Queen of the Dragons who has been banished to the Nine Hells, and for good reason. Her return would be catastrophic. And so the Cult of the Dragon is trying to bring her back, where of course these guys are trying to keep them from doing so. They've been commissioned to do so by the Lord's Council, which is a council that was assembled in Waterdeep on behalf of the entire Sword Coast. Essentially all the good cities, Baldur's Gate and Daggerford and Waterdeep and Neverwinter, etc., have all joined forces in an attempt to fight back against the common threat, although there are many aspects of political infighting and things like that that these guys have had to navigate, with more to come, he said archly. But they have been able to strike several blows against the cult. At the end of the Horde of the Dragon Queen, they were able to crash a flying cloud giant castle, which was attempting to bring money to the cult, which would allow them to speed up the process of their ritual. Crashing it set the cult back significantly, but it did not stop their plans entirely. Since that time, these guys have been trying to gain information basically about the cultists, and in particular have begun to focus on these dragon speakers, the higher-ups, worm speakers, the higher-ups within the Cult of the Dragon, most of whom wear purple, and most of whom have been given one of a set of dragon masks, which when combined will supposedly make it possible to summon Tiamat. Unfortunately, they have not been able to get any of these masks yet for various reasons. One of them was stolen from the person who originally owned it. They found the person who owned it, but not the mask. Another one was apparently either not in this person's possession or was spirited away upon the party's killing of this person, Resmir, and that's how the black dragon mask seems to be missing as well. And so now we find ourselves here in the forest, looking for a hopefully green worm speaker, the one who has the green dragon mask, which they suspect may be Nerenvain. Now, Nerenvain is an elf, and the reason that this is important is because Nerenvain is not just an elf, but if it is true that this is in fact Nerenvain and he is a worm speaker, it's also a big deal because he happens to be related to King Melindrak, who is the king of the elves in this area and who is a member of the aforementioned Lord's Council. Delon Winterhound, a ranger, has come to them and basically said, I need your help to track down this information about this guy, and I need your help to find out what happened at this village which came under attack from a green dragon and apparently his rider. I need you to find out what happened here. The problem is Melindrak is not going to want you to do it because Melindrak doesn't believe that his relative could be related and doesn't think that any of this could be connected. There's no way that my son could do anything like this, blah, blah, blah. And so the crew essentially is doing this despite the fact that there are some who would prefer that they not be trying to gather this information. When they came to the forest, they actually tracked down the leader of this village, which had in fact been not destroyed, but certainly devastated by the attack of the Green Dragon and various dragon cultists, a guy named Galen, who, when they confronted him, discovered through the use of some clever animal talking by Fifley to Galen's raven, but also through some information that was found out through all of the party, actually. Gromnir was able to do some healing, as was Fifley and Gesma. Cade managed to do some searching around. TikTok managed to help one of the people from having their house fall to the ground in the middle of this tree city. And of course, Ryuvi was able to gather some information as well. And in fact, Ryuvi and Cade came to some rather sharp disagreement about their way forward in dealing with this particular village. But tensions, despite all of that, were able to be resolved for long enough to discover that Galen had in fact been involved in a secret series of conversations with the Green Dragon Rider, who had demanded that he do this or he would destroy Galen's village in the same way that he had killed Galen's wife in that initial attack. And so Galen, who described himself as being broken and bitter and hating himself, went along with it despite the fact that the last thing he wanted to do was to actually help the Cult of the Dragon. Working off of clues from what Galen told them, the party was able to work their way deep into the forest where they encountered some spiders. There were many, many spiders and ettercops, I should say, and other creatures like that, and they decided that it would be a good idea to try to burn down the webs so that they could actually escape. this part worked. However, part of the problem was that the webs were so intertwined with this part of the wood that they also set much of that portion of the forest ablaze. And so, running from the flaming webs and the flaming woods, they ran until they came to this large pool. Now, one clue that they had gotten before is that they had been told by Galen that both the rider and the dragon were wet. They had water that was dripping off of them when they arrived and when they left, which suggested that there may be some entrance that involved water. So when they heard this, they said, okay, well, let's go towards where the actual water sound is, the waterfall. And as the fire was coming up behind them, you can see that we've had professional artists draw the fire back here. This was your Patreon dollars at work, ladies and gentlemen. But back there, this fire caused them, basically forced them to leap from the flaming forest above this huge pool with a waterfall coming down from a high cliff above them. You can actually hear the sound of that waterfall right now. And so freeze-framed, we have the figures of Gromnir in plate mail, Cade, who is currently got, I think, I don't think he has his, he never had the fly spell, so his disguised self. Gesma, who is not fly capable at the moment, unless I suppose he figures out some way to be so. Ryuvi, the drow, who of course is most at home in forest pools, I guess. And then Fifely, who is currently a giant spider, not particularly well suited for water travel. And TikTok, who is made of metal and wood. And so maybe not also well suited for this adventure, this part of the adventure, but they are currently suspended over a pool. That's where we are, and I now hand things over and say that we're going to get right started with where we need to go. We're going to be talking about not initiative, but basically what you guys want to do as you are poised over this water. And I'm going to give you guys a chance to make one decision for each of yourselves as to what you want to do as you are descending into this pool. And then we're going to go from there. So you're not going to have a chance to do multiple things. You are going to have about 5 seconds before you impact the water. So you got to tell me what you're going to do. And with that, whoever wants to go first can tell me. What are you guys each going to do? Outstanding.
I just have one question. Is what I'm seeing on the map where everyone's actual location is?
No, because Gromnir keeps putting himself back in the woods when he should be over.
No, I don't know where we are.
He's going
I'm trying to
towards
figure
the
out.
I don't even know where my my
fire.
token is.
I'm going
so.
to assume you made a real good jump, Grom. So
So this
there you
this opening here is not where we're jumping from.
go. Correct. You are actually
We're
from
actually jumping
this.
from the fire.
That's
I
it.
see.
Where the fire.
Okay,
That's
so we're all here. Okay, all right.
Does anybody know where my token has disappeared to? Am I already in the water? I don't
You're
know.
on
Am I-
fire. Right
Also,
now.
what's up,
Apparently,
Fisk and
yeah.
Baker Boy, and hello to everybody.
Go over to the thing that Saad mentioned during the period that you weren't listening, before the stream, where it's the handouts.
Ouch.
Grab your token, your character token, drag him over, drop him. in
Sorry, the thing that I wasn't listening about? What?
Yeah, the handouts.
The-
Because someone else asked this question. It's fine. In the handouts, if you go over to the handouts part, you can literally just drag your handout over to the screen, and your figure will appear.
It's the part that looks like a newspaper.
Oh, that. Okay. Sorry, I don't know what the handouts part is. Sorry.
It's actually under journal. If you look at
Oh,
the top.
I see. So if I just wait, no, it's not that. Ah, ha, 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 got it. I have no control over it.
Really?
It's there, but I can't move it. Fire was totally not made by Ryuvi. Of course it wasn't.
This time.
No.
This time.
Stop spreading. Actually, it was totally my fault.
That's Gesma.
Wait, was it? Was it your torch?
Oh yeah, it was.
The
I
firebolt
thought-
or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
Fifely, who is not there because he's currently the spider.
Ruby Darklasher, I'm flaming
Has there
all the time.
ever been a magic user in any D&D campaign that did not light a forest on fire at some point?
Right.
Probably
I'm
not.
sure it happens to everyone.
I would,
mean,
Yep.
you know.
Is occupational hazard.
Where were you? I don't see where you put your guy.
I was. Well, okay. It was in the
Let's
forest
get rid
there,
of the
but
text. Get rid of the text.
it got moved, and now I don't see it anymore. Somebody moved it.
Oh wait, there it is. I found it. I clicked in the black randomly, and there's like all this. There's like multiple rubies.
Okay, now
Why-
there's
wait,
okay.
Both of
Wait,
those.
But
so
those are all
wait, does this mean I get
Fifely.
to go twice?
Sorry, Fifely. Oh, they're Fifely. Oh, ugh. Sorry.
Oh, wait, no, don't move him away.
Sorry.
Let's get rid of one of
Sweet
these.
him.
Come back
sweep
here
him
and
back
delete.
into the
Okay.
fucking wall.
Wait, when I pulled, okay, That's what showed up.
What?
Remember way
what?
back when
We switched, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
You may have put the wrong token down.
Okay.
I did, yeah.
I just want to test this. I'm going to put our Ryobi down there. Yeah, you've got
okay.
Fifely as Ryobi.
I see. So Fifely and Ryuvi, it's a
we
conflict of
This
interest.
this all of a sudden
about
got
Fifely?
really confusing.
Fifely's Fifely, so.
Fifely's Fifely. All right. So I need. All right. For now, then we'll fix that.
It's like I don't even know who I am anymore.
We'll fix it in post. But for right now, I'm going to go over and I'll go grab him from the main map because that is actually what.
I woke up and I looked in the mirror and I was somebody completely different.
Oh my God, I'm a
Oh my-
white guy now.
Trent's spider is so big that I literally had to move him because he was. I couldn't get Ryuvi. I'm just like, God damn it! All right, and let's go back over here. Da-da-da-da-da. Let's zoom out again.
These fires are getting worse.
And there we go.
That's right.
There you are.
I don't mean in their artistic
Well,
quality.
think
I
of
mean
it,
just like
think
the
of it this
whole
way
thing's
as
gonna-
well. There's going to be no more spiders after this. I think we can guarantee
Right, yeah,
that
you'll
is-
never have any
That
spiders
will
again.
not be a problem.
Okay, Ryuvi, you have control over him now, I believe.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So, all right, gentlemen. So now each of you are going to have a chance to tell me what it is that you'd like to do. I will describe, by the way, just quickly the area for you in case you want to know. So, this is a pool that you can see, and there is a high waterfall on the other end of it that is over right here. And you guys leaped from and sort of the leap that can only be propelled by terror at onrushing fire. Fairly far, TikTok, I think that's pretty a reasonable approximation of how far TikTok could jump before gravity was like, what the hell? Zzz, and grabbed a hold of you. But you guys are there. So the question is, you're suspended above the water. You're going to have a chance to do basically one thing before you hit the water. And the question is what you want to do. You don't know how deep the pool is yet. There's obviously a great deal of disturbance in the water because of the waterfall. This pool is, a decent size, but it's not massive. I would say it's probably, I don't know, maybe 50 by 50. It's not in diameter. It's not huge. Maybe 60 by 60, but it's not a huge pool. So, question is what you guys want to do, and whatever order you guys want to take it is up to you.
I assume there's a chance we're going to take damage from this fall.
It's 20 feet.
Yeah,
I mean,
It's 20 feet.
it's gentle, welcoming water. I mean,
That you're slamming into it about 15 miles an hour.
I put the shield under my feet and surf through the. No, just kidding.
I transform.
I currently have light on my shield. Can I cast light on my mace as well? And then just say problem. That's pretty much it.
wait, what? So you want to cast light on your mace and then say problem before hitting the water?
Yeah, that's pretty much
I'm
it.
trying to think whether you can cast light within 5 seconds.
Well, it takes one action.
I guess you could do that. I guess you could cast
And
it
that's
and be
6
like,
seconds. I don't know if you want to make it.
do you want to be sure that they hear problem, or do you want to be sure that you get off light?
I think the light will probably be better.
Okay, so you're able to cast light, and you hear Grom say "prop" as he hits the ground, as he hits the water. So there is this big splash. Water goes up, and Gromnir disappears below the surface of the water for a moment. You do see.
Does he take
some
any
light.
damage?
He does not take damage from that.
Okay.
But he does not.
But the
seem to be
acidic
above
water
the
starts.
Yeah, exactly.
melt
But
away.
unfortunately,
I
the
think
water
there's
is
something we
actually-
don't know yet. I like Don's thinking. What is it about this
Suddenly-
water that's gonna
Water elemental
corrosive or
appears.
something?
And a
Yeah.
The
skeleton.
Leviathan comes out of nowhere.
Right, but then the
and eats 'em
Kraken-
whole.
It's a kraken.
Yeah, the Kraken, which gets its little pinky out of this pool.
Yeah.
All right, so that is what Grom does. Who wants to go next?
Take the backpack off.
Okay.
And then put that, if I can get it underneath me to break my fall, that's what I'm going to do. So it's going to be like the barrier to the water. But at the very
It's
least, get it
water.
off
What
my
are you
shoulders.
talking about?
Take it off and put it this time.
One
It's a
never
pool.
knows. What if it's like a foot deep? That's going to be a hard
Hey, his
landing.
backpack
Yeah.
could be used as a flotation device.
Well, it's pretty heavy. I'm not sure that's going to work.
I'm
So,
going to
but
ask you to
just-
do an acrobatics check to see if you can get this thing off in the air.
Oh, sure. I will happily do that. Esto. is no
Wow.
problem.
So you take it
Take
off,
my
you
time,
spin it in
dust
the
it
air
off a
several
little, yeah.
times, right? Exactly.
He
This little
rearranges.
ballet.
Right.
Yes.
As
exactly.
Ten of Clubs was saying before, like you actually have time to start singing "In the Arms of the Ages," like as you're getting it around, like.
That's right.
And then you land with this impact. Now, what is in? What were you carrying that was in your backpack, Cade?
It's my burglar's pack,
Okay.
and it is freaking heavy. It's like 40 pounds of equipment.
Well, I'm a little bit more curious actually about other things that you had, such as scroll cases, paper items,
Nope.
just metal and rusty things. Okay, all right, all right. So you land in the water. You are dragged down by this 40 pounds, but you're not pulled underneath completely. But you are at the moment below the surface of the water since this just happened.
Right.
Fife,
Okay.
Gesma, TikTok, Ryuvi. What do you guys want to do?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Don. Go ahead.
All right, I am going to, as soon as I kind of jump off the ledge, I am going to cast Fly on myself.
Okay.
And so I will do that, and then I'm going to purposely descend as if I'm falling, just enough for my boots to touch the water and clean a little bit of the mud off of them.
For
then-
style points, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then I'm gonna just kind of, I'm gonna kind of hover over where everyone else is falling and just.
So
watch
you're
what's
gonna
going on.
pull a little Jesus Cristo over
Well,
here, aren't you?
in my
I'm
hope
gonna-
is as I'm gonna stop kind of in the bottom where I'm, because I don't know if now that I'm flying, if that technically means I'm the first. Well, Gromnir was the first one to do it, and so I want to see if there's any other. Say one of you is falling and decides you have something value that you want to throw up into the air, I can go and grab it because I'm actually just levitating above the water, seeing if I can catch anything that's gonna fall. Maybe I don't know if I can catch any of you guys, but I'm just surrounding myself, looking around. I'm not doing all of this in 5 seconds. All I'm doing in 5 seconds is just flying.
It's just flying down to the
standing there,
surface.
but-
Are you doing that, by the way, Gesma, by sort of middle of the pool, or are you staying closer to the edge? Your edge, obviously.
Once I gain the ability to control myself, that's up to you. I don't know what points, how much movement I can actually do. But once I gain the ability to actually fly, I want to put myself in a location where I can at least visibly see where everyone is.
I would say that you could also. I love that, Mike. That's awesome.
Yeah, there we go.
I would say that you can. Mary Poppins. I would say that you can. You can probably, as you're jumping off and sort of saying "fly," the momentum is such that you could probably direct yourself to the water anywhere from here backwards, like towards the fire.
I'll move myself. I'll just go like right here. And I will say that the urge to not cast Fly on myself and to do it on the spider, just to see just to see Trendane flying around.
This
was
is
really
fun!
hard to pass up. Yeah, just like to tap one of his legs on the way going down, just so he can float without. Even
I have a
falling.
feeling Trendane's gonna surprise us.
Yeah, well, yeah, he can do his own thing. I just really
Okay,
wanted to
very
do
cool. That leads us to Fifely, TikTok, and Ryuvi. Gentlemen, whichever one of you wants to go next.
I don't have many options, so I'm just going to try to get myself in a position to try to cut through the water, either by diving or just getting into it, sort of like an arrow.
Okay.
Blue Gainus.
Like an arrow. Let's see if you do that. Make me an acrobatics check, please.
Just to get my body in a straight line. Okay.
No. How about getting your body plus backpack plus your robes?
Have you
which
tried
are
to
not
control your
necessarily-
body?
I was just gonna say.
Have you tried
You're
to
asking
control your
me
body
if I've
in
tried to
midair?
control my body? You
It's
do know I have
harder.
ADD, right? Okay.
It's
so
harder than you think.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So an acrobatics check.
I
One of
just
my
let it do what it
weaker.
I'll let it do
one
what
of
it
my
wants. This is
weaker
after Cade has
things
done
there.
his double flip parkour.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
like-
Just just wait. Just you wait. This is gonna be great. I think I have an acrobatics deficit or something if I'm lucky.
Is it possible for me
so
to?
hard he explodes.
Is it possible for me to use prestidigitation to like create
That was
like
wait,
scorecards?
That was
for
not
run
what I
planning?
intended to do.
I would be happy
So,
to.
like-
I think you could do that, although not on this turn. But I love the idea.
So like when Cade hits the water, I hold up a 10. And
Not
then,
much better.
Like,
An 11.
Yeah, exactly.
No splash. No
so
splash.
you
I
don't.
hold a 7 up for Ryubi.
Yeah, you don't exactly. Arrow is not how you would describe it. You get yourself into a roughly sort of diving position, And you enter the water with a little bit of a, not total belly flop, but you enter the water not quite as smoothly as you might have imagined. Like the Russian judge would not be pleased, clearly, with the performance.
Or the French judge.
Or the French judge, probably.
Depending on, which one wants to be a prick today.
Now, for you, I have a question, sir, and that is about what sort of paper types of items might you be carrying with you?
I have everything on me, but they're all in cases.
Okay, all in scroll cases. I thought so. I just
Yes.
wanted to make sure. All right, so you land in the water. You don't take any damage from it, but you do see as you land in the water, because you guys are all doing this essentially simultaneously. So right next to you, you can actually see what looks like the light of someone that is sinking rapidly. You don't know what that is yet, but there is in fact, 2 lights that are glowing from someone or something which is sinking rapidly.
There are 2 lights!
There are 2 lights! Okay. Fifely and TikTok. I like how I'm saving this for the ones who have not spoken yet are the ones who are like, we are the ones who are most screwed.
Yes.
Fifely, please, after you.
No, you go ahead.
Well, okay then.
So good. That is so good.
Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna...
Please aim for not us, okay?
Yes.
Suddenly, I get a natural 1, then I just create a tidal wave.
Which gets rid of all the water somehow.
He's just standing at the bottom and all the water...
For 5 seconds before it all lands on top of him.
And everything is just dry, like a solid 5 or 6 seconds.
Yeah. That wasn't so bad.
I remember Charlton Heston in this scene.
What, just give me a really quick rundown. Am I carrying anything other than my glaive? And have I still got my, my garland?
Yes, you do have your garland, and you are carrying your glaive, and I believe that's all, because I don't think you had like tacks or anything like particular.
No, No, so I'm gonna try and hit the water. I'm gonna try and tuck my legs into like a sharper shape, so I'm not just splayed out. I'm gonna hold my glaive at my chest and keep my arm straight. So I'm again like Ryuvi, just trying to hit it as straight as possible.
Let's make that acrobatics check then.
Cool. This is gonna go
Hey,
well.
Centuria.
I can feel this is gonna go.
Do
well.
better than I did. Please.
You did okay.
First natural 20 of the night. So
Wow.
Good.
Check
Good.
that out. So
Good.
drawing
He was
upon
watching me as I
previously
fell.
unknown past moments, you actually
TikTok
do
Luganus.
remember.
I've fallen a lot. That's what
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is.
exactly.
I just want TikTok to use Transformer style movement, like.
There is, yeah, exactly right. You convert into a boat. Yeah, exactly. And somewhere in the distance you hear "roll out." No, but no, that does not happen. But you do actually manage, and as you're falling to the water, TikTok, you have a sudden vision, just for a moment, of the experience of falling from something else. There is a flash in your memory of something below you, which might be a body of water, and above you, what looks like fire and wood. You don't know what this means. It's just like this little, psh, and then you sort of, with practiced ease, relatively speaking, for someone of your size and bulk, plunge into the water. You actually descend a little bit faster than everybody else does, so that even though everybody hits the water at the same time, you find yourself roughly parallel, going down next to someone that you can clearly see is Gromnir, who has a light on his shield and a light on his mace. And you would define him as panicked, I think would be sort of a good way to describe this.
Okay.
And you also hear a rather loud splash near you, which, as you're able to look over, looks to be some dark cloaked figure struggling a little bit as he enters the water, not quite as smoothly. And then someone looking very much like the name comes to you, Greg Louganis, parkours into the water with no trouble whatsoever.
Awesome.
There's also above the surface of the water, as you look up, someone who seems to be hovering above it, which strikes you as odd, but that's what you see.
Yeah,
Fifely.
right now that doesn't strike me as odd. Weapon. Sorry, just to be really quick. Item wise, I'm not carrying anything paper. I'm not carrying anything that would be destroyed by water.
Okay, that's good to know. So just the metallic stuff that you have on your body.
I've just got my glaive, I've got a potion of healing, and I've got my Warforged repair kit, which is just essentially a hammer, chisel, some some bits of metal.
Is that being kept in a sack, or I should have confirmed this before? Sack, bag, pouch?
It's in a wrap. Traditionally, they're in a leather wrap, and that wrap is, the compartment that I put my Harper's pin in my leg. I put it's in that, basically.
Okay. This is why it's important, guys, to always have waterproof cases before you dive into someplace. All right, so you enter the water with no difficulty and see what it is that I've described. Fifely, you are the last to go, and actually, with your legs splayed out, you are slightly lighter, believe it or not, than some of them are, especially with your legs not dragging you back as much. So you are going to hit the water slightly later than they will. So I'm just letting you know. So with that said, what are you going to do?
Well, as I get close to the water, and I'm almost there, I'm going to turn into a giant toad and immediately head straight down and grab a hold of Gromnir and start pulling him back towards the surface.
Okay. All right, you do that. I will allow you to do that initially since you were the last to act. You can be the first to go on this one. Are you able to... Do we have... Saad, do we have dire toad as one of the shapes that we did? Saad and I literally came up with, we're like, how about like 8 different things he could be? Like, could it be this?
It was a moose.
I don't remember. You have to open it. I can't open up the list of shapes.
I've got a moose, a wolf. I've got 2 birds, a spider, a horse, a bear, and a snake.
So we don't yet have a toad. Okay.
So we'll go with the snake for now because it's at least still a reptile.
Okay.
Even though frog's an amphibian. Whatever. Toad.
Okay. How big is this toad?
He's.
Is it a dire toad?
He's not. He's a giant toad.
Okay.
So large.
Okay.
And it is 3d10 plus 6. Let me roll my hit points now. 3d10.
Chat, can you guys hear the the sound of the waterfall? I believe the Roll20 folks can, but
Yeah, we can hear it. Yeah.
okay.
Also want to note, I have the prophecy book and my own journal, and they're going to be.
Yep.
Oh dear.
Oh man. All right. You can hear it. Okay. Cool. Thanks, Fury. And hi to everybody in chat, by the way. It's good to see everyone here. Thank you for stopping by. All right. 13, 19, 25.
Hello, chat.
25. All right. Let's move that.
While we're talking about hit points, actually, did I take any damage last session? Can anybody remember if I got beat up?
Don't think you did.
I don't believe so. And actually, I'm actually a little bit out of date on hit points. Just quickly, Cade, you give me your totals. I'm sorry. This is the
59, 59.
Out of 66.
Out of 72.
Yeah, 72. Right. That's what I mean. For some reason this didn't save. So TikTok, what's your current maximum and hit point total?
99 out of 99.
9 to 9.
99.
So low. All right. Gizma, what are you at?
44 out of 54.
Yeah, I think I forgot to move this back over because I did the last one when I was on the road, so my other computer. Ryuvi, what are you at?
54, 57.
Grom.
55 of 61.
Okay, and Fifely's 25, and normally would be what of what?
78 of 82.
Lovely, thank you. Okay, so, all right, so you're going to swim down. Let me have you make a... You're able to grab him, actually, without too much difficulty, although, what exactly are you grabbing? He has the cape, which he has in the back of him, sort of a small cloak almost, which is attached to him. That probably is the most obvious thing to kind of grab. Yeah.
It's in the water right now.
Sorry, say again.
As he's descending, it's probably trailing above
The cape
him.
is, yes. That's why I was saying if you want to try to do that and grab onto that, you can probably do so.
Is that attached to his armor, or is it just a chain around his neck?
I believe it is attached to his armor, but it's attached to his armor, and it's going to be a kind of a jerk. Like, it's going to be like, huh, what? But the other issue for me is whether you're going to have the strength to do it. So what I'm going to need you to do is to make a strength check. If you have athletics in this form, I would take that. Otherwise, just a strength check to see whether you can stop his momentum and reverse it.
Can I assist him?
when you know what he's doing, but you're not going to know yet, because you're above the water, he's below it. So right now he's below where you can see. Like, you can look down and see like lights, but right now you don't see anything other than just, you did see Fifely turn into a toad and dive into the water.
That's why I'm asking, is because the reason why I was floating is I wanted to see everybody jump in. But when, because I'm imagining that's within 5 seconds, and now that there's no one else above the water with me, I wanted to stick my head in to see where everyone's at.
Okay, so the only thing about that,
the
only thing about that though is mechanically the water is very turbulent here because of the waterfall, and it's dark. So it's not very easy to see other than the lighted portion of what, as I said, Gromnir. So you can see the lights, and you can see something attempting to, like the lights sort of stopping in the water. But other than that, it's not clear what you're seeing, because a lot of the light that you're getting, ambient light, is the flickering light of the fire that's around you.
But I saw Gromnir cast the light, so I know
you did see that
the light is him.
For sure. Oh yeah, for sure. And you also saw Fifely turn into a toad. So you saw those two things, but you can't put two and two together necessarily and assume that he's going to get him.
I can dive towards Gromnir to try and help him.
Yes,
right?
you can do that if you wish. If you want to do that, you can. But that means that when you do that, you're going to be jumping in to the water. Your fly's not going to help you in the water, just so you know. So you're going to be at that point.
See, I thought it was. Never mind then. All right. Good luck. Best of luck to you.
Never mind.
Godspeed. When they get above the water, you might be able to. When they get above the water, you might be able to help them. But like below the water,
strategy changes.
Fly is not free. Is not.
Just do a salute. Just like
it's not a ring of free action.
Exactly, I'll hold my.
There's
so go ahead.
Real quick question. There's nothing I can do in this chain of events to try and help this process, is there? Because I'm not panicked about sinking or anything like that.
No.
I'm not. There's nothing I can do at the moment.
No. You might be able to do something when you touch bottom, but you haven't gotten there yet. And what you'll be able to do is not clear as of yet, because this is all happening within about a now 10-15 second period, basically.
Yeah.
Hey, Elias. So go ahead and make that athletics check for me if you have it, or if not, just strength check, Fifely, and let's see.
I was going to say I don't, but the giant toad has a +2 to strength, so this will be athletics +2 to whatever I roll right now.
Okay. Make it so.
I will do that thing that you have said. So 13.
13. Okay. Well, since you don't have athletics, you should probably just make a straight strength check for me. It probably doesn't matter because it's the same thing, right? Do you have any? Yeah. Because the +2. Okay, that's fine. So it works out the same way. So 13. And by the way, I should mention to chat, this is a good time to remind chat that many of you in chat will have the ability to inspire one of the players. Inspire means you're giving them a chance to have advantage on an ability check or an attack roll or a skill roll, or a saving throw, excuse me. So that can be very useful. The inspiration that you have is available to you if you support the Patreon at a certain level. If you want to see you as inspiration, !inspiration space -who will let you see who actually has the ability to inspire and who does not. Thank you so much to the digital DM with those 27 viewer hosts. Thank you very much, Dave. I appreciate that. Thank you. You guys should be following the digital DM if you're not. That's Dave, who does stuff with Fantasy Grounds. A good DM, good guy.
And before anybody thinks, I'll inspire Fifely, I currently have inspiration, so don't do that.
Yeah, we should actually just double check on that. Fifely's got inspiration. Who else has inspiration in the party?
I've got one.
Grom has one.
I think I used mine.
Right.
I have no idea.
I don't think you do.
Somebody
TikTok.
inspired me, but then I think I used it.
You used it, I remember. Cade, did you have inspiration?
I think I have one. I wasn't using it in the spider battle.
Okay.
And I have two that I can use.
Right.
So
because it was
other people.
So a lot of us used them because we knew that it was
coming up to the end of the month. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So we've got so basically Gromnir, Cade, and Ryuvi and TikTok are currently, Gromnir, TikTok, and Ryuvi are uninspired at the moment. In life, they're certainly inspired, but in the game, they're uninspired. So if you wish to inspire them, you can do that. That's up to you.
Also, Arv, that's a snake.
Well, you could talk to as Trent just said. We don't have a toad up yet, so we used one that was at least a reptile.
Somebody please donate to the Patreon so this guy can get a toad.
No, we have a toad. we just have to do it.
Christ's sakes.
So, all right. So you're able to grab on. So the good news is you do grab onto the cape, and Grom, you feel as you're all of a sudden. You are not stopped though. You are being dragged down, although slower than you were before, as something is clearly trying to pull you in the other direction. And as you look above you, you see from your light, you see a large toad that is grabbed onto your cape and is looking. Yeah, you're like, oh my God, what? You're like, toad of death.
I can't really breathe underwater, so I'm like.
Right, exactly. And trying to sort of move that up in the other direction.
May I ask a question?
You just did.
May I ask another question?
Yes.
I just did.
Keep going,
How
buddy.
far away? So I'm in the water right now. How far away am I from the giant toad that is pulling?
About 20 feet.
20 feet beneath me.
Well, diagonally down. It's sort of not far below you, but somewhat
Okay.
because it's reaching for something which you can see actually is Gromnir. Gromnir has the light on him. Pretty much the entire lake, the pool is dark except for the helpfully lit and very frightened dwarf cleric.
Okay, I have like one play here. If anybody else wants to go beforehand, because this is either gonna work or it's gonna be a glorious failure. Let's see what happens.
I love those kinds.
So what I would like to do, if I can get to where Fifely is, I would like to swim down to Fifely, and if I can reach out and grab the toad, I would like to cast haste. I would like to cast haste onto Fifely so that he gets 2 times speed, 2 AC, and an advantage to Dex and Strength plus an additional action.
So here's the only thing. I need to check and see if there is a verbal component to this, because if there's not, then you will. If there is, then you will not be able to cast anything, unfortunately, while underwater. Right, exactly. The guy. Right, exactly.
That's a very interesting question.
The arcane
Let me
energies are like, what? Yeah, normally I don't make a thing about that, but in this particular case, it is kind of important.
Let me. Yeah, I'll check too, because I didn't remember seeing one, but
There might not be. I don't remember.
If the V is ticked, it should be. I mean, it's vocal. If you go into the spell info in roll 20, it should be there.
Jedi has a toad token for you, Fifely. I don't know what you.
Oh, the V means vocal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I take it all back. I'm not gonna do any of that shit.
It's a good call, but unfortunately, there's kind of a limitation here. So
Can I say it and hold it until I?
Well, haste
until I touch
is a
him?
ranged spell as well. Don't forget.
No, it's
Yeah.
not. It's. Is it?
Yep.
Oh, what's the range? Oh, wait a minute. It's good if I put this shit on my sheet. Anyway, it is 30 feet, so I can cast it from above the water.
Right, so you're going to need to swim. So what you would have to do is swim back up to the surface of the water. And
I didn't
then
go
try
below
to
the
cast
water.
it back down. What's that?
I didn't go below the water.
You did when you
I thought I went up
impacted. No, you did. You can't stay on the very top. You didn't dive 20 feet below. But when
I'm
you
not
hit
wearing
it,
anything heavy though.
Well, but you're going. Remember, man, you're jumping from a 20-foot
penetrating
distance.
it.
When you impacted 20 feet, unless you're like made of paper, you're going to go underneath the water for a little bit.
All right, so I'll
5
swim
feet,
back
you know.
up to the surface and then fine,
Okay,
sure,
so
whatever.
you can do that.
Mechanically, I'll do that. So,
So-
I'll go to the surface, then. You have more power. We need more power.
We need more power.
I can't do it, Captain. I don't have the power. Well, you will in a moment.
Because Gromnir, who, as it turns out, was very, very smart in making sure he cast light on himself, he's the only thing you can see besides the light of the flames above you. So I love this image, by the way. So you surface, right? And you have the, and like all you see is fire around you. You see a rather bemused Gesma, floating above you.
I can't wait. I can't see trending.
No, you can't see. You cannot see trending, but you can see. Gromnir. So you
Okay.
can see something is grabbing at its cape, because you can see his cape is lifted above him. So
So
something
can I
is.
try to get it in the area
Yeah,
of the
I'll allow that.
cape? Okay. All right.
I'll allow
So what the hell do I need to roll?
So
for that?
if you're just casting haste on what would be presumably
A willing target.
a willing target.
a willing target.
I think that's reasonable. So, so you're able to. I don't think there's any range.
I don't
spell
think there
anything
is,
else you can
yeah.
make, yeah. So you're
No.
able to cast it. So you suddenly feel, Fifely, your actions become much more rapid. You're like, whoa, you know. And you're able to pull up much more strongly. So go ahead and make another athletics check for me, but you can do this one at +4.
How does that work?
Oh, so it's again a strength check, but you're just doing
Right.
strength
But
+4.
haste affects dexterity, not strength.
Right, but I'm calling it strength because
Okay.
what you're doing
I
is
have no objection to that.
yeah, because what you're doing is it's basically allowing you to move your flippers. This is not a standard rule. Like, what happens if you haste a toad who's trying to save an armored dwarf at a pool? This is not standard process. So I'm
DM adjudication.
It doesn't happen all the time.
I'm improving. Yeah,
I can't wait to see.
I'm editing it in post,
The
go with it.
Tolkien campaign
I
have
have a
it happen.
backup plan. If this doesn't work, I have a backup plan.
Also, just to get this out of the way,
Oh yeah, good point.
That would have been funny.
So you are so due.
Can you imagine a wild surge that just turns all water into ice? Wouldn't that be a great time?
Or lava.
Yeah,
you know
lava.
what? There was a part of me just for a moment thinking I could cast a frost spell right now and this would be terrible. But
TikTok's like, God damn it! Like,
not again.
So +4 to whatever this is.
well,
Wait, isn't that roll at advantage? Or is that
no +4? Not well, unless he wants to use advantage, which he's welcome to do.
Because I thought that haste also.
Not to be a rules lawyer, but you said they should also announce the advantage if you're using it before the die is rolled.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want to be a putz about
I know.
it.
No,
I mean,
I read through everything before the dice was rolled. I read through exactly what
he's
he was
talking
going to do
to
before
me.
he rolled the dice.
He's talking to me about whether he wants to use advantage or not.
I see. Okay.
About using advantage or not. The thing about haste is, so we're improving on 2 levels here, right?
All right, fair enough.
The thing that we're improving is that he's using strength to duplicate the faster flippers, basically, that he's able to use with the toad. But also because of that, his advantage is not going to be the same because it's one action. In other words, he's not. I don't know how to describe it more clearly except to say that it's, so yeah.
But he does get an additional action.
Yes. Oh yeah. He's hasted, so he'll be able to. He can try this again. But that basically, when that happens, what happens more or less at that moment, Fifely, is that the cape slips out of your mouth.
No problem. Like I said, I have a backup plan.
Okay, so it slips out of your mouth. Now you can try to. You do have another action coming to you, so you can try to recapture it. You can do the cape, or you can do your backup plan. By the way, we're not in initiative at the moment, but we're in kind of a loose initiative at the moment. So
No.
yeah.
I'm going with the backup plan. I've
Okay.
had it with the cape shit.
What do we got?
Swallowing him.
Okay. So, all right.
I've seen it work.
Okay.
I love that everything else went silent as that moment came too. Just enjoy
There's
that. for a
I'm sorry,
moment.
you're doing what now?
There's an age gate on your channel.
Yeah,
right
did
now.
the rating of this show just go in and what happened?
Welcome to Infinity and Beyond After Dark. It's past 9 in the East Coast. It's 9 o'clock in the AM, and you're watching Perspectives. All right, so you're gonna grab. So you
Does
come
he
down
know
and you
it's
swallow
me?
him. Now, how okay, wait a minute. This is a large creature, right?
Which means I can swallow anything smaller than me, and he is medium.
Okay. All right, so I want to point out that Gromnir's life
Assuming
Has
he's willing
involved
to do this, by the way.
visions. It's involved mushrooms, bad
Yep.
trips with mushrooms.
Mattress with frogs.
Mattress with frogs, and being swallowed by a toad. And let's remember, he's already got some weird things with toads that are like talking to him and have like
Total
library books.
PTSD. Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
this is all right. I'm impressed.
Gromnir's in therapy for the rest of the campaign.
So, Grom, as you're floating down, all of a sudden and all of a sudden everything goes dark. And
Yeah,
your light, as you see
I just
around
see the
you,
eyes of the toad coming closer to me.
Yeah,
I'm
and
like,
then you see this. So then what happens is you see this large pink. Please get your mind out of the gutter. This large pink undulating thing, and you're like, that looks like a giant uvula. And you're like, why?
So much for getting our minds out of the
Why
gutter.
am I?
I know.
I would lose my breath for that. I would actually go.
Well, that actually works out because right now, of course, the toad there is very stale, not very good smelling, air inside the toad's mouth. So you're actually able to breathe a little bit. You seem to be inside a cavity, a living cavity.
Yeah, I'm just yelling out, I'm being swallowed alive! Help me!
So you know how everything in the water goes farther when so basically what Cade and what TikTok and what Ryuvi all hear is you hear the sound of clearly Gromnir's voice, clearly terrified, coming from somewhere in the vicinity of where you saw his light, which now disappears incidentally. So you guys do not see the light anymore.
Well, that escalated quickly. All right.
Cade, what are you doing during all of this? I haven't come back to you. What are you parkoured into the water? So what are you doing?
Yeah. Well, I was gonna see. My only question once I'm in the water is, do I have to drop the burglar's pack, or does it float enough where I can push it over to shore? If it floats enough, I want to push it to shore, and I'm heading to shore.
Is it made it's made of canvas, and how heavy? It's 40 pounds of tools.
Yeah, it's leather. It's a leather pack.
I'm not gonna argue that it floats.
Okay,
that's
fine.
gonna drop
fine.
to the ground. Now I will say, by the way, you can just very quickly. The lake is dark. The pool is dark. You don't know how far down it goes. But it doesn't look to you because you can see sort of like what looks like maybe algae and stuff like that sort of floating around you. You don't think this is that deep a pool. It's definitely way deeper than any of you are, but it's not like 100 feet deep, you would guess. Now, you don't know how deep that is, but...
I can always get a new kit. It's not a problem. So I'm not going to worry about that too much.
Okay.
The only problem is my healing kit and climber's kit will also go with it because they're all packed with the same.
Yep.
backpack.
Well, you
So
remember that
that's
scene from The Abyss. That's pretty much what...
Yeah, exactly. So I was swimming over. I dropped the pack. I was swimming over until I heard Gromnir shout. Making my intelligence check of a 22, I now ascertain he may be in trouble. So, damn it! I guess I'm gonna go find out what the hell is going on.
Without the intelligence check. I would have given you that for free.
He could have just been, oh, I'm gonna drown. Which, see, if he's drowning, I can't help him because no way a 50-pound I'm gonna be able to haul him up. But it sounds like something worse is happening than drowning, which there are worse things like being swallowed by a toad. So I'm gonna take a breath and draw my sword and go down and see what the hell's going on.
Wait, did you drop your pack?
Already did. It's gone.
It's gone? Oh, shit, man.
Yeah, and the thing about kilobytes, they float. We all float down here. The thing about the pack...
Can I grab it? Can I grab it? Can I grab it before it disappears? Just hang like you could have given it to one of us, dude.
Dude, you have to swim too. It's 40 pounds. Actually, it's more like 60 pounds. You're not gonna be able to carry that. Unless you were levitating yourself, dude, you're not going to carry 60 pounds of material. It's going to drag you down.
It's heavy.
So
I mean...
It's got a climbing kit, a healer's kit, and it's like 60 pounds of material.
One thing I want to note is that when you guys get back to the city, I fully expect you're going to have everything in foam coolers that are like going to be...
That's right, baby.
Like with like flotation devices and life jackets, like,
Have me another Coors Light. It should be in there next to the climbing gear.
All right, now make sure you wear your life jacket. All right, so you guys are continuing to move downward. So the swallowing happens. Gromnir is in there. Cade, you are now swimming. Now, so the pack is gone. What are you doing, though? I'm sorry, you're swimming towards them, or?
Drawing my sword, putting it between my teeth, and then, swimming down to see what's going on.
Okay.
I'm assuming my 20 dex gives me enough of a swim move to be able to move through the water without killing myself.
Yeah, I'll allow that, especially since this is happening.
you.
I do want to point out that air is going to be a thing for you guys in a little bit, but not immediately, because this is all happening relatively short period of time. And Gromnir's fine, because he's inside a submarine, so it's no problem.
Well,
living submarine.
he might not be for long, because I never saw Fifely change. So I don't know if this is Fifely the Toad.
Well, that's true.
So this could be an issue.
That's true.
Oh,
You make a good point.
I like this.
All right,
I like this a lot.
Gesma, I'm sorry. No, I haven't gotten to TikTok yet. TikTok, where are you at here? Because you're continuing to sink.
Fifely, I apologize in advance.
And TikTok, fairly quickly, you find yourself touching the bottom, which is kind of sandy and muddy, but you can certainly walk through it, albeit slowly. And you're now on the ground. You heard the same thing I said everyone else heard. I'm being swallowed alive. And if you look up, you can see a large toad that seems to be swimming with something, and the light is gone. The light that you saw before is gone. You can't really see underneath the water, but you could walk across it or do whatever else you'd like to try to do at the moment. So that's where we're at.
How far away is the toad that just swallowed? Do I know it swallowed Gromnir?
Well, you looked up and you saw the light
Can I
vanish.
guess that it swallowed Gromnir?
Yeah, because you caught a sight of this large shadowy shape just a second before the light vanished. So you can put two and two together.
He's not within reaching distance, so I can't like grab the toad or anything like that.
Not at the moment, no. You'd need to. Even with your glaive, you wouldn't have the reach, I don't think.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Is there anybody on the bottom of the lake that needs help?
Unclear unless you start walking forward and trying to like feel your way, because you can't see anything at the moment.
Okay. That's it. I can literally just walk forwards then. I know where I came from, and I'm assuming I still have relational direction to where the waterfall is.
Yes, and that is the one thing. You can tell where the turbulence is greater. You could make towards that if you wish, or you could turn and go, try to go back to where you came from, but you know where the turbulence is, like where it's coming from, the sound of it.
Well, everything behind me is on fire, so I'm not going to go that way.
I will go towards the water. All right.
I'll go towards the water rather than the burning inferno. Most of me is made of wood.
All right. This is a better option. Okay, so you're going to walk forward.
I don't know how far I can walk under this.
So your normal movement is what?
I knew you were going to ask that before I opened it. 25.
All right, so I would say probably half of that rounded down. So let's say 10. You can walk 10 feet. Now, the squares here are about 15 feet, so you guys know. So, that actually, I don't know if the square is doing it right.
That is not to scale.
Okay, so it should be. So it should be 15.
So this square. Okay, this is 15 feet.
Right.
This.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Cool.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'd estimate you're about 6 squares. So you're about 90 feet. Oh no, did I get that right?
Wait,
6 squares.
Yes.
I think 90 feet.
Yeah, 90 feet. Yeah, 30 feet every two squares. Yeah. So I can move half my normal speed.
Right.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna guess it's like that.
About that. Yep.
About that. That's it. That's all I can really do.
Okay.
And I'm obviously, if I kick anything that feels like a
you do actually
a body
you
or
do
a
you kick you do in fact just that far. You get that far and you your foot bumps into, you kick something which feels like hard, like sort of soft on the outside, but there's like there's something inside whatever it is that you kicked that's down below you.
I'm gonna pick it up and see if it's essentially
it's a bag.
weight down
it's
body.
a sack.
Okay, well, I'll take it with me.
Okay. All right. That leads us up to Gesma. Gesma, and then I'm going to go to Gromnir and find out what he wants to do besides screaming his head off. And then Fifley. Gesma, where you're floating above the water. Now you've had a chance to see a few things. The light has disappeared below you, so that's not there. And however, you did see Fifley turn into this toad. So thank you for the follow, Threx. So you can decide what you want to do from there, if any of that matters to you one way or the other.
Fire's not an issue, right? It's above us. It's not moving.
Fire's
the
fire's not going
towards
to be able
us,
to get in here.
Nothing
No.
like that.
Nope.
The opening to my right, or I guess in front of me or behind me, depending on my perspective, is above us, above the waterfall. Can I see the top of the waterfall?
You can't really see the top of the waterfall too much. There seems to be what looks like kind of a... first of all, I should say that technically I shouldn't have that opening on the map, but it's
all I can see is water flowing.
Basically,
I can see a waterfall.
That's basically.
So I'm assuming there's a top.
That's correct. Yes, that's correct. It's high. I will say that it's higher than 20 feet. It's a good, like, that side is maybe 40, 50 feet. It's a pretty high waterfall.
Well, that's why I was asking in terms of like where we jumped off and where the waterfall is.
Right, the waterfall on the other side was higher up. It was like a cliff face,
I see.
so it was higher up than you guys were on your side when you jumped off.
So technically, where we jumped off was an opening because we went through a cave, then, right? Okay.
Not a cave. No, because you're coming from the forest side. You were just running from the forest and then came to an edge.
I see. Okay, I thought there was like a little,
Nope.
shaft or
Is
something like
this
that.
just a big pit that the water is dropping into, and it's just vertical on all sides?
I'm sorry. Yes, that's basically correct, except that it's more vertical. I mean, the cliff sides are higher on the side of the waterfall.
I see. Okay.
But there is no shore for us to swim
Correct, no shore.
to. Okay.
Okay,
That
so
you can
at
see,
the
anyway.
at the moment, all I've seen is just splashes of everybody falling down.
Mhm.
What I want to do is, as quickly as I can, I want to inspect a little bit more thoroughly, kind of fly around the edges and move up towards the top of the waterfall to see what's up there.
Okay. So go ahead and move your character up accordingly.
All right, I'm going. I kind of want to go around the outskirts if I can.
How far
but,
can you fly?
I think it's 60 feet.
Okay. So you can basically go 4 squares roughly. So you could go, and that's sort of up in the air as well. So you could go, like for example, you could go here and get almost to the top of the waterfall, or you could go over, like, and kind of patrol this side and like get over to maybe here. You could do that, but you won't be able to do all of it on this turn. So the question is, if you want to head towards the waterfall and check, or if you want to head towards the other side and check.
Well, before I actually move, can you give me, now that I have a little bit more time than 5 seconds while I'm just standing there or floating there, what do I see? Like, in more, I do have dark vision. I'm not underwater. Right. So, like, what am I actually looking at that's anything out of the ordinary besides water falling into a hole?
So what I can say is that this looks like a fairly standard pool, which is, as I said, is roughly maybe 65 or 70 feet at the most in diameter, pool with fairly high sides around it, higher over near the direction of the waterfall. The waterfall seems to be coming from a natural source, river or something like that. Fairly high, fairly powerful. This is not a sort of trickle. And it is... The way that it's falling is sort of obscuring what might or might not be, around it or near it. So there is no obvious paths or shore or beach or anything that kind of leads into it. Your dark vision is a little bit messed up because you've got all the fire still around you from behind you, which is messing it up a little bit. But from what you can see in front of you, you know that the pool down below you is fairly dark down below, and the beyond it, like beyond the pool itself, there is, when the forest sort of cuts off, there's just the cliff face of stone which kind of rises above it to the east over in this direction, over which the waterfall is falling. And otherwise, that's it. On this side is just fire, maybe the remnants of some burned webbing that you can see, but there's no movement of spiders or anything like that. They've either been burned to a crisp or gotten the hell out. And so all that you see on this side is fire, and of course your companions are all below you somewhere in the water.
Any vines, anything that can be used as rope?
You probably would be able to find a couple of vines. The problem, though, is the distance, because everything on this side is already burning, so it's not going to be well suited. There's probably stuff down in this direction and maybe up in this direction that has not been covered over. You might be able to track down some vines, but they're going to have to extend a good way from here. You need to find a 15, 30, 45, probably about a 60-foot vine just to get to the surface of the water. So, and that's not counting. Remember, it's also up as well, so it's probably more than that. So you probably need like a 100-foot vine, honestly, because you'd need to go, down from the top, from the edge and over at the same time. You could also just tie a rope off if you wanted to do that. I mean, that's also
that would require me to have a rope.
Well,
which is the issue.
Yes.
I mean, I could technically take my bed sheets and try and make them into
quickly
my bed scroll, but I don't know if that will work.
Well, it'll work given time, but
well, that's ultimately what I want to do. Is I want to see if there's a way I can find something that I can drop into the water that can get them out if they get to the surface.
So tell me where you want to do that from. Do you want to try to do it from here, or do you want to try to do it from down here to the southwest?
Can I tell which way the fire's spreading?
It is
or
definitely
is it not spreading.
If it's spreading anywhere, it's spreading down in this direction. Like it's spreading to the south, not over to the east.
Then I will go the way it is not spreading.
Okay, which is up here?
Yes.
You want to go up there? Okay, that's fine. So you can do that. So you go up there, you're able to get up to the top, and you are able to start looking around for vines. And you do actually find some, but they're not super long. You could, however, tie a couple of them together if you wish, to make like one longer one. I do want to point out, though, that this is not a jungle, it's a forest. So the vines here are not as thick and sort of Tarzan swing through the trees type as you might find. You don't know how much weight these will bear. So I'm just letting you know. I mean, now again, you could work around that by tying some of them together, but this, like like wrapping them around each other, you know what I mean? But that again is going to take more time.
Well, I do have a backup plan, which is why I'm asking. But
I love how everyone in the party is using their backup plan. Yes, what is your backup plan?
Well, my backup plan is I'm going to need some help mechanically though with how this works.
All right.
Am I able to polymorph myself into something that I can? I mean, it's restricted by size, right? So I can't polymorph myself into a titan that can, reach down into the pond and scoop them up and bring them up. Obviously,
Correct. No.
But
But-
it has to be a willing creature, so I couldn't find like a little rodent.
It has to be a
Escaping the
beast, if I
fire.
remember correctly.
So I can't find like a little squirrel that's escaping the blaze and be like, all right, you're gonna be a hawk that can carry them out, and tell it what to do, because that's not the way the spell works, right?
Correct. You would polymorph it into something, and it would then have the, effects, abilities, and so forth of that form, but it's not under your control. So you could take a spider, if you found one, and polymorph it into a squirrel, but the squirrel is not going to be like, now I will serve you, master. The squirrel will be like, you turn me into a squirrel, I'm going to fight you, or I'm going to run away, or whatever.
Okay, that's fine. So for now, I'm going to just stick with my vines, knowing that if all else fails, I could polymorph myself, obviously, right?
So
Or no? Or does
polymorph,
it not
it
work?
really says a creature. I don't believe you could polymorph yourself with just that spell. The other thing
damn.
is that also, when you polymorph yourself into it, I don't think you can polymorph yourself out of it automatically. It transforms a creature that you can see within range into a new form. Yeah, I would say not, because you'd need to be able to
Can't use the
can't
reflection.
speak, cast spells, or take any other actions that require hands or speech. So I would say it's another creature, not yourself.
Okay, all right. Well, then forget that.
Interestingly, by the way, a shape changer automatically succeeds on the saving throw. So if you wanted to, for some reason, hostily transform Fifely could be like, no, I'm not going to, because So.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna keep that in mind just in case. But
Just for fun.
so for the time being, then I am going to hastily, as quickly as I can, try and assemble what I can. Quick calculations in my head
Got
of
it.
what I can find to be the longest and most sturdy vine that I can try and drop into the water.
Okay.
Whatever
love it. So-
would require me to do so.
Sounds like a plan. Let me go back to Grom. Gromnir, you are inside the yellow submarine.
I'm just yelling at the toad, let me out. Let me out.
Are you like trying to hammer away at his mouth, or are you just
Not
like
yet,
yelling?
not yet. I'm yelling first, and then if he doesn't do it, then I'll start hammering away.
He's restrained. He's going to have a hard time doing it.
Oh, I'm restrained. Well, then I can't move. So I'm just yelling, let me out.
I would say that you are. I would say that you're maybe able to move a little bit, but it's not. You're not inside a whale. So I mean,
Well, I'm
there's not
wiggling.
a lot.
I'm wiggling.
Yeah, you're
Well, I'll do
definitely wiggling. Fifely, you feel this. What are you doing now that you have it?
Trying not to gag.
Yes.
B, I'm going to turn and swim back to the surface, because now that I don't have to deal with trying to hold on to him, it's probably much easier for me to move.
Yep. I would agree with that.
When I get to the surface and looking at the walls, are there any places that I can see that he would be able to grab onto?
There are not. Obviously, let me have you make, first of all, one more strength check. This will be much easier, as you said. This won't be an advantage, but it'll be a much lower DC.
It'll still be +4?
It'll still be +4, yep.
Whatever that would be, 12.
So that'd be 12, that's fine. So you're able to reach the surface. As you reach the surface and look around, you can see that over, as you're kind of looking around quickly, you've got the fire behind you. I'm trying to think whether that's going to illuminate. Yeah, I'm going to say it will. You can see what looks like, as you look around quickly, and your hasted ability is actually making this easier. You can see Gesma over here sort of crouched over what looks like either a tree or a bush, and is kind of wrapping something. You can't tell what he's doing, but he's sort of up, and he's up a good distance, like he's up and over, but you can see him because he's standing right near the edge.
Can I see him?
Because you're not looking in his direction.
Okay.
He just surfaced above it. So he can, but you can see him, Fifely, but his back is turned to you. That's pretty much all you can see. Everything else is fairly sheer. It's not like metal. I mean, there is stone and dirt and stuff like that, but none of it is stuff that is like, you can't get much of a handhold here.
Right.
And in fact, you sort of remark on that, because it's not, most of the time, these things are sort of, they're more gradual, like they sort of lead into things, or there's some kind of warning. This is literally like forest, pool, and there's like a big, like gap essentially that the water has filled in here with this
Augured out a
waterfall.
hole.
Yes, which seems odd to you, but it definitely seems like this is not, the kind of thing that people jump in here to swim and hang out and then leave.
Right. How how far below the surface were we when I turned around and came back up?
Let's see.
I'm trying to figure out how much of my movement I've used thus far.
I would say by the time you got to, you probably were 20 feet below when you started to make your way
I
up.
still have 60.
Right, and by the way, 20 feet was just about before you were to reach the bottom. It's not much deeper than maybe 25 feet.
Okay.
You would guess.
So I have 60 feet left. Is that enough for me to move to try and see if there's anything behind the water? Any places to grab a hold?
That would bring you to about here. So you could do that. Now, if you're going to do that, you're going to be swimming sort of like into the waterfall, but you could definitely do that, and probably, because you have a second action with haste, you could probably see if there's anything on the other side of it, if you were to do that.
That is what I'm going to do.
Okay. So you do that. Go ahead and move your toad over there. I do want to point out, by the way, Grom, that what you hear is like as it's, so it's just like drumming.
I'm freaking out. I think I'm going to die. It's all over.
Eventually.
Yeah,
Right.
and you get in. So you get in on the other side of it, and you can actually see as you sort of get there, sort of behind the waterfall. There is what looks like a very steep slope on the other side of the waterfall that is going upwards, starting from about here, and then up to past where you can't really see anything quite yet. But there is a very steep slope, and there's lots of mist inside here on the other side. So it looks like a stone surface, and the surface seems to be probably slick. It's important to note that this stone is worked stone, not natural.
Okay. So with my little kind of suction cup froggy fingers,
Right.
Can I get enough of a grip that I'm not going to slide back into
Let's see. Got to figure out your weight plus Grom's weight.
Right.
What is the total?
I give you a rough weight of me.
I'm gonna look up giant toad weight. See, always something different going on here.
Giant toad
Thanks,
weight.
Lively. It's never easy.
Here, that's
No,
that's
it's
a readily accessible column. Giant toad weight.
I
Here
just
it
love
is
that
on
whenever
page 5.
when anyone's like, computer games will replace the DM. I'm like, really? And enjoy figuring that out. What is the toad? Okay. So let's see. Large beast.
I'm about 250 pounds, I'd say,
Let's see. A
with all
large.
my armor and everything.
I'm looking around. Giant seahorse. No, not a giant seahorse.
Seahorse isn't that big either.
Right. Let's see. You're 250 pounds. Jesus. I would say. I mean.
Gentle, Arv. Very gentle of you.
Well, no. The reason is because I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about like the toad, like because the toad is big enough to hold it, but like 300.
Maybe a couple fewer chicken thighs next time you're eating the tub, eh?
You're still going to be lighter than him, even if you're bigger than him. So I would say you're probably maybe. This is a complete shot in the dark. 200 pounds, 150 pounds, 200 pounds. Okay. So if you're 150 pounds, let's say, plus 250, so you guys weigh 400 pounds. I will allow you to try to maintain purchase on this slope, but to do this, you're going to have to make a... Let's make a dexterity check on this one. You're going to do it at disadvantage unless you want to use your advantage to counteract that. Or unless you just want to go "Pfft," and like spit it out
That's
of the
exactly what I was going to do. I was
Okay.
just going to regurgitate him right there.
Okay.
But
can do
I
that.
was going to stay here holding onto the thing so that if he starts sliding, I can stop him from going
Okay.
back. And,
So go ahead. So that's fair. So you can do that. So Grom, go ahead and put yourself here.
I need to move that token so I can go
sorry.
there.
Right, like that, and then so with that, then you're able to hold on just barely to the stone, so you don't have to worry about making the check, Fifely. But Grom, you're going to have to make a check. So you look
Right.
this big, so you feel yourself going up, and then like, and you're spit out onto the stone, and you immediately start to slide back down. So make a dexterity check to see if you can hold on to it.
Yeah, I'm going to use my inspiration for that for sure, because
All right.
dexterity is terrible. So a dexterity check.
Here comes the inspiration. And
Do I get, is it disadvantage? So then it's a normal roll, or is it advantage?
no, I would say this is there would be a normal roll for you.
All right.
No, I take that back. It is disadvantage. You're just inside a toad and you're freaking out. Yes, this is a complete
I'm
disadvantage.
really glad you changed
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, it's disadvantage. But with the advantage, that makes it a normal roll. Oh. Well.
It wasn't a natural one.
Well.
It could have gone better.
I think it was a natural one. I think it was a natural one, and he ended
No,
up with
two.
You rolled a 2.
Two.
Oh, okay. I really wish it had been a 1 and you had a 0. Like, literally, that would have been even better. So you're like, whir, 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 whir. So you slide back into the water. Now, the question is whether or not, Fifely, if you want to try to grab onto his cape, you can...
Well, no, my point was to try to stay between him and the water so he would just bump up against my face.
Okay, make a dexterity, then saving throw for me, Fifely, to see if you can stay on the stone.
All right, so a giant toad has a natural +1, and I get +2 from the haste, so this will be +3. Uh, 13.
Okay. You're able to do that. You're able to hold on barely as Gromnir comes into you. So Grom, you look up and you're like staring at the eyes that are this way, like over at you.
Yeah.
But its mouth is closed, and it's just sort of looking at you. But you feel like, it's not attacking you. It's just kind of staring at you.
Who knew our most vicious and difficult foe at this entire campaign would be a pool of water and a waterfall? It's really unbelievable.
And
Vox
speaking of...
Machina has doors. We have pools.
We have pools. Ryuvi, back to
Yes.
you now.
Yes.
So you are now able to pull yourself back above the water if you wish.
Yes,
Like swim back
I would
above
like
the
to
water.
swim to shore where
Okay.
the other two are.
Now, well, so there's no shore. What there
Or
is
whatever
is...
wherever the hell the toad is at.
Okay, so they're behind the waterfall. So you don't actually see anything, but you did
You would see the light. Would you see the light? that's shining
Not
off-
from behind the waterfall, no. The
Okay.
waterfall is sort of
Was I
covering it over.
watching to see where? Like, I mean, you can't really miss Fifely.
That's
in that
true. Well,
form.
the only issue is that he was kind of under the water when he was doing all of this. He kind of came up from underneath. Unless you were...
Can
were
we
you on
assume I
top,
see his
Fifely,
back
the whole
fin
time?
flippers or whatever?
I said that I came back up.
You surfaced first? Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, then you saw that. So you saw a toad, a giant
Okay.
toad, swimming into the waterfall.
My God, where did that toad come from? Why is Ryuvi British? I don't know. What's going on here?
I'm scandalized.
My God, that is so
Where is the
unbelievable.
Home Secretary on this? Dear God. All right.
I'm changing accents every 12th act. I don't know what. I'm Ryuvi Dark Crasher. How are you? I've changed accents again. I don't know what's happening.
So,
Yeah, I'm gonna head towards the waterfall.
waterfall. Okay. So, let's see. What's your usual movement, Ryubi?
That's a great question that I should have for you in a minute when I
That I
find
can
that.
answer for you right now.
Is
I can
that
answer for you
movement speed or is that
Center movement's 20, 30?
30? It's 30.
Yeah.
Okay. 15, 30. I will say that you can get right underneath the waterfall.
Well, that's a
And-
bad place to be.
Well, I mean, it's all like continuous, right? as
Can
part
I
of
head
this term.
towards the part where the waterfall is falling
Yes.
the least
Yes,
bad?
of course you can. And if you do,
Okay.
if you move yourself here,
Uh-huh.
so go ahead and move yourself there.
Yeah.
You can, looking up, if you were to sort of turn your character looking towards the shore, you
do
can
that.
see a large, dark figure, which looks vaguely like a toad. And you can see a very, 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 very sort of obscured, but squirming and yelling loudly, figure of what sounds a hell of a lot
I'm
like
shivering
Gromnir,
as well from all
except
the
for water. Like,
all the mucus.
so something like that. Right? He seems to be stopped on top of what looks like maybe a slope. You can't really see it very clearly, but they seem to be on kind of a slope, and you're sort of.
Do you
staring
two
at
come here often? Sorry, no.
I was going to say this is starting to feel like there's some kind of Russian bath going on, but anyway.
Okay.
Or the Turkish bath.
Rob ate all the sugar. No, well, Fina, that's just me all the time.
Okay,
That's-
back over to Cade. Cade, you were last time we left our hero. You were diving down with the sword between your teeth, and you then saw the toad up and sort of like swimming away from you much faster than you were able to swim, and actually moving faster than most even big toads would. Like I mean it. It would
I have
move
no
really
real
fast.
reference point, so it's a fast swimming toad. Yeah, if I can get to it, I can still kill it if I have to. So I like to see it. Well, actually, I think it probably hop pretty fast too. I will follow it
Okay.
Which is probably going to take a turn or two if you want to go through that, because I'm all the way over here.
Yeah, so you can
So it's gonna
probably
take
get
a
to
while.
about here. Well, if you're just let's say double moving essentially,
Yeah.
you can get
Yeah.
to about where maybe let's say about where Rob is. Like if you wanted to get there, I'm sorry, to where Ryubi is.
Like, he could triple move because he's a rogue.
He could. Well, I mean, because of his parkour skills, clearly he hasn't even really hit the
Actually,
surface. This is
Yeah.
all.
Unfortunately,
yeah.
he doesn't have the bardic walking on water skill.
Yeah.
So.
This is
Hey-
all in the
hey,
dream
Zeus.
interlude before anybody actually moves. Like this is just all the
Yeah.
stuff in his vision. No. So you also there's even more water and spray obscuring, but you think you see a big dark shape and a smaller dark shape, basically
Well,
over
the
here.
toad will never hear me coming over all the spray, so go up
That's
for
true.
a breath and then come down under the falls, and then so I can end up hopefully like right about here-ish.
Okay, that's what we're
Trying to
gonna
get a
try to
sneak
have you
attack
do.
on Fifely? What's going on?
Like I said, I don't know it's Fifely yet.
TikTok, back over to you, and then I'll switch back to Gizmo. TikTok, what about you? Are you
I
continuing
am.
your magical mystery tour?
I am, yeah. I'm in my almost Pirates of the Caribbean-esque walking underwater scene. So this is the moment where
Love that scene.
the dark shape just sort of wandering through the water. There you go.
You can go a little farther than that. Let's put you up there.
Do I kick anything? Do I notice anything?
You do not. It is muddy and
No.
sandy down here.
Cool.
You don't. There might be like maybe a small fish or two that kind of like darts past you, but not much. There's again, it's definitely a lot of turbulent water around here. So
And I will use the slight respite for quiet contemplation as I walk underwater.
okay, and you could actually move a little further if you just wanted to basically move twice, like double move essentially. So if you wanted to come up here,
So, like,
contemplating quietly, you can do that.
Yes.
Tell them we said hi, Cairo.
Yeah. Speaking of that, Gesma, you are now you are in the midst of. You managed to get a couple of vines tied together at this point, and so you think you've tied together something that's strong enough that it at least should be able to sustain. Ryuvi, maybe a couple of the others. You're not 100% sure about TikTok. The question is about the length of it. So right now it probably would only just extend on top of the water, like not underneath the water. But you could, run it from the tree trunk essentially that's near you if you wish, and kind of drop it down to the surface of the water if you want to do that.
I'm assuming since everything that's going on underneath this waterfall is completely underneath the waterfall, so I can't obviously see any of it.
Right, but you also don't see anybody else. Like you see basically a bunch of people as you turn around and you look down to see basically an empty pool, as it seems like to you. There's no one there anymore. Except maybe, let me take that back. You can actually see the back of Cade as you sort of look down. You can see Cade down here, just on the very surface of the water. He has his back turned to you. Everyone else, though, you can't see.
Okay, I'm gonna take the vine and kind of fly down to the surface of the water, holding it kind of towards Cade since he's near me, and try and yell out to him. Have you located the others?
All right. Cade, you can hear that over the water, so you can respond if you wish.
Yes, behind waterfall, and then I'm diving under the surface.
Okay. Let's go back up to Fifely, I think is who I had going next.
Okay,
Fifely?
I gotta just run downstairs for a second. So
Okay,
I'm
that's fine.
sorry. I'll be right
No
back.
problem. Fifely, there you go.
I want to kind of combine this with Saad's action here and just kind of like keep nudging him up the thing, just not really doing much, just to see what he's doing, to just keep kind of pushing him so that he doesn't slip, and just kind of barely, as soon as he's stable enough, let go with one hand to go.
He's trying to attack me. I'm just gonna start. I'm gonna frantically climb away.
It's the pre-attack wave. I've read about it.
How many times I'm going to kill you?
Oh God.
I'm near.
I am your doom. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. So you do that.
You okay?
Don't be afraid. It's fine. Oh man. Okay. So you're able to do that. You have enough purchase now on the slope that you're able to do that. You lift up one flipper and kind of, wave. Gromnir, since you're next, do you have any reaction to this?
I'm just freaking out and trying to climb away from it.
Okay. Go ahead.
That was
Because I want to get out of the water. I want to get away from the frog.
Go ahead and
Sorry.
make a dex check for me.
It's come for me. Ah!
Let's see if you
no
can
good
climb up
deed
that
goes
slope.
unpunished, eh, Fifely?
It's just like that gypsy woman said.
That's what you get.
So you're like sliding, piano sounds,
I think it's the mucus for the frog that's just making it so slippery.
It is slippery as all hell, and you just
Practically
slide all the way back down. So you're gonna like
Yeah, you
and you
slide
slide
back
back
into
down
his
right
face.
to his nose, like
So
like
that would be my other action, seeing him sliding back. That shit, and put the other hand back down. Ah, here he comes again.
oh man, and somewhere in the
Nobody could
distance-
actually see it. No one actually could see it on
No
the
one
video
sees
because
this
where you have
epic
it.
struggle, but it's
No one could see the one on the roll because of where the one landed.
Oh, I didn't put
on
that.
the
Oh, I'm
screen.
sorry. Oh no,
I'm just
didn't-
imagining sliding down and like the frog open mouth slowly opens and I fall into it.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Oh no, wait! It
No,
shows
they
up on
can
the
see
right.
it. It's on
I'm
the dice
sorry.
roller. Yeah, they can
Yeah,
see it.
yeah, my bad.
I have this image of you.
Backup plan.
I have this image of the yakety sax playing with just these guys.
Oh god.
No one will ever hear the epic struggle or know the epic struggle that happened. Okay.
The tertiary backup plan, if he can't get any grip, it's like, okay, this clearly isn't working. And when he gets back down, okay.
You're going to re-swallow him? Is that the idea?
No. That's why I said it's the tertiary. I haven't gotten to the secondary.
Oh, all right.
backup.
Okay. I mean, okay. That's the very, very backup plan. All right.
Yeah.
We will find out what happens then. Ryuvi, you can now, if you wish, move further in.
This is some weird Toad as Kirby-esque thing that's going on here.
Exactly.
Of Gromnir just slipping back in and out of the Toad's mouth.
It's like a high-stakes Yoshi
His
situation.
mouth is closed. It
Really.
just keeps
Keeps bumping.
using his closed mouth to. Yeah, exactly. Just,
So Ryuvi, if you come here to sort of get through the spray of water, I don't know.
I
if
feel
that's-
like I need to get up there and start like
Okay.
pulling Gromnir away from
So when you get
the
into
edge
the
of the
slope,
water.
you can see this giant toad pushing, like bumping like a dog trying to push a ball up a slope, like pushing at Gromnir, who is freaking the flip out, like is just like like toad.
So, am I
trying
able to get here?
scramble.
Am I able to get to where Gromnir is?
Yes, but now you're going to have to contend with this as well. You won't have as hard a time as he will,
Mm-hmm.
but you are going to have to contend with a very steep slope that is very slick. So you're going to.
I'm going to try to drag him.
You
So.
can make you can make either a dexterity. You, Ryuvi, can make either a dexterity check, and acrobatics would work here, or a strength check, athletics, to try to crawl. Basically. I'm sorry. I was saying sloped up. I beg your pardon. It's sloped. No, it is sloped up. I'm sorry. That's right. Yeah, so it's sloped up. So
Okay.
yeah, I'm sorry. I almost really messed it up. It is sloped up. It is. I was
So-
right. I was right. It was sloped up.
So which awful stat roll can I do? What
So
are
it's
my options?
either
Which
dexterity,
terrible stat rolls can I do?
either dexterity to try to basically climb up, or athletics to try to crawl, essentially,
Okay, so it's
which is either dexterity or
I'm
strength.
definitely gonna go with dexterity on that one. All right, let's. Okay, this is gonna be fun.
I mean, unless you have make
are we
slope
all
sticky
just
stuff.
gonna-
I will take that. That's a 16.
All right, so you actually are able to clamber up, and you're able to climb up onto the slope, and you basically are able to position yourself above where Gromnir is, scrabbling rather uselessly at the stone with a terrified expression on his face.
I'm going to say just from a guess, because I don't know this for sure. Gromnir, relax. I think it might be Fifely. I think it
It's
might
trying to
be
eat me.
Fifely.
Can you tell it's trying to eat
I
me?
think I'm
You're
gonna
sliding down
say
and
it
down
might. I
right now.
think it's
Just get me out of here.
I think the toad is on our side. If he was going to eat you, you would
He's
still
already
be inside
eaten
of
me
him
once.
right
He's
now.
gonna eat me again. I'm telling you right now.
He was saving me for later.
You look like a 3 or 4 course meal. Why would he possibly give you up if he's trying to eat
I
you?
don't know. He's
All
trying to
right, so it's probably Fifely. Relax. Let's try to get away from the edge of the water here.
Okay, So, so you are beginning to help pull him back up on the slope, which we'll see how that happens next turn. Cade,
Okay.
you are now swimming
Yo.
up and underneath. So you are attempting to try to sort of swim up and underneath.
I
Now,
love this session so far.
Are you going to? Yeah, I was exactly what I was going to ask. Are you gonna? You're not going to attack from under the water. You're basically trying to get up on land.
I am not amphibious. I do need to get onto a position where I feel more comfortable attacking. I'm not just going to lash out. Plus, I do want to get. I need better intel. I want to see what's going on here first. So if I can get to here, this is where I want to be.
All right, so you can do that, and when you get to
Okay.
that side, what you see
Yes.
is a
Screaming
a giant
Gromnir,
toad,
a yelling
screaming
Ryuvi, and a
Gromnir, and you
giant
have
toad.
Ryuvi who's basically screaming at Gromnir to relax,
Yeah.
and Gromnir who's screaming about being eaten.
That's always a good
and
approach.
then a toad which is bumping at Gromnir with its nose, trying to like bump him up this. You don't know what he's trying to do, but it's like bonking him
But-
basically in
yeah.
the shield.
But he's not trying to eat him now.
But it's,
No, he's
but
not.
It's a
So-
We're arguing about this could be its lair. It could be it's going to devour me later.
Oh God. All right.
it's a very protective, loving bumping, though. Wait a minute.
Well,
Phrasing.
you don't know. You don't know. And step up and say, step away from this dwarf. No. But it doesn't look overtly hostile. So maybe it's a cursed prince who's a big toad who wants to save someone from this pool of water. So
Clearly,
since
Yeah.
it hasn't
John,
tried to
kiss
eat
it.
him, I'm the
Kiss
wrong
that
gender.
toad.
We
Kiss
need-
that toad.
So, no. I will watch this in dumbfounded amazement for a moment, really. Is really what I'm going to do.
Time out. Breathe. Okay, better now.
And then start making my way up the... I hear Ryubi saying, I think it might be Fifely. It's like, well, that does make sense. I'm going to start making my way up the slope so I can scout ahead. Because if these two idiots, all their yelling and shouting has brought anyone within vicinity, they're probably going to be coming fairly soon.
one thing I
So-
should say is that it is extremely loud behind this chamber with water, and so that
good.
may be of some
Good.
benefit to all of you.
That's terrific.
Because
I'm still gonna see
certainly
if I
they're
can-
trying. Why don't you understand he wants to eat me? He's not trying to eat you. Why don't you? He's going to kill me. And, then
yeah,
meanwhile, it's
how
like
far-
bump, 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 bump.
Depending on how far I get, I want to get to the corner. Can I look into what we're seeing over here?
Yes, I would say so. Let me...
Cade, don't you know secrecy is good? It's paramount.
We need stealth!
Stealth for the mission!
Sorry about that, guys.
That's okay. You
How
missed some
dare you.
hijinks. That's what you missed.
I'm sure of it. I see a nice 0 rolled there. That's exciting.
That was the beginning hijink.
A 1 and a
R
0.
for the course.
Excellent. Excellent.
Okay.
This is going to be a great session, guys.
It already has
It already
been.
has been.
The dwarf was swallowed by a giant toad. It's just uphill from. I mean, you can only go up from here.
Do I
That
take any
story,
damage for the swallow or anything?
that story
no.
will be really popular with the ladies, Cromwell. So you should use that one when you have a chance.
Remember the time I was
Really.
swallowed by a giant toad below the water? I knew
Ooh,
I had-
Gromnir, tell me more. Oh, are these your muscles?
I told him no one's more cold-blooded than me, baby. And so the slope extends upward here until about here, and this is where I had originally gotten confused. Thank God I was. It then starts descending again, almost as steeply. So there's basically like a little level spot up here of about 10 or 15 feet, and then starts to descend into what looks like a large, somewhat natural, although again, the stone here, this is definitely worked stone on the floor. But down here seems to be opening up into a larger cavern, although you can't really see a whole lot of it yet. Like you can see kind of a passageway sort of extending around, but then down here is where you begin to see this, as I mentioned, cavern of some kind down there. And you can see that as it's descending there, there are like the ceiling seems to be pretty high in that chamber. You can't see a whole lot yet, but it definitely seems larger than where you are here. And this whole area, by the way, is about 15 to 20 feet wide, so it's a fairly decent sized passageway, actually.
Yep. All right.
Also, make a
Alright.
perception check for me quickly, Cade, and then I'll move to Gizmo
Okay.
and TikTok.
Yep. All right. Hang on. Do.
Can I get in on that roll, or?
All right. Hang on. 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 All right.
Oh, don't need to.
Don't worry about it.
Gee, a 30. Yes, you see all. You can
I am
definitely
one
see.
with the cosmos. Yes,
If
go
we
ahead.
could
You
get
can-
a full map of this place, that'd be great. On
Yeah,
that one.
exactly. Like the whole thing is just like it's
Yeah.
like GoldenEye X-ray gun mode. Like you just see everything. Like so you feel like the walls around you, Cade, to the north and to the south, look to have been the best way you would describe it is hollowed out. It appears as if some fairly large thing has passed through here repeatedly. You can see scrape marks and sort of almost areas where it looks like pieces of stone have been flaked off. And it almost looks as if the sort of general cavern walls have been smoothed out here by the passage of something over time.
Oh, that sounds delightful. And you said this passageway was like 15 feet across?
Yeah, maybe a little more than that. Maybe 20-ish, but close. 15 to 20 feet.
Oh, 20.
15 to
Joy.
20, yeah, maybe 18 feet,
Yeah,
something like that.
something like that. Somewhere between 15 and 20.
Right.
Something huge
That's
came
right.
in and out of here a lot.
Yep. Gizma, so you are now floating above the water. And actually, Gizma, you should be down here, yeah? I think?
Well, when I saw Cade, all
Yeah.
he said to me was behind the waterfall. Then he disappeared.
Right.
And I have no idea where anyone else is.
So,
and I'm
right,
just
exactly. So
floating
you're-
here with a vine that seems to be worthless. So,
Okay.
It was such a good idea. So what do you want to do, Gizma, at this point? You saw that Cade sort of went behind the waterfall.
everyone's gone, so I just wasted my time. So I'm gonna just let go of the vine, so it's just hovering there. So in case someone sees it, that's great. As far as I know, based on what was told to me, is everyone's behind the waterfall. I don't need to worry about the water. So I'm going to try and fly up because I'm flying now. So why waste it? And look at what's at the top of this waterfall. 'Cause
Okay.
as far as I know, yeah, I want to see what's at the top of it.
Okay, so you fly all the way up to the top, and it's a good distance, basically, just at the limit of your ability to fly in a given turn. And you see that there is a large, almost like a mountainous stone area above here. It's almost like the forest goes along, and then there's this big mountainous hilly. I mean, I know it's not a mountain, but it is definitely stone, which rises above the level of the rest of the forest. This is, reasonably high up. And you can see no openings that are obvious to you from here, but there's definitely a lot of old, probably ancient, stone, not stone work, but just like natural, mountainside, essentially cliffside, that you can see in front of you. And then extending around the sides of the hill on the northern and southern slopes is more of the forest area.
So as far as I can tell, we're looking at just basically the landscape. There's nothing. I don't see anything that would
Yes.
lead me to believe that there's been a passage, that there's a lot of movement of dragons, people, or anything up the line.
Not up here, for sure, no. Thank you for the follow, Yoda Mama. I like that. Not up here, definitely not. Now, it's also above the tree cover here, so you can kind of see that this sort of is a break in the tree cover, and you can actually see above the forest a little bit up here.
And all I see is nothing. Nothing catches my eye. Essentially, just landscape forests and
Right, and remember the misty forest is named such because of the mist, so there's a lot of kind of mist, kind
visibility
of
issues.
trailing. Although behind you, of course, you can smell a little bit of a sulfurous smell, and you can see a lot of flickering red light, and that, of course, is from
the fire, yeah.
that is there. Yep.
Okay, I will kind of think to myself. I will see how. I guess is there like a gap between where the water is flowing and the wall? Like, can I, without being smacked by the rush of the waterfall, can I fly behind it so I can kind of see the gap between the water and the wall?
No? Not really. There is a little bit of a gap. You could probably do that actually, but there's not much of a gap. You'd be pretty much hugging the wall to avoid being just like blasted by this, fairly fast-moving current that's running over the edge and becoming the waterfall that descends below. So you could do it, but you'd need to be pretty much right up against the wall. There's not a lot of room for maneuver.
Okay. Well, then
but
I will
you can
fly.
do it, though. I mean, you can.
Well,
get
what I'll
behind it.
do then is I'll just kind of follow the waterfall off to the side where I'm not getting hit by it,
Right.
down to the surface of the water, and then try and sneak my way behind it to see where Cade was talking about.
Yeah.
And as I'm doing that, think to myself, how upset I am with myself that I just wasted a perfectly good opportunity to fly. So,
And that's
but at least I'm dry.
no
so
bitterness
I will
there.
enjoy that. It
So
was
you're
just
able
for the water.
you're able to start descending again. You won't be able to do it all on this turn.
Sure.
But one thing you can see below you and hear below you is you see the light of clearly the same light that you saw before. You hear Gromnir, who seems to be in an argument with Ryuvi about being eaten or not being eaten, and you can see below them this large dark shape that appears to be banging into, from your vantage point, Gromnir repeatedly. It's not making any noise, but you just see it kind of bumping, and then Gromnir, yelling about being eaten, and Ryuvi yelling at him to relax, it's fine, and you hear the name Fifely sort of being thrown about. You don't see Cade, but you see those other things that I mentioned.
Okay, so yeah, that's all I can do.
Okay, next turn you'll be able to get down to the level of that wherever they are, if you wish. Okay, TikTok. Meanwhile, back with
the boss
Under the sea, dun, 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 under the sea.
I'm gonna guess I'm about here now-ish.
Yes, it's getting louder and louder as you go, or it's more sort of turbulent. But you can,
nothing weird I'm bumping into or anything like that.
Nope. So far you haven't bumped into anything else other than that
Just
first thing that you grabbed. Some stones and so forth down here, but that's all. And you can now begin to feel the slope of the bottom is beginning to tilt upwards, almost as if it's like climbing up a little bit towards something. Not super steeply, but it's definitely moving above the just flat bottom that you were in before.
Okay, I'm still fine with like stability and everything, yeah, at the moment.
With what? With stability?
Yeah, I'm still okay on my feet at the minute, right?
Yeah. No, you haven't had any problems there.
Cool.
Okay, that brings us back to Fifely. Fifely, you now see Ryuvi has joined the fray and is trying to yell at Gromnir to relax.
But I can't see Gazma yet.
You cannot see Gizmi yet, no.
Okay.
You could if you were looking up in that direction, maybe, but
Okay.
you're focused right now on the very freaked out dwarf.
Right. Now, given that, does he look pretty much stable? Like I don't have to be here to hold him anymore?
It looks like he's stable enough. I mean, psychologically? No, I'm just kidding. Physically, he seems to be relatively stable at the moment, yeah.
So, and even if he's not, there's at least 2 other people here to help. If he should slide into the water again.
Yes, that would be fair to say. You do see, you also can see Cade now making his way up the slope. You think you might see him sort of shaking his head, like, but so.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Mm-hmm. So in that case, Fifely is just going to turn and leap back into the water and head back out because he doesn't know where Gazma is. So he's going to go find Gazma.
Okay. All right, so you turn around, go ahead and jump back into the water and out. As you're swimming out, you see sort of below you a figure that's moving ponderously but steadily through the muck down below. And as you kind of look down, you're like, that's clearly TikTok, who is clearly just moving across the bottom of the water.
Okay. He seems fine. Worried about him.
You see you high flipper him as you go by.
Well, he's not clutching his throat, so I think he's okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I could actually, high flipper him or wave because the water is so aerated down here. I'm probably having to really scramble to keep.
Haste is helping, but
I don't see a frog jumping through the waterfall.
I would say actually, because you're looking right down at it, yes, you see a dark shape turn and jump into the waterfall. It's not clear what it is, but it was larger than the creatures than Gromnir is for sure, and it turned and jumped into the water.
So the fact that I saw Fifely turn into a frog.
It's a pretty good guess. You can make a pretty good guess that it's the same situation. Yeah.
I don't know if this counts as my turn. I don't know if that's like an opportunity of action. Could I use message to use it, or since I can't visibly see that it's Fifely 100%?
Yeah, I wouldn't say you could use message. You could probably yell at him, although you probably would have had to do that on your turn. Because he turns around and jumps kind of pretty rapidly out of the water. You can, however, react to that by going after him if you want. I mean, that's up to you.
I'm good. Okay.
So Fifely drifts out into the water. That brings us back up to Ryuvi. Ryuvi, you're now, you've got Gromnir sort of physically stable anyway.
Is he okay to go?
He seems to be like okay. Whether he can climb up on the slope by himself is unclear, but But you certainly could try to if you wish.
Gromnir, can you climb up on this?
He's gonna get his frog friends. It's just, there's an army. I bet there's an army in this. It's just he's going to get them all. We got to get out of here.
I grab
True boss.
Gromnir and I pull him and look right in my face and go, Gromnir, look at me for a moment.
It's Totemat!
If something were going to attack us, it would have done so by now. Pull
I was
yourself
already
together,
attacked.
man!
I was already.
Everybody's looking.
Can you guys do that scene from Airplane where you all walk up to him?
Yes.
They all
yes.
slap him in a line. Yeah.
I was about to get there, but you know, but I'm literally just like,
I'll go last.
seriously, just try to rein it in a little bit. Just get yourself stabilized here and don't fall back into the water. I'll try to help you up. But seriously, man, it's most likely Fifely. Relax. And then I'm gonna go leave Gromnir, hopefully that he's okay, and go over to Cade, having witnessed him sort of taking a look around, and go, what do you make of this place?
Now, as you do that, you are going to have to. I'm going to ask you to make another dexterity check for me as you're going up the slope. So you're going to have to do that.
Seriously?
Yep,
All right.
it's a steep slope, and it's completely slick.
Isn't Cade like right next to me though?
Well, no, not really, because Cade is probably. Well, I mean, I guess. Well, you could actually.
It's
I mean,
just simply
you could just
to
talk
ask
to him
him
from
the
where you
question.
are.
Can
Yeah,
I
you
use
don't even have to move. You could just talk to
Yeah.
him.
Can I use
I
my
just wanna
strength to
ask
pull
him.
myself up, or do I still use
You can use strength. You can use strength to pull yourself up when you wish.
Because I would
yes.
love. I mean, I would love to see what I can,
Come on.
either get a sense from him or, try to get a sense of the place for myself. But
That's
yes, you
better.
can definitely do that. So we're talking. You're talking 10.
Yeah.
Let's see. You are
Please
not
tell
able
me.
to. You're not able to make any progress. You're like. You're still scrabbling at the stone. You don't slip farther down though, because I actually should have had Gromnir go first, but that's fine. Yes, you're turned around basically. I assume trying to make your way up the slope now, Grom. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just trying to scramble up there as best as I can before he brings his frog army over here to devour us all.
That's funny, Jedi. I hope Fifely turns the toad at another moment. Gromnir's like, God has come back for more! This is the true final boss. Okay, so you, Ryuvi, yeah, you can just sort of say to Cade, like, you're close enough now. It is, however, very loud in here, but you guys can be heard. You can just be like, hey, and he can hear you, if you wish. So, what did you wish to say, Ryuvi? I'm sorry, as I caught you just at the moment of eating. Yeah, my bad, sorry.
What did you make of this place, Cade? You were taking a good look at everything around here.
Yes, to spare myself the embarrassment of what the hell you two were doing down at the water's edge. But anyways, if you ladies are done messing around, something big has come through here many, many times. I assume it's our dragon. The walls have been marked with like scrapes and scratches, but also they've been worn smooth. So as soon as the rest of the party gets over here, we should probably head inside. Have you slapped some sense into Gromnir yet, or what? What is up with him, anyways? Was it the toad problem? Is it
Good
giving a
luck trying to
flashback?
talk any sense into that one.
As you
He's
say that,
paranoid.
Gromnir is like scrabble on the stone.
I'm still
If you wanna-
frantically pulling myself up.
Cade, if you would like to
Hyperventilating.
take a try at it, I'm this close to just giving him a big slap across the face to try to get him out of it, but nothing seems to be working.
Hey, I think that version of drought therapy is a good idea. I think you should go back there and just haul off and wang them one. It'll mean more coming from you.
I'm sorry, what was that phrase that you just used?
Yeah.
I said that version of drought
Wang
therapy.
everyone?
Yeah.
Is that
Wang.
is that,
Wang. Not put out and hit him with it.
is that the red light district of
What is happening? How does this
Deep Home or whatever?
How
the
does
deep
this
water, whatever the hell,
situation
like,
lead to
that-
these innuendos?
What
How
is
does
the
this
what is the attack roll and saving throw for that one?
No.
Is it a piercing weapon or is it a bludgeoning weapon?
No,
Or is it bludgeoning?
That's
I would
funny.
like to know.
Shang. Hang on.
I would like
No.
to note for the record, I am not involved.
There we go.
This is not my doing.
There comes that moment where you just have no control and you realize that control is gone and you just don't have it and it's not there.
Okay.
Love-
The definition of wang, W-H-A-G, as I've spelled it, is to a noun, a noisy blow. He gave a wang with his hammer. Screw you all. Okay.
A noisy blow. Listen, Now it's my fault. Now
Hey,
it's
directly from the
Trent, you weren't in this one,
my
but when you
God.
decided to get into it, you definitely.
All right, hang on.
Thank you.
Hang on. First of all, I want to thank Lovelust Games for the host, and I want to thank Ambrosine for subbing to the channel. Thank you, Ambrosine, so much. I appreciate that. To everyone who is here, by the way, guys, thank you so much for being a part of this. We are having a great time at the
Wags are
moment.
noisy.
This is the Infinity and Beyond group for at least one more session, playing the Rise of Tiamat, which is part 2 of the Tyranny of Dragons. Believe it or not, this is a party trying to stop the cult of the dragon, and they're doing so with as many innuendos as you could possibly have. So I'm just pointing that out. Thank you. Please support the Patreon. Please sub to the channel. Please hide the women and children. And thank you, Ambrosine, for the thank you so much for the sub, Ambrosine. I really appreciate it. Sub emotes are on the way. All right.
I just want to say it's a real word. That's all I'm telling you.
Yes.
Oh, we know it's a real word. Don't worry.
All right.
I heard doubt in your voices. So, all right. Anyways, go up and smack him upside the head, or whatever. I don't care. I just, shut him up. Or if we want to get him moving, get that toad back here, and that'll probably get him up the hill really fast. So, we can do that.
You want me to bring the toad back? All right, I'll get right on it.
It would, yeah.
All right, moving on. Who's next?
Okay. So that was Gromnir. That was Ryuvi. Cade. Cade. So are you?
I do love these highbrow D&D sessions.
Exactly. Cade,
the extended pinky.
Cade, where are you going to be going? Are you going farther in on the slope after having told them to do all these things and Googling the definition
I'm leaving the
of
drought
wang?
counselor to take care of Gromnir. So yeah, actually, I'm going to head down this way.
I can't head back there, so can I?
Oh my God.
Since he seems to have a knack for it, and I'm going to start. Yeah, I want to start taking a look around.
You think you have problems?
My mother had never loved me.
I was born a poor white dwarf to a black family.
Oh, Jesus. Exactly, Fury, exactly. If your wang persists for longer than 4 hours, consult your doctor. Exactly, Dragon Right. Oh, man. If this ends with you guys in bathtubs looking out, I'm not even... Separate bathtubs. I have a mechanical question for you, which is, did you figure out, do you have dark vision or something similar? Because if not, I'm here to tell you that it's somewhat dark.
Pitch black in here?
Let
me fix that. Yeah, I got it. Actually, you know what? It was getting on because of I have it on from previous because it's 8 hours, and it was as it was getting when we ran into the spiders, it was getting dark, so I cast it on myself and only myself. I remember very clearly, so it should still be going.
Oh, all right. So you actually were lit that whole time. All right. Well, then I didn't know that.
And
all right.
Gromnir's still lit.
Yep.
Well, I know Gromnir's lit. Yeah, but Gromnir right now is having arguments about toads. All right. So with that, you're able to see some more. Let me not reveal things I should not reveal before that time and place.
The giant dragon
Oh
head.
God.
For example, this huge dragon.
Now, I mean, I assume Gromnir is going to be completely useless being stealthy. Toad's going to eat me any second. That kind of thing.
Okay. So what you see here is this looks to be you still can't see the whole chamber, but what you see is it's continuing to steadily slope downwards, again, fairly steeply. All the way down. This whole game is lit. Well, thanks, Raven. We tried. Literally, I like it.
Lit up.
This is definitely lit. Exactly, Code. Definitely lit. Okay. So this slope continues to descend downwards, and you can hear what sounds like, now that you get farther in, I'm going to stop the waterfall, though the rest of you still hear the waterfall, but I'm going to create a little bit of a different sound.
Inside of a cave.
Yes, and you hear trickling. You hear the trickling, though. There's the waterfall behind you, but you hear the trickling of water that is coming from inside as well. A little bit too loud. There we go.
And a boron, apparently. Cool.
Someone's playing Donkey Kong.
That is your friend, Kevin McLeod. Kevin McLeod, who hopefully will soon be writing
Nice.
music for us. I'm just kidding. That's Arab. Yes. So
Your good friend who you can absolutely get in touch with, right? Yes.
you're
Okay,
a good friend who you're going to talk to right now. No. So the slope descends into this chamber, and you can tell as the slope is descending that this has a pretty high roof that it's descending into. So basically the roof is sloping up and the floor is sloping down, Kate, as you were walking along.
Now,
Okay, gotcha.
as he gets down there and he hears the trickling of the water, does he also hear, "Well, thief, I smell you.
You and I feel your air.
I hear your breath."
Dude, if only. Let me tell you, that would be pretty badass. And actually, my daughter loves, as we do, there's a Hobbit. I think I've told you guys there's a Hobbit version that was done by NPR, and she loves that version. So it makes me so happy that my 9.5-year-old is constantly quoting like Gollum riddles and stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'm raising her right. Right.
If you want your child to grow up to be somebody important, make sure it's Gollum or Smaug.
Well, listen, she loves
One
the
might
dwarves
be
too.
better than the. Never mind.
She loves the dwarves
Arb
too.
does what exactly. How
that?
far can I get in here, Arb? Like to the corner here?
I
there?
would say that you could get about there, sure.
You can get further if you give it a good wanging, okay?
That's right. No, I'm trying not to be loud. Not loud, Rob.
Yeah, I'm not going to make you make a stealth check yet because it's so loud up here, but as you get farther in, you're going to need to start making stealth checks.
Believe me, I'll be stealthy.
It is pitch dark in here without you. Now, your light, I want to remind you, is going to be sort of visible to everybody else too. So be aware that your light is going to make some sound. Some sound. That's the stupidest thing I ever said. Your light is going to make an impression on people.
Is it a wang light?
Yeah.
Arb, are you talking to Gromnir?
I'm talking to you, Cade.
I don't have light. I have dark vision.
Oh, you cast dark vision on yourself. Never mind. I misunderstood. Yes. Okay. Fine.
I did.
So you're fine then. Got it. I'm all clear now. All right.
Yep.
Let's go back to.
I have the night. Exactly.
Let's go back to. Fifely. So Fifely, you have just swum past TikTok. You were swimming past TikTok, and now what?
I'm gonna, go back up to the servers and look around and see if I can see Gesma.
You do not see Gesma, but you do over here see a vine.
Oh, I thought you meant over here.
Which is hanging down. Which is hanging down on the cliff's edge, tied to something up above.
You overhear a Warforged whistling under the sea as he's walking.
A very odd warbling sound.
Yeah.
It's like one of those little bird whistles you get for your kid at the state fair.
Oh yeah, with a. Yeah, exactly.
Now, in my plummet past Gesma, he saw me transform into a frog. I presume I saw him go and stop, and so I know that he's flying, or at least I suspect he probably still is.
Okay, those are fair guesses to make, but you do not see him above here.
Now, since everybody but him and TikTok have been rescued, I'm going to presume that if he's not there, that we just passed each other. And so I'm going to go and try to catch up with TikTok and kind of swim up next to him. And I'm going to hit you 50,000 times. That's what Gromnir thinks. How many times I'm going to hit you?
TikTok, do you have any reaction?
I'm going to bring my frog army.
TikTok, do you have any reaction to this? Because it's actually your turn here.
Did I see Fifely turn into this giant toad?
I would say
No, he went to the
not.
water.
I would say not. No.
Cool.
But it's a remarkably intelligent toad. I mean, it certainly doesn't seem to be hostile.
It's waving at you.
It's waving at you.
He's not actually waving at me.
Yeah, a toad. Fury. A toad is wanging TikTok.
That's not going to happen because toads don't really have any external genitalia. They just whip them home and inject their eggs and semen into them.
Before we're gone. Yes, of course.
Really?
Yes.
Really? It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Now we'll just.
I was
It wasn't enough.
What do you want?
It wasn't enough. It was like, let's just find the line. Let's Kool-Aid Man go through the line and jump through the wall. Oh yeah, like that, really?
If you want me to, I can discuss the breeding habits of every single animal I turn into.
I have no doubt.
I was wondering how much research he had done on those, and apparently now we know.
I was a veterinary technician. I had to know these things. Found a simple more.
The mating habits of toads? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
No, that was natural.
Can I just say, I've missed this, gentlemen. This is really it's been too long.
Been too long. What's up, Xenon? Oh man. Okay, so TikTok. Do you have any reaction other than just like there's a big toad in front of me?
Giant toad that's not attacking me.
Support the Patreon, people. Really, this is the quality entertainment. You can.
For more scintillating conversation like this.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Exactly.
I didn't hear that. Sorry, TikTok. Say it again.
Sorry, my bad.
No, sorry. Yeah, it's not attacking me. It doesn't really pose a threat at the moment, so I'm just going to carry on walking.
Okay, so you're continuing to walk up the slope, as I mentioned, and it gets steeper. So at this point where you are right now, if you want to go further, you will have to start climbing up. And to do this, I will permit an athletics check here to see if you can get up onto sort of the slope, essentially, which is pretty steep, to get purchase. Now, no advantages or anything like that if you would normally have them, because you're kind of, this was not designed for Warforged to climb up the side of them.
Yeah, exactly. So. I'm underwater as well, so let's just do a normal athletics roll.
It was all for you, Fury. Fifely is a druid, and whether the other part is true, you'd have to talk to the player about that. Into a fireball.
Grapefruit.
Okay, 17. So, 17. Yeah, you're able to pull yourself up right to the edge. So as Grom is kind of like, all of a sudden you see emerging from the water, right? Just like this head, like T2, like the head is like elevated.
Yeah.
It's just like above the water. Oh my god.
Gromnir's having a very bad day.
Yeah, I freak out for a second. It's coming back. Oh, it's TikTok.
All right, so you're now above the surface.
Do you see the giant frog?
Only this party could take 90 minutes to get out of a freaking pool of water.
I know.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Well,
Wow.
we had two party members not suitable for any water activities. They needed to wear floaties.
Not cleared for aquatic activity. Yes, exactly.
Unless that aquatic activity was diving.
If only I had water walking, we would have no problems right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Actually, Rob, I counted only one was not cleared for water, because TikTok's fine. He just took a while to get out of there. So it really is only Gromnir, to be quite honest.
That's true, because TikTok was able to sort of move straight across. By the way, can I just say, this, leaving aside my jokes about him writing music for us, this Willow in the Light is awesome. Kevin MacLeod did the temple one that we really liked, the place with the bone boulder, where you guys were going after the other dragon worm speaker. Yeah. This is good stuff, man. So nice work to Kevin MacLeod.
He's quite accomplished. Yes.
Yeah,
It's kind of like he knows what he's doing.
he knows what he's doing. It's these musicians,
Unbelievable.
man. Musicians.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
So
I
you're able
resemble
to
that
pull
remark.
yourself
Thank
up
you.
there, and Grom and TikTok, you guys can, TikTok, you still will need a little bit of assistance probably. I mean, or you're going to need to make another check to pull yourself onto the slope, but you're like hanging next to it right now.
Okay.
Could I ask for assistance, please?
So Grom and Ryuvi, you guys both hear that, and Gesma,
Wow.
you're now descending far enough, Gesma, that you can now see and hear all this.
Where the hell is he?
Well,
Oh, he's right there. Oh, he's sorry. He was his
He looks like a
it was
rock.
blending into the rocks there. So it's kind of like, are you a rock person? What are you?
Yeah, Gesma is descending, by the way, and Gesma looks a little perturbed. You're not really sure why, but he's sort of, his normally placid expression seems a little irritated.
That's fair. Okay, is it my turn?
You can
Gizma,
go.
come over here and help TikTok.
At this point, we're out of any kind of initiative thing, so you guys can move freely. So yeah, go ahead, Gesma, and then Fively, you can talk about what you want to do. Hey, Shadow.
I mean, if I could see everybody now, I'm going to just fly by. And how? So this is just each one of these squares is 5 feet.
15, actually. They're
15,
bigger squares.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to. How high is the ceiling?
The ceiling here is probably about 15 feet, 20 feet high, but you notice that as you go closer towards, you don't see Kate at first, by the way, but as you go farther south, like in this direction down this passageway, you can see that the floor is dropping and the ceiling seems to be rising. So they seem to be splitting a little bit.
Okay, so what I'll do then is I'll kind of float my way down to where everyone is without touching the ground. And how much time has passed since I cast it?
So we've had about 5 turns.
30 seconds.
A little more than that.
Oh, it's much longer than that.
It's probably, when all's said and done, it's probably a couple of minutes.
Okay. So I still got,
Fly is
I'm not
duration
even
of
halfway there.
Yeah, you got a little while longer.
So I will kind of float down to everybody and make a quick little roll call of who I see.
Okay.
So I could see Fifely, Gromnir.
Well, you don't see Fifely yet. You see because right now he's behind the waterfall. You actually see the head of TikTok kind of peering over the surface of the water. You see Gromnir looking really freaked out. You see Ryuvi kind of looking a little exasperated. You do not see Cade.
Okay, so I'll kind of look around and I'll just say, where are Cade and our toad friend?
He's not our friend. He's gonna kill us all.
Yes, I was about to say that. I'm just saying, we've got to get out of here. There's toads. There's an army of toads in the water. We got to get out of the water right now.
Okay, and I'll look at Gromnir and just kind of furrow my brow a bit, and then look at Ryuvi and I guess TikTok's face, since that's all I could see, and ask them, where's our toad friend? And
I just point
Cade.
into the water.
I saw it go underwater. Is that the shapeshifter? Is that Fifely?
And as you
Yes.
say that, Fifely surfaces, toad face surfaces above the water.
I mean, Roy's friends.
No, I'm coming up under TikTok. To
Oh.
him up out of the water.
So you okay, even better. So you see TikTok's head rise, and then it's led to his body. And as he rises, all of a sudden you see the body of the giant toad. So you see TikTok is like riding a giant toad, like standing above you, like.
And Gromnir just expires, and he's gone.
I frantically start climbing again. I'm probably gonna fail. Oh no, I did
Oh
it!
yeah, you're like, oh, you crawl up the slope. You like, you like get up to here.
It's a Warforged on a Toad Mount run.
Toad has stolen the princesses.
Oh my god. Yeah, you're able to get up here, Grom. And as you get up here, Cade, you hear frantic scrabbling, and as you turn around, you see a wide-eyed Gromnir over the slope, like on the top of the slope, looking at you.
Kind of get some air and then go down the other side.
Okay.
I want him to tear right past me. Ah!
Exactly. Han Solo it.
So since I could see where everyone is now, with the exception of Cade, I'm just going to say then I only have so much longer that I can stay up here. I'm going to try and scout as much as I can, and I want to find the darkest crevice type corner of the ceiling of it and fly in that direction to stay up top and move as far as I can go.
Okay.
So just kind of as far, I mean, I could see that it's dark now, and I want to move in the direction of the cave, obviously, but stay as close to the ceiling and the corner as I can.
Yeah, now speaking of that, let's talk a little bit about your vision situation. Do you have
I'm half elf,
You're half
so
elf,
yes.
right? So you do. Okay. So you're able to do that. Okay. So go ahead and move up to about here. Oh, sorry. You can't see that. Move up to about here, Gesma. And right about there is where, if you want to start moving beyond it, that you would be far enough away from the waterfall that you would need to start making stealth checks if you want to go farther. I mean, you have no idea what's in here at all, obviously.
I mean, can I even move any further past this?
Well, yeah, this is not. We're pretty much out of initiative now. So now it's up to what you guys want to do. Now you just have to decide how you're moving as a party.
Well, I see.
Do you want to
so
get
I'm
that
assuming
far ahead
with
of
my
you?
dark vision, as I'm
You can see Cade.
when I
yes.
get to around here, I can see Cade.
Yep, you
okay.
can. Do you want to
So-
like notify him that you're there or
Yes, I will use message since I'm assuming I'm about 15 feet above him right now.
not? You can be sure. Yes.
Okay, so I want to use message and just say, "Hey, Cade, I'm above you. What do you?" I'm just letting you know so you don't get freaked out. Obviously, I'm
You of
above
course you hear that voice in your head,
Yeah.
like right. Ah!
You're like, Cade, Cade, it's Gesma. I'm above you. I'll let you, since you seem to be I'll say I'm above you right now. I'll let you continue to take the lead, but I'm here. Just so
Holy
you know.
crap! You're a telepath? Holy shit! I had no idea. I mean, so you've never done this to me before, so I was only
Yeah,
talking
that's
in my
true.
head.
I wish I could wink telepathically. And with that, will be right back. I'm sorry.
Literally right back. Okay. Alrighty. So Grom is up there. Now Fifely, now that TikTok is back up on the surface, Fifely, what are you going to do How do you want to proceed?
Well, if he's up on the surface of the stable, then I'm going to just come up right alongside,
Okay. All right, now TikTok and Ryuvi, you will, as I said, Ryuvi's going to have to make a little bit of a check to get up to where Grom is. Same thing for TikTok. Fifely, you'll have to make a check, but it'll be pretty easy for you.
This was...
All right, I'm gonna try.
That's a good Bible thump, by the way. That's a good.
So I know that. So Fifely is directly behind me.
Yes, Fifely
All right,
is.
so I'm gonna try to run this way so that in case something happens, maybe Fifely is able to catch me. Not that it's a huge issue for me because I can just get back up and.
I'm not following. You're running from him. Were you running from him?
I'm going. We're going this way, right?
Okay,
Or
yeah.
are
So
we
you're trying to run up the slope is basically what I'm asking.
Yeah, that's what I figured we were doing.
Gotcha.
Right?
Okay, so go ahead and make a check for me. Again, you can use either strength, athletics, or acrobatics, dexterity, whichever you prefer.
Okay.
Wait,
sorry. Which ones were they again?
You got dexterity or acrobatics, or strength.
Right.
And athletics. So its strength is crawling up the slope. Dexterity is kind of climbing up the slope with balance.
Okay, got it. Cool. Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, cool. So that'll be +2 for that element like this.
And Ryuvi's going to do all his dice rolls.
That'll
now.
work.
Wow.
Nice.
Okay, so
There
if
you
you've
go.
ever seen the highly underrated movie, The Adventures of Remo Williams, so he just like twinkle toes, like up the hill, like the guy walking across the water with no problems, like gets up to the top with no issue. Pretty much.
Glad I
sticks
got it out of the way
landing.
now, so I don't.
I know,
need it later.
right? Exactly.
Yeah.
So you end up here with no problem, and you then see that the slope begins to descend. Now, the slope is steep, but not as steep or slippery, but it definitely is a sort of steeper slope. Also, I should say that I think the only person who hadn't heard this original comment was Cade's comment about the cave was Fifely, and I think Gesma and TikTok. I'll have Gesma do it when he gets back. But Fifely and TikTok, do me a favor and both make perception checks for me, please.
Okay. I had a super quick question, actually. During that encounter, did I keep my sexy garland?
Yeah. So now this is interesting. Who was the other person who had the garland? It was two of you, wasn't it? Wasn't it you and one other?
Gromnir, I thought.
Gromnir, right. So both of you, even though the sort of thrashing about and everything else should have made it so that, you should have been lost in that, it feels, without feeling like it's stuck to you, like you could take it off right now, it's still on you. You didn't lose it, which seems odd. Okay. Both of you. You guys notice, both of you notice that the walls here are a kind of odd combination. They are scratched and pitted in spaces as if something has been moving through them, but they're also smoothed out. So there's like smoother walls, and then there's like scrapes and scratches within those, as if some large creature has passed by, like through this area back and forth many times. Sort of widening the passage, or at least fitting through the passage, but not with a lot of room to spare.
I will turn to Fifely and sort of point at the walls.
Do you see this?
Forgot he doesn't talk when he's a toad.
I'll take that as a yes.
Yes. Okay.
So now TikTok and Fifely, you guys can, if you wish, follow the lead of Ryuvi and Gromnir.
Okay. Any checks? Any rolls?
Yes. Both of you will have.
I can help TikTok get up with just like use my mace as kind of like a thing he can grab onto.
To do that, you're going to have to get close to the toad.
I know, reluctantly. I'm like circling, like just circling a good distance from.
He's like, no, TikTok, go that way, go over that way.
I'm generally going up last since I'm the one.
Right. No, I know. I like the idea that you're pivoting, watching him with your large, soulless eyes the whole time as he sees it. Okay.
Just like slowly pivoting around here.
I want to see the toad hop up and take a digger and like smack its jaw on the ground.
There you go. So you can reach down. TikTok, you're still going to need to make a check to get up to him. So you can do either athletics to climb or acrobatics to try to, again,
And
climb up the way Ryuvi did.
Start the yakety sax music now as he grabs on and pulls him back into the water.
What?
So you're able to make your way up close enough where you can grab onto the mace that Gromnir is offering, and with his help, you're able to get up the rest of the way to the top of the slope, where you find Ryuvi looking down at Cade and looking up at Gizmo, who's continuing to float up in the air. That gives us Fifely. You have to go up and make the same check, so you have the same dexterity or strength. Up to you.
This will be +4.
There you go.
That is just enough. So you're able to, Actually, you would have a 16, right? So be 12 + 4. So you're on. Yeah, exactly.
Backing away. If that's really you, show a sign. It's not him. He's not responding.
He's telling me how many times he's gonna eat me again.
He's going.
Oh man.
Wait, you get more than one for that? He's going to eat you several times? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you bad. I'm going to kill you 2 times.
Stores are very dense. They make very good food.
Okay. So, all right. So you guys are now all up on the top of this slope, looking down at this large cavern. Now, the only ones of you. So we've got Cade with dark vision. We've got Gizmo with dark vision. We've got Gromnir, who's got dark vision. We've got Ryuvi with dark vision, but not TikTok. So
yeah, we never decided if I had.
Ironic.
Yeah, not TikTok.
Well, I've got light on my shield and mace.
Oh, that's true. So actually, now that you're up there, the light is gonna foul up the dark vision.
Yeah.
I do want to point out again. I made the same comment before, Grom, that light is going to be just as visible to anybody else as it is to you. So just be aware of that fact as you're going forward.
Yep.
And we're still definitely certain that I wasn't made with dark vision, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
That decision was kind of with you. I asked you a question a little while ago, a couple of sessions ago, saying if dark vision was a thing I was made with.
Right. I don't know if we ever came to a decision about that.
No.
I would say that you do not have access to it as of yet. If you do have it,
You need the upgrade.
You need to get an upgrade.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
I need Warforged head.
The Windows 98 version will be much
New
different.
firmware upgrade for Warforged is available on.
So, hey, Talk, are you still carrying that bag you found at the bottom of the
Oh, yes, now we're all together. I kind of hold the bag out.
Arv, do I recognize that? Talk, are you still carrying that bag you found at the bottom of the...
Sorry, I'm addressing an idiot. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay.
My name is Mike.
No. No, some other idiot.
He's holding out that bag. Is it my pack?
Well, yeah. So he does have a bag, and it actually looks a lot like your waterlogged pack. It does.
Hey, that looks familiar. I'm surprised.
I found this at the bottom of the pool. I assumed it was there before we came here, or someone dropped it when they fell in the water.
No,
Yes.
TikTok, you found that. That is technically yours now. So you can hold on to that for as long as you like.
Possession
Whatever
is
you
9/10 of the law.
drop is, yes. Position is 9/10 of the law. Exactly. That's the way I learned it in Drow Russia.
Where I want to hear TikTok say locators, retainers.
Hey, he can carry my 60-pound pack. That'd be great. I have no problem with that.
You can also keep it.
I can also always get another one, but the healing kit, which has proven useful more than once
Yes,
here, I'm glad
it's
that
very
came
true.
around.
This is very true.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I have no problem handing it back.
Okay.
All right, I will.
Too easy. Too
Where
easy,
is it?
TikTok.
Where
You
the
got to make
hell
it
is
more
this-
difficult for them. Otherwise,
Where
they
is
won't
it?
respect you.
Where is this chat going, for God's sake?
I have
Anyways,
no idea.
Oh, they were just
I saw a
getting some.
spammer. I saw a
yeah,
spammer
exactly.
up
Just
there.
getting it off the
Don't-
thing. Which chat did a
I
great job.
don't
of it.
even know what the hell that sentence meant.
I don't
anyway.
either. I don't either.
Move on.
Yeah.
Move on.
All right. So,
Anywho.
okay. So now the question is, now that you guys have that worked out, so Grom, you are extinguishing the light, or are you leaving it on?
Well, I can use my cloak to kind of hide it.
Okay. Sounds like a
You
plan.
know, just so it's not too bright.
Be aware that you're doing that though in a combat situation. So you'll have to, drop
I
it. Just be
will-
aware.
Yeah, I'll just like do that as a marker so you know if it's really big.
Right. Okay, so now you guys can make the decision about where.
Now the party is finally together again.
Why is there a big
Yeah, I'm
yellow
real
dot
sorry
over
about that, guys.
Gromnir?
That's
Actually,
to
I got an
reflect the
idea.
light that was on his shield.
I
got
do.
it, okay.
When he's
I
getting
do
lit.
that.
All right.
That's too big.
It's not quite that much. And he has it covered over, so there's no real light.
About like
at the
that.
moment.
That'll help. That's better. So you kind of have like a small amount of light that's emanating from me.
All right. So stealthing it along, I presume.
Okay. When you get to there, well, actually, so go ahead and make the, because right about here is where you'll need to make the check. So for both Gesma and for Cade, and actually Gesma, I need you to make a perception check for me as well. Do that first, and then I need both you and Cade to make stealth checks for me, please.
Wah, wah.
Okay, you're like, wow, this cave, man.
Oh, God,
This
I'm like,
cave,
it's
though.
dark and I'm high up.
I'm in a cave.
What is going on?
Okay, now Gesma, I need you to make a stealth check, which is probably more important than the perception.
Yeah, I
frankly.
hope so.
Do you get advantage because he's not touching the ground?
No, but it means that if he were to break stealth, it would have a different effect than if he was sort of visible on the ground.
Nice.
I'm just floating in the shadows.
Yeah, so you're able to move, like, if you want to move parallel with Cade, you can do that. Like, basically, like, it's as if you're on
I'm
top of him.
essentially following the wall.
Okay, that's
the way
what I figured.
I'm
Okay,
doing
so
it.
then Cade, slide
like the
over a
wall
little bit to the
ceiling
left.
corner, even though I'm assuming it's more of a rounded figure, not a corner.
Cade, do me a favor and slide your guy a little bit to the left. I know that you're keeping close to the wall, but just so I don't have the two tokens on top of each other.
Oh,
And then,
sure.
Then Gesma,
Okay.
you can
Yeah,
move to where
sure.
Cade was.
I'll go right next time.
All right, so
I'll go like right on the wall, I guess.
as you guys get here, you see a couple of things. First of all, you can see that this opens up into a very large chamber that looks like it's got some kind of a pool or a lake beyond it, or in the middle of it. But and there's very high ceilings here, probably 40 feet high, with these massive stalactites. Up to this point, the ceiling has been fairly not smooth, but there aren't a lot of, like, it's a little jagged, but not anything any extreme. But in this one, there are very large, massive stalactites, and then on the ground there are a lot of smaller stalagmites as well. But more immediately noticeable to you are three. Let me make sure that it's actually three. Actually four. You see three of the following.
Oh, before you place those, Art, there's something I wanted to do when I got my pack back, which I thought I
The
lost.
guy's huge!
Holy crap!
Yes.
3 adventurers?
No.
Uh,
but I'll
I hope
explain.
they're friendly.
Yeah.
What did you want to do, John? I'm sorry.
I just needed to take my spare bowstring out of my pack, which is actually wrapped in
Oh yeah.
wax paper, and restring my bow so I have a dry string. So I'm going to use bow and arrow here.
Sure.
That's all. Okay.
Let's see.
Also, can I just ask real quick? Could I, as part of the whole group gathering together, like around where TikTok and the others are, could I just relay the information I noticed about the walls to both Ryuvi and Gromner?
Yes, you can definitely do that. Yes.
Okay, cool. Could we assume I've already done that?
Sure.
If we've gone past that point. So
That's
basically, oh, holy crap!
It never gets old. Yes. Yes, you can absolutely do that, sure. And we can assume that you have relayed that to them. So you guys are all aware now that there are some large creature has kind of passed through here. Okay. Now, what you guys both are able to see is standing, let's put them like this and
Peeky
this.
peeky. That's
You see what look like three, and you can see that there's three of them that have bows and arrows, and then one guy standing behind them. And you see them looking expectantly out this way. They're looking down this as if they're waiting for someone or something. And the other thing that you both notice is their hoods are all down. These are all very clearly elves.
What are they wearing?
They are wearing, for the most part,
question.
simple brown tunics. They have simple rope belts. The bows and arrows that they're carrying are not very good ones. And they, in fact, look like some of their clothing, they do have like what looks like rudimentary armor, but a lot of it looks to be kind of ragged and kind of not... I mean, they definitely don't look like, I'm prepared for you with my... it's sort of like catch as catch can.
So there's no like specific emblems, features, anything that is clear that they're all wearing a same sigil.
Definitely
crest,
not from
any-
here.
It's
That's
all
visible.
ragtag type of
Correct.
shit?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Look, Mr. Frodo, elves.
I will reopen my message telepathic link with Cade and say, do you see what I'm seeing? What do you make of this?
Yep. Good question. Are they? Looks like they're waiting to ambush whoever's coming in here. I assume that's not us, unless they're like, ensorcelled or something.
They do not look, by the way, I should say quickly, Cade, they do not look like they're in an ambush position. They don't look like they're ready to
but they're
jump
waiting
on
for
anyone.
anything
They're
except in this
standing
hallway.
guard.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's fair. I mean, maybe that certainly is fair.
Pincushion
to
it,
say.
yeah,
But in other words,
exactly.
they're not like, they don't look like, you wouldn't call them relaxed, but neither would you call them, like right at the ready, anxiously staring at the,
Well, let me ask you a question, Arv. Is the position the figures are in, is that, do they have arrows knocked on their bows, or is it more of just a casual guard position?
They do have arrows knocked at their bows, but their bows are, well, no, let's say that their bows are down by their sides. They have their bow in their hand, but they're not positioned with the arrows trained at the open space in front.
Okay, well that helps. All right. How long does message last, Gesma?
I mean, from what I understand, it's like every time I use it, it's kind of like a response type of thing. So like I'll read it out loud just to make it easier.
I got it.
Yeah, it's just as soon as I tell you the message, you have the ability to respond. So
yeah, reply to whisper
I'll
only
say it
you
again,
can hear.
yeah.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
So I'll just say, yeah.
I can. Well, I'll tell you, I can get to that other corner, so we should try to make contact, I suppose.
So I'll use it again, and I'll say I can distract them if you need me to. Maybe I can.
Actually, let me make the first contact. You back me up from here if you need to. Okay, let's try that.
You got it.
So Arv, I want to stealth over to this corner.
Okay.
And then I will try to carefully, very carefully. I mean, I'm going to assume these guys aren't really going to be possible allies. I'm not going to, because why wouldn't they be? Although, or the other thing is, hold on, I like wave my hand again to Gesma.
Yeah, like what's up?
Should we go back and inform the others? They might have a different way of approaching this. Let's hang back and get the group in on this. Come on.
Okay. And I will,
there.
like Doctor Strange, slowly float back.
With your cape pointing at everyone awesomely.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, man.
All right, we got 3.
Best hero accessory is that cape, by the way. I'm telling you right now. All right.
We got 4 elves, 3 what look like archers, and 1 sort of warrior. They all look kind of scraggly, but they're blocking the passageway as if they're at least guarding it.
Gizmo, you're
Do
back
I
there,
think
right? I just want to make sure where you are.
Do we
that
think
again?
Sorry, Gizmo, you're back there, right? I just moved you. Is that where you are? I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
I'm going with them. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
fine. No, it's okay. I just want to make sure. All right, sorry, go on.
Do we think they are enemies or friends?
Well, they look like the elves of the forest, so I would assume they're friendly since we're coming here. But they're waiting for something to come into the cave so they can either alert somebody or just go on the attack. I'm not sure which. Which is a little strange. So
we can either walk out, assuming that we can either walk out in front of them as if we did not know they are there. We can either sneak up using your sneaking skills, or I could probably lay down a darkness or fog cloud and then try to encounter them.
I do want to propose one other option in case you guys would like to, but I don't know if it would work in this instance since we know little of these people. But
play some music.
I have become quite adept over the years at disguising not just myself but those I travel with to appear just like pretty much anything that I deem useful. So if you guys would like to perhaps try and approach them as allies and you want to look as they do, it might take some time, but I can certainly assist in doing so.
It is not a bad plan. I'm only concerned that if we look like them, they will anticipate us to act a certain way that we may not know how to act.
Which is, I just want, and as you say that, I'll say that's exactly my thoughts, which is why I wanted to, since we know little of their intentions, I don't know if it would be useful in this moment, but I want to make sure that you guys know that that is a possibility.
Yeah. How long does it take you to cast something like that or make whatever effect that is? How long does that take to do?
Okay.
Just out of curiosity.
I'm gonna think for a second and kind of look at it.
Are you pulling up a spreadsheet, perhaps?
I haven't.
Let me remember that.
I haven't
moment.
done it in a while.
Let me think
Let's
about
see.
this.
Accessing database.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, Fina is playing along with us. What if you don't know their customs? Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll
that's
take this
why,
moment-
That's why I'm just letting you know.
Or-
Just quickly ask.
Or
Yes.
their password.
Were the merc bodies in Altarand, were they humanoid, or were they human or elven or mixed?
They were a mix. They were more human, but there were a few elven bodies as well. Yes, there was a mix.
Okay, so there were humans that attacked Altand as well as elves. So we don't really have to be elves. We could just be humans.
Or we could just be ourselves too. I'm not that worried about it.
I mean, we could do something as simple as just from the hallway call, "Don't shoot, we are not your enemies," and walk out. But do we think that we're gonna get the bow in our necks?
Remember
Arrow. Not the bow.
Remember the
arrow.
words. Was it Tiamat, our mother in strength?
But we don't know that they're enemies. We don't know that they're allied with Tiamat. And I think it would be odd to
You have a
assume
point
that
there.
because they're elves.
See, okay, before we came back here to see what you guys want to do, I was going to be all sneaking up to them cautiously within cover and then assailing them from the corner to see if I could make contact in a way that didn't expose the rest of the party to potential hostile fire.
Just for the sake of conversation, just real quick, when you ask me how long that'll take, I'll just answer real quick. I could do it instantaneously, however long it takes me to think about what type of clothes to give you.
Nice. And how
Even-
long does that last?
With your
The
portable
frog.
wardrobe.
Yeah, exactly. As long as it takes me to accessorize you guys with types of shoes and
No, that'll never do. That'll never
hairstyles that I
do.
deem
I
necessary.
love it. I love it. No.
yeah, exactly.
Work with me,
Doesn't-
darling.
Suddenly,
work on
Project
frog?
Runway.
Ah.
What was the question?
How long does it last? Yeah.
I've yet to really try and test how long it's done in the past, but in my estimation, the longest I've seen a companion of mine use it was about 8 hours.
Holy crap. Okay, that could be handy down the road for sure.
Yes, I just mainly, like I said, I don't know if it's useful this time around, but should we find ourselves in a predicament that we would get captured or in a situation in which it would be helpful for us to not seem as we do right now, just know that as long as you guys are near me, we can do that.
Okay. If I ever tell you gray cloaks, that's exactly what I want you to do then. If I
Is that the
if
code
we ever
word, or are you telling me to look like Grey Cloaks?
give us all big gray cloaks? Exactly.
Ah, I see. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what you want us to
Because-
look like.
It with the dragon cult, that's what they run around in all the time. So
Okay.
it's the easiest disguise, and it would take you like that.
Have
Very
I,
simple.
as Gesma, in the time that I've been with you guys, seen what exactly like? Because I think it would be helpful.
We've
Yes.
got some clues.
You
We've
have,
got
but you have anyway in the village.
Yeah,
that's
They
right,
were dressed
okay.
very similarly. Although now I need to point out, the cultists that the ones that attacked, although they
What
were
about the ones
wearing
we
similar
revived?
cloaks, what's that?
The ones that we use necromancy on to talk to.
Right, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah,
some
yeah,
of those had those cloaks. Now, the cloaks, however, were not all identical to the ones that you didn't, but like the rest of the party saw back in Greenest, for instance. They're not all identical, but they all are similar in that they have these cloaks, and that there was no, for example, dragon scabbard. You may remember that from the early portion. There was none of that on these cultists that you found. So
I just wanted a point of reference of what
but
I would
that's,
imagine that
that's
to
the
look like,
reference of the
you know?
most recent one that you have.
I don't want
thank you
them
for the
to
host,
say Grey
Darksaber.
Cloaks, and then I turn them into the Greybeards from Skyrim by accident. You know, like,
Whoops,
sorry.
it was worse thing.
Cade, was there light by where these 3 or 4 elves were located, or was it still dark over there?
Was there
it was
light?
still
I
dark.
assume not, since
It
they're
was
all.
still dark. Okay, so
Yeah.
then fog cloud wouldn't make any damn difference.
Right. I wouldn't. To me, if you're going to drop darkness on them, that's practically a hostile act. So I wouldn't want to. I don't recommend doing that. Let's put it that way.
I just want to make sure they don't open fire on you when you go, "Hey, I'm not that."
Well, I'm pretty good at staying in the shadows and being hidden and all that fun stuff. And believe me, I was going to say this from like around the corner, so they couldn't. It would be hard pressed to try to put an arrow into me. And besides, I also can fire back too. So there's that.
I could also make a minor. I could make a minor illusion that would allow you to. I'm trying to figure if there's a way that I could do this. That could make the sound not be produced from any particular direction. Something that you'd want to say, so that they would hear it in the cave, but not necessarily point and shoot at you. So at least they could respond first.
I can also just pretend I'm drunk and I fell into this water and walk over there and just be like, "What's going on here, guys? Did you know there's a fire up there?"
That first step is a.
Yeah, that's a doozy.
Why don't we just
man.
here? Why
Someone
don't we
needs to
just
put
send?
up a sign.
Look, can we just send in TikTok to be our diplomatic ambassador? I'm sure that'll go over great.
Yeah, that would get exactly the reaction we're looking for. Yeah.
Honestly, I think we should either say hello or we should try to sneak up and disarm them and say hello. Like those are our two options.
Were you looking at using minor illusion, Rob?
Minor illusion. It can be a minor sound or illusion. So you could probably put a sound into it and just be like,
30
"Don't
feet.
fire."
I tell you,
use prestidigitation.
That way they wouldn't be able to track the sound back and fire at it.
well, I'll give you even better. If you and I combine on it, and I provide the image and you provide the sound, we can actually make a talking illusion, and we can just send that out there. And see how
Your
they-
powers combined. I'm
That's
Captain Planet. Yeah, we
that's
can
right.
do that. That works.
Yes, yes.
You want to do
exactly.
that? You want to try that?
Yeah, let's try that. Back up.
All right,
But
so I'm gonna have to.
you have to come with me down to the.
Yeah, the problem is I have to sneak up with you, and I have the sneaking skills of TikTok. So that's.
Well, you're a little better than TikTok.
I'm not good for this.
Be very, very quiet.
That's why I love how you play him, Mike. He's always so deadpan. It's hilarious. It's so good. All right, so get
So
up here.
is that our play? Is that
That's-
what
I
we're?
think
Does
that's what we're
everybody
gonna
else
play,
like?
yes.
Does everybody else like this plan?
I will say, I don't know if this is a full pot of me say it out of character, but I mean, if you guys are talking, what you're doing, it sounds like to me like it's major image, which I could just do without the use of both of you.
Well,
Like, if
Wait,
that's-
you have major.
if you want to send
you
an
wanna
image
try
of
to do it
yourself
that way?
out there,
You know
I'm
what?
just
You're pro-
saying, like, because I can. my
Honestly,
image
if
can
I don't
use
have to try
sound
to,
as well.
if I don't have to try to sneak and you can still fly, you should do it because I may
can create whatever the
screw it
hell I
all
want.
up.
I can create a version of.
I think
mean, I
that's the
don't
better
know.
play.
you could create the whole party, dude.
Yeah, I can create whatever the hell I want. That's my point.
an object, a creature, or some other visible phenomenon.
Yeah.
I could create the
I
freaking
would-
dragon.
yeah.
Don't tell me what I can create. I'll create.
You know what? I will stick to exploding, blowing shit up things, and you let the bard do the bard thing. Okay?
Yeah,
I
hey,
think
that's
a better option.
I got no problems with that.
All right.
I have
Deception
no
is
problem.
one of my fortes.
Okay, Bardy Bard, you do your thing.
I'll look at Cade and I'll say, I will maintain an open line of communication with you as I go and relay what they're saying, and you can that way, since you seem to know more about the politics and what perhaps these people might have gone through than I do.
This is gonna be very interesting. I like this a lot.
Yeah, this very.
Because I don't.
yeah, I've got-
realistically, Gesma wouldn't know. Like,
that's
I
true.
don't-
No,
I don't want to.
yes.
If
you
I'm
can-
the one
if-
who's left to answer questions, I'm gonna say
That's not gonna go well. Well,
Have you guys seen an airship lately? That's about all I can. That's all I'll come up with.
This is gonna become a very interesting game of D&D telephone. Here we go.
Well,
Yeah.
Fina
Pass it
recommends
along.
sending the toad. You know.
Guess what? All you're doing is trying to make contact and let them know there's a party that wishes to talk to them, so we can all just come out, stand in the corridor. You know,
Come with
try
language.
to not get involved in questions. Who are we? What we're doing there? Tell them we'd like to come out and talk, but we're trying not to set off anything, basically. Okay.
We're trying to not freak them out by freaking them out.
Well, not as much. We come with.
How about I make I can make a small group of wounded elves that can look.
No.
I don't think we
no-
should try to. I don't think we should
Trick
try to.
No deception.
No
Just-
deception.
In fact,
No deception.
send a copy of yourself out there to talk to them.
Okay.
or the
No,
party.
No, I don't know if we want to do the whole thing. Just do one right now. If they shoot
Yeah,
fire,
maybe not the
then-
toad. Not the toad.
Not the toad. Not the toad.
or,
Okay.
or TikTok.
Yeah.
I don't.
I feel like the TikTok idea is great. Just send out TikTok.
How about TikTok
to
on
see their
back of the
response.
toad? Just have the
Yeah,
toad walk
yeah.
around totally normal. Greetings. I have come to you on the back of my toad.
I have come to speak.
So then what I will
You
do
realize we
is-
can make the toad talk, which is hilarious. So
TikTok riding the toad, and
Yeah.
we just go around the corner.
Right.
The toad. The toad comes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like drawing a gut shot, right? Like in poker, you're like, that turns out that's what they were looking for. They're like, welcome, Lord of our people. Like, oh yes, got it.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do then is I'm going to fly back over here, and then I'm gonna slowly and silently as I can descend down to the bottom because I need to use concentration for this, so I can't do both at the same time.
Okay.
Very
So-
good.
Let me move over here. There we go. There.
So I'm going to just kind of crouch down so I could still see them because I'm pretty sure I have to have visual contact.
Right.
And
Make
then
sure the illusion has his hands up.
yeah, and then what I'm gonna do
Just checking.
is I'm going to cast Major Image. So I will do that, which is a lot of text. Dear God. Okay. And I'm going to just create a copy of myself
Okay.
and have him just kind of walk out into the open with his hands up, just towards them. Not saying anything yet, but just seeing how they
Sounds
react when
kind
they
of
see me.
conversation. Okay. All right. Let's make a copy of you then. Copy.
Put him in the Xerox machine and crush the down on him.
All right. So let me zoom out a bit. Let me go like that. Lovely. All right. So so you let's zoom in actually. So you have this this illusion walk around the corner, and immediately the four of these guys immediately are sort of like, huh, you know, and kind of, you know, snap to. I mean, not that they were asleep or anything, but and the one in back, the one who is holding kind of a sword and but kind of a short sword and an old, not particularly well-conditioned shield, says, "Hold! What are you doing here?
And I'll stop.
What's your
obviously.
name?"
My name is Gesma,
Well, what are you doing here, Gesma?
and I will look down, not my clone, but I will look down at Cade and use message and say, what the hell am I doing here?
We're a party coming in to explore the cave.
And
Only now,
as you're
only now
about
with
to
that
say,
inflection.
I'd be like,
and he says, as you're about to answer, he says, "You with the rest of the cult? They told us more were coming."
Yes, I am.
What's the? Okay, sorry, you're not saying that. He hasn't said that. You just said that to him.
I have a feeling it's
And
gonna be a
I'll
boring
and I'll-
conversation.
and I'll say, yes, my party is behind me. There are more coming.
What's the passphrase?
Tiamat is our mother, our strength, I believe it is.
Yeah, I'm going to message Cade. I said, what's the password here?
Tiamat, our mother, our strength. I think that's it. I really wasn't paying attention to that crap. I'm pretty sure that's it. That's exactly what he says. Like, Jesus, I'm pretty sure that's it.
And I'll put my hands down slowly and say, Tiamat is our mother and strength.
And they look at you for a minute, and the guy looks at you for a minute, and then he says, "That's right. Why isn't everyone with you at the same time?"
One of our party was injured at the back. We'll be along shortly.
It's taking us some time to get out of the water. We're just gathering ourselves.
Oh,
And-
there was a fire up top. Tell him that.
Yes, there was quite an explosion. There was a fire.
These
and
droids are for sale.
there was a lot. Getting down here proved to be a little bit more difficult than we anticipated. You guys, so it took us a little longer, but I'm a little bit better equipped to traverse this environment than some of my party members. So they'll be here shortly.
He says, "All right. Well, when you do, Narenvain wants everyone to report to him directly. There's been word of other stuff happening up top, and well, and you can tell as you're sort of looking at them. He says, Chuth, and also Chuth was probably going to be back pretty soon." And as you are sort of looking at him, make a perception check for me. This won't be a difficult one, Gesma.
Slowly pull out my
what can I
gray
say?
cloak.
Wow.
Nice.
Well, it's a shame it's not difficult.
You see, as you're looking down there, you see there. So I mentioned that they have these kind of rope belts, or you had thought they were rope belts. you notice that the rope belts are in some way attached to ropes around their wrists and their legs. They seem to be, there seems to be enough room that you could actually, that they could actually, move around with them and, attack or sit down or whatever. But if they were ever trying to run a great distance, or if they were, this would make it very difficult for them to do so. And Gesma, you have seen things like this before. This is the kind of stuff that you put on people that you don't want running away.
Yeah. But the guy with the blue shield is obviously their.
But all four of them, no, all four of them
have that.
Yep.
Okay. And then I will. I want to ask them. I'll say some of us lost some of our attire may have been damaged in the fall and the trek over here. Is there anywhere we can get more appropriate clothing for this gathering nearby?
And he sort of says,
I'm trying to surmise what the hell we're supposed to look like.
And he says, well, what do you mean? You know what we're all wearing. The stuff that you've got on is totally normal. The cloaks and everything else.
Yeah.
We don't wear anything different.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Yes, of course not.
Make
We'll be
a
fine.
deception check for me, please.
A perception?
No, deception.
Oh, okay.
Which I believe you do have as an
Yeah.
actual skill.
Hope
Yes.
so.
Yeah.
We're about to find out, aren't we? Let's learn together.
Hmm?
Okay. Jeez, you have a 12? Wow.
First time I've gotten to use it.
That's that. Well, listen, you
I've
were
been
like,
trying.
you put on this smile, and he's kind of like, oh, all right, well, everyone's a little bit on edge here, so just take it easy with questions like that. People might get the wrong idea. All right, well, where's the rest of your party? Bring them around here. We're gonna need more people in here.
It's like, yeah.
Bring 'em out.
If you go and fetch them right now, okay, bring him back. Bring him back.
Sure, I'll be right back, and I'll moonwalk past or moonwalk back here.
He says,
Literally,
as you
but-
start to move the illusion away, he says, hold on. And he says, and he nods to one of the guards here, and he says, just take him along with you, just to the corner. And he kind of moves alongside you and like he's ready to walk with you.
Zip, 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 get the hell back here. You
All
guys
right,
can't
so
disguise yourselves.
I'll
Shit.
message.
Yeah.
I'll message.
Well, I
Cade.
probably heard him talking. It's
Yeah,
probably,
yeah.
What's
exactly.
up, IK?
Let me think here.
Whip out, real quick, whip out my cloak and cast Disguise Self to make myself kobold. No, goblin.
Goblin? Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, now does this guy have me in his line of sight the whole time?
Yes, except for about 3 seconds when you go around the corner.
Okay, so in
'cause
that
he's-
3 seconds, I want first and foremost my illusion to walk through me, and then I'm going to dissipate it. So it's like it disappears and it's me, in case he wants to shake my hand or something, and then he freaks out.
Let's take a look and see if he notices this. Make another deception check for me, please, and I'm gonna.
Okay. How we
With
doing? Same as
quadruple
usual.
advantage.
Shit! Oh! Damn it!
Let's see. Okay.
That's what you.
So
Yeah.
as you walk around, so you move around the corner and your illusion then vanishes. Zoop. He just comes along to see what presumably seems like a kind of blurring, and you're standing there, and he looks at you suspiciously, and he says, "What was that? What happened?"
And
You're on there, chump.
I'm going to fall to a knee real quick and kind of slowly stand up and say, like, sorry, I lost my footing. It's quite steep over here.
Make another deception check for me.
All right.
Yeah, much better.
I think
So
he made it.
he sort of shakes his head, and he's kind of like, he's like, I don't know, with all these new people coming in here, I hope everyone, I don't know what the cult's doing, but
And I'm going to look at him and I'm going to say, listen, one of my companions is struggling to make it up the steep slope, and our rope got damaged in the fire up above. I need you to go back right now and get us a rope before he falls down, or it's going to be more trouble. So please, we need something that I can pull him up. and I'm gonna look over to where the group of them are, and do I see, like, are they just standing in basically an open cave? Are there things around the walls, barrels?
No, there's
equipment,
no.
anything like
you can
that?
just see them there.
Just the rope. Okay, well, I'm gonna say I need a rope or something quickly. It's not gonna, time is of the essence, but I didn't obviously want to startle you guys, so I need you to go get this as quick as you can and meet us at the edge of the waterfall. I will go there now. Go get that rope.
And he says,
and I'll say it with a sternness in my voice, like, yo, don't fuck this up.
all right, make a deception check.
Okay.
You thought you were never going to use it. A lot of use here.
Yeah, I'll take it. That's fine.
Wow. So he's like, yes, sir. No, he doesn't do that. But he's like,
Turn her.
I don't know what I've been. No, he's like, so he says, well, all right, okay, I guess. And he turns around, and he starts moving this way. And as he gets here, you hear around the corner, you can hear the other guy talking. What are you doing back here? He said, you told me to get a rope. A rope? What do you mean? I told you to keep an eye on them. So you can hear this conversation going on.
How much time do I have here?
I don't know. It depends on how long the conversation's going to last.
Arv, as soon as I got back, I told them, we're the bad guys. Get those cloaks out if you have them right now. Toad boy, change it back into a druid.
I had
We
this
do not need a
image
toad with us.
of putting the cloak back on the
Toad boy.
Just the toad cloak, he's
What are you going to hop through this whole place?
I
Come
am
on,
a
let's go.
toad
And now
cultist.
they're coming. We got to go meet these guards in like 20 seconds. Let's move.
And
by the way, I changed in front of you guys, so now I'm a goblin.
Do
toad this as well.
We all had cultist cloaks, correct?
Yes.
Pretty sure.
Okay,
you did.
so I'm
Yep.
Now the
what
only
are we
one
gonna
who
do
does,
about TikTok?
well, TikTok, I don't remember if TikTok had the cloak within this.
TikTok's not going to be cloaked.
Right,
He's
'cause I was
gonna
gonna
have to
say-
belong-
I was
He's gonna have to belong to one of us. So one of us
We'll
pick.
just say he's a weapon. Just
Can
say
we
he's a
make
weapon.
him look like something else for a little
I
bit?
can
No,
make
just
it
say
look
he's a
like
weapon.
whatever you want, honey.
Fine. If he's a cultist, then you just say he's a
Okay,
weapon.
can you change his voice?
I'll just remain silent.
And as
That's
you
true.
guys are talking, these guys emerge around the corner.
Well,
So I'm going to
I'll
move
be
Gizmo
over
up
here,
a little
by the
bit.
way.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Yeah, I moved
Wait,
up.
did we even have any chance to do an action?
Uh,
Like while we were
well,
organizing
yes,
that
switching
before they came around the corner?
switching into cloaks, you were able to do. But other than that, this is all the matter of a few seconds. So, as they sort of come around the corner, this one in back looks at you. And by the way, Fifely, are you switched off from Toaddom? Okay, so are you? Just
I'm gonna back up and push his ass into the water. Try to push him back down the fucking hallway.
Okay.
Now.
Are you going to allow that to happen, Fifely? Okay. So
I'm gonna keep fucking pushing.
all right. So I need a post strength check.
And I'm gonna go,
please.
Fifely, you need to move down the hallway now.
Okay. So go ahead and make post strength checks for me, please. I need a strength check
I can
from
talk my way out of this one.
a strength check from Ryuvi and a strength check from Fifely.
Oh god, he's gonna kick my ass on this roll. Even if he fails.
+2. Excuse me. Yes, +2.
All right. So
Hey,
you got a
you might be able
7.
to take him this time.
What the hell is my? I think it's a 0.
Summoning all your drow strength.
Oh,
your sorcerer's
Christ, in a
strength.
cartoon.
Click the word strength
Yeah,
above your zero.
it's a flat roll. So let's see what happens here.
You beat me.
That'll work.
Wow. So you actually you're like I don't have time for that. You just like push him and he's like like yeah, exactly. And then just as these guys are coming around and the one in back is like, what? I thought I saw something behind you. He's like pointing above.
It's really dark in here. The eyes, they trick you sometimes. Don't worry about it.
And I will say, where's that rope?
And they say, so the one says, what? He was telling you about some rope that you need to save. What are you talking about? You could just jump into the pool back there. What rope?
I need a rope.
The drop's favorite pastime.
Meanwhile, through the roar of the
Waterfall.
I still need this rope, please.
Can you do that in toad form?
No, as I was sliding down the.
Oh, you were switching?
Because he pushed me back. As soon as he pushed me, as I'm sliding down.
Oh,
the
all
thing,
right, I didn't hear that.
Stopped and reverted back, and now I'm calling out, because he's human. He doesn't have all
Yes.
Right.
Do you hear that? There's a man back there who needs a rope. Now, were you getting a rope, or are you just going to let that man drown?
And they sort of, so he kind of looks back and forth. Let me have Gizmo make one more deception check for me, please.
I can make one too if you want.
I'm going to say Gizmo because he's the one who first asked for the rope.
All right.
This may assist in that situation, though.
Okay.
Okay.
Tipping. Toad rolling.
I want to point out that a lot of these are opposed checks, and you guys are like, these deception scores are so outrageous that they're just beating the opposed checks.
Mine
like
is a
this,
9. I have a 9 plus deception.
Yeah,
as
no,
well,
I
so-
believe it. I know, I believe it. I was just sort of marveling at the 12. It was nothing against your 9. I was just like,
Wow, I feel like a piker with a 7.
yeah.
That's all
I
I
haven't
got.
really gotten a chance to use deception either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Get by
funny.
with these negative ones.
I am not a dwarf cleric
So good.
with a shield here.
Wait, is the toad still here?
Guys, I saw a toad. Was there a toad? Okay. So, he says, "Well, all right." And he yells to one of them and whispers in his ear, and he goes running off. And he says, "All right. In the meantime, we'll go down. Maybe we can help pull him out. Where is he?" And he walks forward.
And I'll slide out of the way and I'll say, real quick, when you said I would notice that they look like they're, I don't want to say slaves, but technically, like, is there a name I could associate that with in terms of their,
Voluntary servants?
Yeah, I get like there's nothing I would be able to
Make a.
I want to know.
Make an
like,
intelligence
if I
check for me.
I want to know if I can identify what they are because I want to talk down to them.
And actually, Arv, do we see this now as they come forward as well?
Gesma, make an intelligence check for me. Cade and just Cade, make a perception check for me, please.
All right.
Gesma, these, it's not so much the outfits, it's the look looks familiar to you. Like you feel you've seen these outfits combined with people, not these particular people, but like people like this before, and not that long ago actually. But you can't place where that would have been.
Okay. So all I'll do is I'll step to the side then and point towards where Fifely is. And as they're coming close to me, I'm going to give them like a disgusted look and tell them like, what use are you guys if you can't follow simple orders?
And they sort of, they give you kind of a dirty look. And Cade, also hi Vizen, Cade, you perceive that there are these, again, there's like a, they're kind of wearing these brown sort of simple tunics, kind of like, looks like maybe some leather armor scraps here and there. Nothing very impressive though. And again, you saw this rope belt, but you do also see the attachments to the legs and to the arms. And you are fairly familiar with this as well, having seen more than one group of people look like this in your home city of Waterdeep when they were being walked along the streets. And it's the kind of thing that you put on people who are, you don't want having complete freedom of movement and action, basically.
Right. And that's, I'll file that away for later because that's interesting to say the least.
Yep. Okay, so they pass by and they start reaching down to help. And one of them, as they're passing by, so the two go down and they start helping. They reach down to you, Fifely. Meanwhile, this one stops and is staring at TikTok.
Of course they is.
And he's
while you handle that, I got a piece. So
okay,
badly.
that's fine. Is staring at TikTok and says, "TikTok, are you on the same level as the rest of?" Okay, you are. It looks like you were on a kind of a.
No, I'm on a completely different level, baby.
All right. Yes, exactly. You're not even on the same level. Yeah. So looks at TikTok. He says, "What the hell's is this?"
You've never
It's
seen
some-
a golem before?
And he kind of looks around. He says, "What's he doing with you?"
He's a member of our party, and don't make him angry. You won't like him when he's angry.
And he kind of stares at you for a minute, and he says, "Was this authorized by Nerenvain?"
Of
Do you
course
think
it
he would
was.
be here? Do you think he would be here if he wasn't fool?
TikTok, are you saying anything when this is going on?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. I am purposefully remaining very silent.
Okay. Make Ryuvi, make a deception check for me, please.
Gladly.
As this conversation is going on, I'm just gonna quietly slip over here.
Okay.
That's 25.
Yeah. So he kind of shakes his head and says, I don't understand it. I know the cult wants to get extra people, but... And one thing that you all are starting to notice is that he keeps making reference to the cult, which is not really what you've heard other cultists talk about. They've talked about, Tiamat, our mother in strength. They've talked about, this, we will have our return, the return will come, blah, 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 blah. But you don't really hear generally the cultists referring to themselves as cultists. But this guy continues to refer to the cult over and over again.
So he's hired help, or indentured help.
Take off the hired part.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Indentured
exactly.
help, sorry.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So, okay, now...
The cult demands and requires power from all over the realm. This is that power, and he is in our party. You need not know anything else. Now let's help that man that's in the waterfall.
Okay, now, as you're doing this, the guards are pulling out Fifely. Fifely, is there a particular way that you're behaving as they pull you out? Like, are you just like, thanks, bro? Or are you kind of like sputtering? What are you doing as you're...
A little bit of sputtering.
Get up and slap one.
When I get back from my frog form, of course, I'm completely dry. So I was getting myself wet while I was pulling my cloak out and putting it on.
Well, there's a waterfall right there.
Yeah, but I don't want to get into the waterfall.
Yeah, of course.
And I'll get pulled under it again.
I have my limits.
No, probably the once they get there and help pull me up, just daggers, just staring daggers at them like mother in strength indeed, but not so much with patience. May we please continue?
And they kind of look at you, and one of them says, it's kind of an odd way of thanking someone for saving you.
And I'll just kind of drag my fingers along the rope that kind of connects the thing. It's like, I wasn't aware that thanks was necessary.
And okay, make a deception check for me, please, Fifely.
Great. Watch.
This is only getting better with every deception check.
Yeah. I can't wait till Gromir tries.
I am going to use my inspiration on this one.
Okay.
Good, because if you weren't, I was going to.
Oh my god.
Well, get ready to fight, boys.
So they're kind of like, they look at you, and one of them's like, it's pretty smart, huh? You think you like this? You like the situation we're in? You like any of this at all? And you can hear like the guy is getting a little bit upset, like his voice is sort of rising. And this guy, who's clearly their commander of some kind, notices like, what's going on over there? And one of them says, this one, he thinks he's trying to put on some airs. And the other one says, and this one up top says, really? He says, what's your name to you?
Who?
Just gonna fold his arms across his chest and just stare.
And he says, I don't recognize who you are, but I can tell you you're not in charge here. And if you don't understand the way the cult works, you're going to find yourself falling beneath their iron boot the way everyone else does. So I'm going to give you this one bit of advice for free. You change your attitude, or you'll find Nerenvain and Chuth changing it for you. I make myself clear? New arrival.
He knows full well what is tasked of him. May we please move along now?
And he stares at all of you, and then he turns to you, Grom, and he walks up and he says, all right, the silent one, you haven't had a whole lot to say. And he says, so all of you came here because the cult ordered you, is that right?
That came here with my machination right next to me.
And he kind of looks up at TikTok and then back down at you, and he says, You know, we don't have a lot of dwarves in the cult. Actually, he
I'm
doesn't
gonna
say
get
we.
right between him. I'm gonna get right between him and Gromner and says, "Do you intend to interrogate every member of my party?
And he
We have
turns,
rescued our man. We would like to continue."
he turns to you and he says, "It's my job to make sure that everyone in here is supposed to be here. So yes, I am going to interrogate them. Thank you."
Fine, but be quick about it.
And he turns back to Grom and he says, "All right. If that's the case, then tell me, what does the cult want here?" And he says this, and these two guys kind of come up alongside. And this guy, as you guys are all looking at each other, tension cut with a knife, comes running around the corner. "I got the and he stops as he sees everyone sort of staring at each other, and he's like, "Oh." And he stops. And you just see he's just staring at you, Grom.
We all know what we want: Tiamat's revival, and we're using fear and intimidation on the elves in this region to do that.
He says, and you can see as he says that, make an insight check for me, please, Grom.
Oh boy.
Ryuvi, you can do this too. You can make an insight check for this as well. Nobody else does.
23. Wow.
Yep.
Good roll, finally.
When you said, go ahead. Let me do Ryuvi.
Yeah.
Let me see what Ryuvi does first. Yeah, exactly, Bison. Yeah.
Can I also read his thoughts?
16.
Okay, so Ryuvi and Grom, I'll tell you guys the same thing in a minute. I'll give Gromnir a little more information.
Okay.
And then read his thoughts spell.
It's like an ability I can just turn on. You know, it's channel divinity.
Yeah, I need to double check and see though if they're aware that you're doing it.
Yeah, that's what I.
Because the answer is certainly you can. The question
Let's
is
not
whether they're
fuck
aware.
this up even more than it's already fucked.
If I know they're aware of it, then I won't do it. But
I don't remember.
It's like we've been one step away from just like.
This is an example of what I'm talking about. In the index, read thoughts, cleric. See under channel divinity cleric options. In the time it took you to write that, you could have just written what the hell the answer was.
yeah, that creature must make a wisdom saving throw. If the creature succeeds, you can't use the feature on them again. It doesn't say if they can they understand it. Like they.
It doesn't say if they'd be aware of it.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, well then
Okay.
there's your answer.
I have one question or caveat I'd like to make. There's 4 people here, right? Not including us.
Right.
So if I'm trying to think of how would this work. How many of them are suspicious right now? The rope guy seems like he's just like, "Hey guys, I got some rope."
There's
basically
the 2 guards. The one guard seems to be sort of just annoyed at Fifely, but not so much suspicious. It's the main guy who, and it's not clear that he's directly suspicious, but just sort of like more generally like, you know, no newbie is going to tell me what to do, you know, like type of thing. But now this is the important part.
He's throwing his weight around.
You may have more. You may have more to ask me, Gizmo. But before I continue, I want to give them their info because it may inform your question. So, Grom, you get a sense, and actually, this is what both you and Grom and Ryuvi, when you talk, when Grom says this thing about, you know, we're doing fear and intimidation. Let me try that again. Fear and intimidation against the elves. You can see the main guy almost perceptibly, like clearly, wince. And then Gromnir, you also notice his hand, because you can see there's like a little sword that's kind of over his shoulder type of thing. You can see his hand kind of tighten. You don't see that part, Ryuvi. Tighten on the hilt of the sword. And it was very distinctive when you said the intimidation thing about the elves. Okay?
That's not good.
I think that's great.
Actually, a good thing technically,
Yeah,
but I'm not sure how we
exactly,
can convince them we're actually not who we say we are now. Is the
Well,
problem.
I could convince them of everything right now if I really want to. I'm gonna keep that trap card.
Okay.
All right.
So now, Grom, now I need you to tell me what you're going to say, and then we're going to see how we play this out.
DC 16 versus Wiz. I just want to read his thoughts after I said that.
sitting there like, and hopefully I'm like, here's a number that's really close. I'm like, oh, all right, I'll look him up and look up wisdom score. Let's see.
Or is it a? I don't know if I got to check. It wouldn't be a charm because it's a feature.
Wouldn't be a charm because he's not if he's not aware of the situation. Okay. Okay, he does not make it. So.
Oh, it's not a charm anyway. It's an enchantment.
Enchantment?
That's exactly what I was about to say.
Enchantment.
Enchantment.
Okay, so yes. So he makes
He doesn't make it.
he does not make it.
So I can read his surface thoughts, and when the spell ends, I can always, as an action, just automatically suggest something to him for free.
So this you're reading his surface thoughts, which allows how define surface thoughts for me. Does it say in there like what the surface thoughts are?
Hold on.
It would probably be whatever he's actively thinking.
I'm thinking at the
Yeah,
time,
what he's
right?
actively thinking.
So
Ah, man, I want a Reuben
reflecting
right
on
now.
current emotions and what he's actively thinking about.
So what he thinks of, and you see this very clearly, and it's tied into the gripping the helmet, the gripping the handle, the wincing, all that, is right. Because it's all about getting as many of us as he can for his own purposes, isn't it?
So I say, you don't like that, do you?
Like what? What do you mean?
I'm still reading his thoughts for the next minute, so
He's just sort of
Yeah.
like, what is he? The thought is, what is he talking about? Like the thought is the same thing. Like what?
you wish for the cult to perish, don't you?
And he kind of narrows his eyes, and the thoughts that you're reading are something to the effect of, what is he playing at? What is this game? And aloud, what he says to you is, what do you mean? You're not with a cult? Is this deception?
I am clearly with the cult, but you don't seem to have the conviction that we have.
And he kind of looks at you again. Make a deception check for me, Grom.
My, how the tables have turned.
I'm going to use my inspiration on this roll.
Okay, so you inspire Gromnir, so he'll be doing
Yeah,
this
I have
at
a +0
advantage.
to deception,
All right.
so here we go. I'm using it straight away.
I think the party has got a sense of...
Oh my god, I rolled a 1 and a 5.
Oh man. Okay, so we need to make sure also that that I actually use this. So, do you mind just typing that in chat for me, Rob? Just doing the exclamation point inspire things space.
It went so well.
So, no, you got to do with a person, like exclamation point inspire space.
Got it.
Yeah,
I know how things work.
that's okay. So far the inspires haven't helped, but they usually do. I think it might actually be dash sod. Sorry, inspire dash sod.
What?
It's exclamation point inspire space dash sod. I
Oh,
believe that's how it goes, if I remember correctly. I hope that's right. And if not, then it means I've forgotten. No, that's an underscore.
oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Well,
I'm gonna keep
always,
trying till I get it right.
One
if
of
it looks
these
like
works. Oh,
So
when
wait,
I'm reading
it's
his thoughts, if he's like thinking to himself that these guys are lying, these people aren't the cult, can I activate the suggestion?
Yeah, it said you could do it at any time,
Yes,
Sod,
yes.
while the thing
Yeah.
is going
but
on.
that
right?
concludes it, right? When you make the suggestion, right?
Yeah, then I can't read the thoughts anymore.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait, and I'll do it at the end of the evening. I'm not gonna keep typing inspire in the chat till I get it wrong or right.
There it is. I don't know what the hell happened there with Hilnus. Maybe we don't have your thing leased up there. Okay, so
Probably
Hilnus
not.
was able to inspire him.
All right,
He
so
also
I mean,
said Gromnir, not Sod. But anyway, moving on.
Oh, because
Anyway.
you know why? Because I have you as game
because it said as
crashers.
game crashers.
Yeah, that's why. That's why.
Oh,
All right. Well, that's fine. So, Hilnus, do you want that inspiration back? because I can just remove Game Crashers because we have Rob having used it then. It's gonna be, this is the kind of thing, right, man? It's like changing your address. You know, for a while, everyone is just gonna have the same.
My sub emotes are still Game CR, even though I switched it to
God,
GC
really?
Darkside Rob, and
That sucks.
because I missed it by like 1 day,
Yep.
and I can't get them changed. So because it would be GC Dark, which makes fucking way more sense for an emote thing than the other one. But whatever, I can't.
Okay. Okay, so we used yours, and your inspiration now goes to Ryubi. So Hilness, thank you, Hilness, officer and gentleman. So Ryubi's got
Thank
the
you.
inspiration. Okay, now, Grom, when you do that, so he says, he kind of raises his head and he looks at you and
Thank
he
you,
says,
Hilness.
You know, I don't know exactly who all of you are or why you're here. Oh, I'm sorry, you were going to make a suggestion, actually. This may override what I was about to say. So if you're going to make a suggestion, then do it, son.
Was he thinking like we're not cultists? And
Yeah, he was thinking there's something weird about this group, and I'm going to find out what it is, basically.
so I'm going to suggest. Yeah, I just got to think what I'm going to suggest for a
What
second.
was your first clue?
First, second, fifth.
Yeah.
He will let us through without raising the alarm.
Okay. This is, again, I have to make a DC on this, or like, what do I DC?
No, I automatically, because he failed the
because he
challenge.
failed the original. He says,
Yeah.
okay. So he says this is not the Warforged you're looking for.
Exactly.
So he does. So you do that, and he kind of looks at you, and so you made that as a suggestion, and the guards kind of look at each other, and he says, he kind of narrows his eyes, and he says, "All right, I'll let you through." But I want you to know something. Whatever you find in the rooms ahead aren't going to be as friendly to you as we would be. Just keep that in mind before you decide to kill everything that moves. There are different opinions here on how things ought to be done. And he sort of shakes his head as if he's kind of a little bit confused about even sort of why he's doing whatever he's doing. And he says, "Come on," and he says to the guards, who all are kind of exchanging glances, not really knowing what he's doing. And he heads off. Unless
I
you guys
stop
stop
him
And the
before-
other guards
Sure.
leave too?
They do. And yes, Gesma, you can stop him if you wish. I mean, you can say something to him on the way
Yes, I'm gonna say, hey, you, come back here. I want to talk. I want to have words with you.
out. And he turns around
Yes,
and
I'm
he
gonna look at him.
looks at you. Oh, there you
What
are.
was? Can you remind me again, Arv, when you said who? When he said the two people that he's expecting to come, because he said their names out loud. I just don't remember. what
Yeah,
they
he
were.
mentioned the names that he mentioned were Narenvain and Shuth.
Narenvain and Shuth.
Yep.
Truth is the dragon, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Narenvain is the kid.
Yeah,
The
Okay.
younger brother. The brother the younger.
Yes.
the elf child. Yeah,
Brother the older, I think.
No,
Whichever.
the older brother was the
king. The king of the elves. I thought wasn't that the older elder?
No, the father, the King Melindrak is the father.
Yeah,
there
father's
is-
son,
But there
yeah.
is an older brother in the.
There is an older brother.
there is
Narenvain is the younger brother.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at him, and I'm gonna maintain a disgusted look, like I'm gonna eye him up and down, like he's
Let's
clearly
annoy
beneath
these
me.
guys more.
Yeah. And I'm gonna look at him, and I'm gonna say, in a little while, when Narenvain comes, and we speak with him, and we let him know how we were treated here today,
Shit.
he is going to remember, or it will be tough for me to hold my tongue at the disrespect you showed us. If you want the restraints that hold you now to be even worse than they are, then you may want to think about ways that you would want to turn our opinion more favorably to you.
I'm gonna run
Because
back
I
into
would
the
not
pool.
be worried. Although it may be good for you to worry about what waits for us behind these walls, I would be worried about what waits for you if you do not tell us or if you do not assist us in any way in how do I word this? I would be worried.
He starts
Moving
shaking
back
his
to
head.
the pool, moving back to the waterfall, moving back to
I
the
would be
beach,
worried.
finding
So
an
let's
area.
just go, guys.
This
We're
is-
out. We're done.
I would be worried about what waits for you if you do not tell us exactly what you know of what waits for us there.
And he's sort
I'm
of
trying to persuade him to kind of say that, like, to,
Right.
hey, you better tell us what to expect here, because if you don't, it's not going to end well for you when the big bad boss shows up.
all right. Make a deception check for me.
Aw, I want to
Gizmo.
persuade him. Aw.
I'll just be down here hiding. I love these rolls.
Wow. So he kind of he looks at you for a bit and then he shakes his head and he says, "You know, the usual. Cultists, dragons, and the two-headed types. You'll find them soon enough. As for what Narenvain will do to me, I don't think there's much more that you can do that he hasn't already done. Think about that a little more when you want to throw your weight around, friend." And he kind of nods at you, just sort of like with barely enough deference, and then turns and leaves. Also, one bit of housekeeping. The brother that we were all talking about, I just want to make sure we had all the names. This is Prince Algarthus. You may have remember me mentioning Alagarthus. And allegedly, Narenvain was in fact younger, but it was his younger half-brother.
Half brother. Okay, I don't remember. Okay, that's interesting to know.
Yeah, we talked about the fact that. So, and then these guys, as I said, sort of make their way out. So,
Ryuvi, as they're heading off and we're like sort of falling behind, I find you and say, "Hey, shouldn't we try to? It doesn't sound like these guys are really in with them. Shouldn't we get them on our side? We're probably gonna need all the help we can get in this place.
It might.
But we gotta do it now before we get too much deeper in here.
After
After these two, I don't know.
Before what just went down, I would have maybe been on board to attempt that, but I don't know that we will win either their hearts or their minds at this point.
and another thing, no, they don't come back.
It's
just
However, there may be more like them inside.
oh boy, could have used
Well,
it.
they'll probably continue guarding there, won't they?
So I'm
Or
gonna
they-
walk. I'm gonna walk back towards
Yeah, okay.
the group, just
We
so
better-
we're all close together. I
We
guess.
better get moving. We better go.
Yeah, I'll be like,
Come on.
Did I hear any of that? Or was
Come
that just straight-
Golem. And I kind of whisper to TikTok, sorry, it's fine.
Did I hear what Kate said?
TikTok
to
just
you?
nods.
I kept it pretty quiet.
Yeah, I would say probably
I'd actually,
not, unless you were
although
going out of
if-
your way to try to listen.
No,
to
no,
it.
no. I was just walking back to them, so I wouldn't.
And
I might have
actually,
seen him say something, but not
Yes.
know.
You,
I would
you
say.
probably caught that, yeah. But,
Okay.
And actually, as we're walking forward, if they're that far ahead, I will actually say the same thing to you, Gesma, to say it doesn't sound like these guys are, willingly following them.
And I will say, I'll respond with, oh, okay, is that all you're going to say?
Yeah, well, just the fact is, like, we should have actually tried to get them on our side, I think.
Well, if here's the one thing I will. Okay, are you talking to? Where is Gesma right now?
He was talking to me. I'm right next to him.
Well,
Okay,
the three
so
of
I'm
us are all
still
together
listening.
right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah. And I'll turn to, and I'll look at Kate and I'll say, in my experience, in my travels, if you have someone who's unwillingly, or to set a man free is the quickest way to his heart. It shouldn't be hard to get them on our side if we
Well, yeah,
cut
but
the
not even-
restraints that hold them.
Exactly, not even setting them free, but enlisting them to fight on our side. We're going to need all the help we can get, as I was telling Ryuvi. And they know this place. We don't.
We've
There's gonna be a valuable information.
confused the unholy hell out of these.
Well, yeah,
people
that's
at
the
this
problem.
point.
We have to do a lot of talking. If we're gonna do this, we need to do it now, and we need to do a lot of fast talking to win them over.
I find it hard to believe that Nurenvain or whoever set these men to be guarding the entrance would set men outside that are easily swayed to betray them.
It's obvious there's hostages inside that they have to do their job or they die. That was his whole thing about there are differences of opinion and don't kill everyone you see. It was as clear as day, man. It was practically thieves' cant. They're being held here against their will, obviously.
How much do you want to try and turn them right now, Cade?
Let's just go and see what happens. We can't. Well, if we can find others, maybe they can talk for us.
If you are convinced to do so, I think I might be able to persuade them to look at us as true
non-magically,
companions.
non-magically. We can't compel them.
I'll just roll an anti-deception.
Just everything we just said, just forget all of it and let's start again.
You know that first part's never
I'll
mind.
look at Cade. I'll look at Cade with a smile on my face, and I'll say, "If you haven't noticed already, I can be quite charming."
You're getting a
When
little.
you want to be, yes.
Don, you're a little quiet, just so you know.
I am? Okay.
I was just
did you hear what I
losing-
said, though?
Yeah,
I heard it.
Okay.
I heard
wanna make
something,
sure everyone
something
heard it 'cause it's
charm.
really
I don't
good,
know.
I don't know how.
Except keep in mind, you guys just spent the last 5 minutes being complete dicks to them, so it's gonna be hard to turn that back around. You've already set the first impression.
You haven't been
Okay.
around many bards, have you?
No, but I've been around people who are scared for their lives, and I've been around the streets,
Wait a minute,
and
yes,
that's
I
just as
have.
bad.
I was raised by them. I know.
Well, I was talking to Cade. I was talking to Cade.
He's like, I know them very well, though.
Yeah, and
I
I'm sure
think I think
I'm sure you've had a crowd turn on you after singing all night too. It doesn't always go the way you think it does. That's my point.
And you're right, but in the times in which the crowd followed me into a dark alley and I was confronted with people that looked to hurt me, there are ways in which you can turn someone from foe to friend almost instantaneously.
Gentlemen, I think we have stood here long enough. If they
Yeah.
are still waiting around the corner, they're going to be wondering momentarily why we're not making pace.
All right,
Yeah,
look,
TikTok and
Des-
Fifely and
Desma, you take the
myself
lead if
are
you feel
just like
if
slowly
you want
walking.
If you want to do it, just take
Very
the lead
slowly.
then, and I'll back your play. All right.
Well, no,
I will
I'm
too.
asking you if that's what you want to do.
I
if you
don't
wanna
know
turn-
now because you just spent the last 10 minutes browbeating them and intimidating them. So I don't know how it's going to go down. I don't have an answer for you. Okay.
Well, no, I was
If the opportunity arises, I would say take it. I can't say when that's going to be, or even if it should be right now.
Okay.
Maybe we need
I'll
more
say
information.
For now, let us follow them, and we can react accordingly.
Boys, we
Okay.
need to go.
Yeah, we're going. Yeah.
All right, so
Okay,
we'll just
as
go
you round the corner, you guys can see that they're now standing just sort of somewhat disinterestedly as they see you standing by the water here. And you can actually see more now of this area. As I mentioned, this is a fairly sizable room. It is, the ceiling is very high. I talked about these massive stalactites and stalagmites that are on the ceiling and floor, respectively. And as you sort of get around the corner a little bit, you can see more of the area starting to emerge. I should say that on the, let's see if we can get this. So we've got this pool with this small island, and you can see that the pool is fed by these streams of water that are dripping down through the rock. So you can actually see those areas here. There's a real, kind of dampness. It's not damp like the marsh was, or like the, when you met Snapjaw and all that stuff with the lizard castle and all that. It's not quite like that. The water is considerably fresher, but there is dampness in a lot of spots here, basically. And you can also see that the there is a, let me make sure that I got this in the right direction. Okay, that there are sort of these, put it right here. There we go. You can actually see some water kind of dripping down and extending up. There's kind of a higher little cliff face here that you can see, an internal cliff. And you can see water dripping down and forming this pool that I mentioned. You've got this place out of here. I already mentioned the passageway down there. And that's about as far as you can see from there. You would need to, you'd need to be able to go farther down if you wanted to see more.
Okay, they're just leaving us here, or are they taking us elsewhere?
No, they don't seem to be taking you anywhere. You just said to
Alright.
let them pass through, and they just seem to be waiting for you. In fact, they're looking at you, sort of expecting you to do something or go somewhere.
Just a
I
minute.
would
I
say
think we'll
we're-
just go east.
I was going to say south, actually.
South. All right. we'll
Oh,
go south.
good. We're doing a
It's-
great job already.
It seems like a more well-traveled corridor. It's
Braun starts
wider,
walking and
so-
immediately does a U-turn, like, right, back this way.
That's right.
Okay,
I'll believe no one else is going to. Screw it.
all right.
As we decide which way we're going, I look at them and go, sorry, the fall and the waterfall messed the... No, I don't actually say that.
Okay. Having a hard time with the waterfall. Also, we're sorry for what happened back there, or maybe we're not. We're really.
Well, actually, I was going to say, as Fively's walking by, because he's got to stay close to ground here, because
So-
he can't see, otherwise he has no dark vision. But as he's walking by, it's kind of like, I just kind of mouths a thank you with a slight wink and continues following.
Okay. They note that.
So I walk up to this guy. I go, so Tiamat's kind of a whore, right now.
So listen.
You know, she's got 5 heads. You know how many vaginas she's got?
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Wow.
I just had to bring
Wow.
it back to the
Trent, shots are.
Don't say that.
The Elven guards will remember this. Exactly, Code.
You talk about giving it a good wanging, do ya?
Oh,
Oh, God.
Wang
Bringing it
bang.
all around. Bringing it all around.
Wang bang. Thank you, mime.
That's why we
Game
never do
over.
2
What's
shows
up?
a night.
What's up, Optic? How you doing, man? Oh, back to
Optic?
IB After Dark.
Optic.
What's going on, dude? Okay, so you see a kind of a narrow passageway that extends back. This is oh, sorry, Kate. You want to go a little farther south here?
I'm heading to see the big room, and I see what looks like blood here. I'm like, that's a little creepy.
Yeah, there look like there are these kind of sort of these little stains, but there you can, frankly, Kate, honestly, that's sort of for the benefit of some people who could see from a distance. You really would not be able to see that high, honestly. This is a big ledge, frankly, that you wouldn't be able to get up on top of. And this
okay,
is just sort of a,
that helps.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. The only exits out of this room, other than is either to go through the water up here, where you'd have to climb up some rock shelves in the water, which does not look like a normal method of egress for, humans anyway. Or you've got this corridor out to the north, or you've got this corridor out to the west.
Right. Where I'm standing right now, this looks like worked stone. Is that correct?
Yeah, the floor is worked stone. The interior walls look to be a mix of natural cavern and some work. Some work has been done to shape these walls.
So what is this right here?
That looks like the outside. That looks somewhat unusual in that it looks more sharp, like the edge looks sharp and more defined than the other caravan things, the other cavern features do.
Okay, I say we take this one here. Purely arbitrarily.
Okay.
Hey Greg, if you got a moment, just check
up?
your Zoom chat.
Oh, sorry.
Just curious.
Wow. What is it? What is this? 5 heads, 1 cup? Is that what we're doing here?
The answer was no to that because Mike's we're only playing for about another 20-25 minutes basically.
Okay, just
so
was
that's
curious.
why I
All
wasn't.
right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, normally
thank
I
you.
would, but the session's been a lot of fun and we just kind of got into it and then I'm like,
Your
well,
eyes aren't quite filling up with yellow yet.
yeah, exactly. So close, but normally I would. Yeah. I mean, everyone else
just curious.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so who is taking the lead on this, by the way? Kate, are you scouting ahead or what are you doing?
Since I'm a goblin, it probably shouldn't be me. It should be someone with more quote-unquote authority.
Gravitas.
I would actually say Ryubi might not be the best.
All right, I will take charge.
What is the demeanor with which everyone is approaching this, by the way? Are you all continuing to look disguised as...
Oh, hell yeah.
Cult? Okay.
Oh hell yes.
Well, I mean, technically, I look just like
following
myself, right?
Yes, although I wasn't sure if Cade disguised you also.
No, I just told everyone to get their damn cloaks out. Basically, that was all I cared about.
Oh right, and
that's enough.
you were able to disguise them. I'm sorry.
I
disguised
myself.
Right,
I disguised myself. That was it.
But Gizmo
Yeah.
was able to disguise everybody. So, if you wished, right, you were able to make.
No. I didn't use.
You didn't use it yet. Okay.
No,
Yeah.
no.
All right.
Right. I'm the one who looks different, apart from TikTok, of course. So
I just look like myself. That's
everyone else does. They look
Okay.
normal, like
So,
normal people. Normal stuff.
As you get to about Cade,
Actually,
here,
Ryubi's taking the
Ryubi.
lead. I will be
That's
following him, though. Yeah.
Ryubi, as you get to about there, you hear, "I told you to stop leaving me stuff." "Oh, shut up, Bert. You know what I'm talking about. That's my stuff. Never mind, Bill. It's not anyone's stuff. It's the dragon's. Oh, poop on the dragon. It's all about my cloak. Now you give it back." "I never did." So there's these very large, gruff-sounding voices that seem to be having some kind of a fight.
Oh boy, I think you know what that is, but I really don't want to see it at this point.
What do
Exactly,
you
Jedi.
think it
Never a
is?
blooming bit of man flesh we had since we came down out of the mountains. Time's been up our way when you would have said, "Oh, thank you, Bill, for a nice piece of valley mutton like what this is." No. Hobbit is my favorite.
No way.
Yeah, I know. Shocking.
Do we want to continue?
Well, it's gonna be weird if we
I
stop
told
here
you
and
to
come
stop.
back.
Now you tell
All
me
right, so
where
I'm
you
gonna
hit
go
it.
up here and take a look.
I didn't
Yeah,
hide it
let's,
anyway. Okay.
right. Let's just get a look at
So-
the corner, see what we're looking at.
So as you guys walk in, what you see is
Oh, he's just at the doorway, basically.
Yeah.
So not quite walking in. Let's be clear about
You
that.
moving forward, Gizmo? Because I can't get past.
okay.
I've got to.
All right, I'm gonna.
Do I fit down here? I'm assuming I fit down here. Just like scraping my shoulders across.
The occasional, probably.
You do because remember those are 15-foot squares, so that's probably
yeah,
about
fair
8
enough.
feet, 7 feet in distance.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm only 7.5 foot, so. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to find this for you. Give me a second. I'm just concealing for a moment so that chat can be as surprised as you are. All right.
Given that accent, it's not a common dragon; it's a super common dragon.
Super common dragon.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah, I knew it. Knew it. Yeah.
All right. That. So you see
Well,
3 very large, 2-headed creatures.
Oh crap.
That are all looking at each other, and 2 of them in particular seem to be arguing with each other, and one of them, and they're sort of pushing each other back and forth. A third one is kind of leaning back against the wall. His club, or his spear, I should say, is behind him, and he kind of seems to be looking at this with an expression of what you would say is probably amusement, maybe. And these 2 over here are the ones who are sort of arguing with each other. I told you, I seen you fooling around with me stuff before. Stick it out your ear, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh yeah? We'll see what happens when I put my fist down one of your heads. You'll never get there. And they're sort of going back and forth. And
I
meanwhile,
turn to
this one is
Cade. I
just
say,
kind of...
"Sorry, go ahead."
No, that's okay. That's all. More of the same, basically.
Yeah.
I think we should retreat and go a different direction.
You know, that argument is loud enough for me to say, yeah, we're gonna head over here.
Yeah.
Make a
Turn
stealth
around.
check for me, please. And I need the first 3 of you. So Ryuvi, Cade, and is that Gizmo?
Yes.
All to make stealth checks for me, please.
Great.
You're lucky I didn't let you move past me, Gramnir.
Measly 21. Well, I rolled an 8. What can I say?
Okay, so Cade and
I
Gizmo
think we should go back!
turn around quietly, and Ryuvi's like, all right, I want you to go, and you sort of,
Ryuvi
like, you
rips
turn
ass.
around, and there's sort of a clanking sound, and as you look, you realize that you've stepped on what looks like a broken, like, maybe sword blade or dagger or something that was on the ground, and there's a clattering sound, and they stop, and these all turn, to look at you. And the one that was leaning against the wall here comes over to see, and he says, "Oi! What you want?" He actually
Absolutely nothing. We actually went down the wrong path. Please continue the discourse. We don't want to be a bother. Guys, that way. We keep telling you this is not the right way to go. Would you please? This passageway is narrow. Guys,
You
move
said it
out
was
of
this
the way.
way.
Would you?
You said it was this way.
Okay,
I
so
know.
they-
I always say it's this way, but we always get it wrong. It's not my problem that
The
you have no
gate
sense of
is
direction,
narrow.
you freaking moron.
So they turn back. So one says, "Oh, it's a bunch of stupid humans doing stupid things." Oh, where were we? Well, for one thing, I was talking about my stuff,
Wow.
and then they completely ignore you and start pushing each other again.
This way.
These
go,
guys are
out,
not.
out.
Yep,
they do
yep,
not
yep,
seem
go,
to be
go.
the brightest of bulbs. in the
All right.
box.
Yeah. Back.
Go,
Back.
time to leave.
All the get out. Right.
Yep.
All right. So you exit. As you exit the passageway, as you, as you exit the passageway, these guys,
nice improv, Grom.
all of these guys are sort of like look over in your direction, and this guy in the back sort of gives you this long, searching, like, "What are you doing?" look.
Do
He doesn't
those
say
guys-
anything.
Do those guys always fight? Jeez.
And he says-
They have anything better to do?
Well, What else would you do if you were an Etten? Except sit there and pound each other on the head. Well, they called you stupid humans, didn't they? They call everyone stupid humans, even if they're elves, halflings, anything.
When he says Etten, does that ring any bells for me?
Yes. You have actually encountered, and these people know that. I don't want to give it away, Code, but I heard of vegetable oil. I don't want to give it away, Code, but there may be other passageways. I'll just say that. Yeah, you have heard of Ettins. They are large creatures that are akin to, although not directly related to giants. They are two-headed creatures. They are often employed as guards because they tend to be very strong. They don't ask a lot of questions, and as long as they're kept fed and with a reasonable amount of payment, which usually, because they're not very bright, can be a couple of coins here and there, is fine. Because they're not very bright, they're not really suitable for subtle affairs. Their job is to basically gather, fill space, and beat heads in, which they're very good at, by the way.
Alrighty then.
I don't mind what they called me as long as they do it in the opposite direction. But
looks like they were about to start fighting, so we're staying away from that.
Yeah, they look like they're about ready to pound heads.
And I'll turn to Cade as I'm following him out and say, might be helpful to get them on our side. I think they can probably provide a little bit more wang than the 4 other ones.
Oh.
I actually used it with a definition that Cade himself provided.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
That is true. That it was technically, and it would be loud too. It'd be very.
This is an
yeah.
excellent English lesson that's going on. I'm sure our English as a second language viewers will really appreciate this.
Yes.
We don't have an English professor in our group.
huge audience. Yeah.
Not anymore. No. Just thank God for tenure. Thank God for tenure.
I resign. I'm done.
Professor Arv, I think I saw your show. This thing called
and
Twitch
you're right
TVs.
too that I would totally fall to the guy who runs the 7-Eleven in The Simpsons. That totally is. That's exactly right. Would you please help me find out why you were using sexual terms? I'd be like,
is watching your show on Twitch TV gonna give me extra credit, Professor Arv?
Should I confess this because you teach at a Catholic university? Please tell me.
Oh boy.
But in all seriousness, if there's a way we can perhaps convince them, whether it's through payment or otherwise, to be on our side, we should keep that in the back of our heads.
That's not altogether a bad idea.
But I think we should go explore the other direction.
Yeah, let's get the hell out of it. Quietly.
Quietly.
Okay. Oh,
that was a nice little ditty. Keep it going.
Like, yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah. Suddenly the Ettins are like, you're supposed to turn off your phone.
Oh, shut off your phone. Oh, it's an iPhone. I don't know how to work this thing. All right. So are you guys heading up the northernmost
I think
corridor?
we're heading over. Yeah, I think we're heading over here.
Yeah.
No, I'm still a professor, Wafina. I have tenure. That's why I was joking. This is also fine.
As I walk by these guys, I say to them, "You're all doing a fantastic job. Keep up the good work."
And they all sort of nod at you. I just want to say thanks and good luck. We're all counting on you. It's one of my favorite moments, and then it happens 3 more times or whatever it is. Just want to tell you all thank you. What's that? Say again.
Comedy always comes.
Comedy always comes in threes. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you guys make your way down here. Now, as you guys are walking up here.
Now that we're hearing lights. 3 more argue about their iPhone.
Yeah, exactly. No,
I like to use an Android phone. I've told you iPhones are much better than Android. Oh, I'm bloody taking it, shove it up your arse.
Oh man, the only true great phone is a Windows phone. What? Okay.
Who let this fool in here?
Okay, exactly. There's one guy who's like, "Have you seen the Linux phone?" Oh, shut up.
Why do you still have a BlackBerry? What is going on?
Exactly.
We just found
nobody uses physical keyboards anymore.
Right? Exactly. Yeah, exactly, Mike. Yeah. Okay. So this room is a little bit different than the others, and it's different in the following ways. It is lit with it's brightly lit by torches that are set into roughly carved wall sconces. So there's plenty of light around here. And there are also several, and I'm sorry, I thought I had checked all of this, but apparently I'd missed something. So quickly find me the thing I need. There we go. There is a massive table. Okay, not quite that tall. There
It's
are
huge, yeah.
not that big, but they are sizable, and there are several of them that are set. Actually, two that are set next to each other, and you notice both that, but you also notice. Let's see. I gotta hide.
A smorgasbord.
Thank you for the follow the Root Weaver. All right, give me just a second. All right. Here we go.
Ah!
Yeah, yes, massive creatures. Okay. You see lined up against, next to the tables, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and
I feel like this is like Sesame Street count.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 warriors of the cultists.
1 cutthroat rogue. 2 cutthroat rogues.
And Hercules.
Oh, God. So you see these guys are all at tables, and they're all sort of what looks to be lounging about, might be one way to describe it, or at least that's the way it looks initially. But as Cade, you just appear on the other side of the room.
Rogue Lily has arrived.
I was brightly lit, as I said. Suddenly a cat emerges. No, and the one that's here turns
From here on,
around.
Gromnir Grumblehammer will be played by.
There we go. Turns around and faces you, and all of the 5 of these guys stand up. All of them, unlike the ones that you saw in the main cavern, are cloaked. All of them look very much, in fact, like the cloaks of the people that attacked the village. And as you are looking at all of them, one of them stands up and says, "Well, well, what have we got here, boys? What have we got here?" And I think with that, we will end our session for the evening. As Cade is facing down whatever these 5, 6 cultists apparently are as they are looking at you.
Indeed.
They have not
Cade.
made any hostile moves yet.
Yeah.
Just letting you know. But there you are.
Good thing the tank's at the back of the group.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
Can I quickly yell out, "We found an intruder!" and
Yep.
point at Cade?
Oh, and Chad is doing the "God damn it!" the cliffhanger out of the frying pan into the fire. Well, that's what I try to do. This was a really fun session for me to
This is
DM.
awesome.
I hope you guys had a fun time. A lot of really good mixture there. But I will wrap up for everybody in a minute. But before I do that, I'm going to let everyone let people know where they can be found on here these internets. And as always, I will start over on the far part of the screen for me with our good friend Rob. So Rob, when we will see you, I heard you said tomorrow, Skyrim? What do you got going on?
Yes, Skyrim Sunday Fun Day, or Skyrim Fun Day Sunday, or Fun Day Skyrim Sunday, whichever. I use all of the above because I'm not sure which one is the correct one. But yeah, I will be playing Skyrim on the Sunday cast on twitch.tv/GCDarksideRob on the Random Cast show that I am the host and master ceremonies of. If you would like to check that out there, be sure to follow twitch.tv/GCDarksideRob, and also follow me on Twitter, the same thing, GCDarksideRob. And you guys will know what time I'm going live and when I'll be playing. And I will also be showing hopefully more progress on some of the music that I've been working on that I said earlier in the cast. I'm hoping to have either finished composing or mixing and getting onto different distribution websites such as SoundCloud, Bandcamp, and possibly YouTube as well in the next couple of days. So hopefully there'll be updates about that during the show as well. But it'll be mostly Skyrim because that's what I do on Sundays. So look forward to seeing you guys there. Thank you again, Arv, for being an amazing DM.
Thank you, sir.
For this, as always, and thank you all for watching and putting up with our
entertaining yet mildly offensive jokes.
Mildly.
More than mildly, but it's hard to say towards whom, right? It was just sort of generally offensive.
Yes, they're insulted but laughing at the same time, and that's the way I always like to keep them.
the
Keep
way I
them
like
in
to keep
stitches
them.
but hating themselves at the same time. Why am I laughing at this? I can't stop.
Good stuff today, Rob.
Anyway,
thank you as
thank
always,
you
my
guys.
friend. It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Vizon, in answer to your question, not Total Biscuit. I did have, however, because he's my publisher, I had Ed Greenwood and Pat Rothfuss I've had, who's played D&D on this channel before. So we have had that. And we are going to be
Such a
also,
good dude.
at Gen Con, I'm going to be doing a live D&D event where I'm going to be DMing for an audience of 60 plus, apparently, because they sold out almost immediately. And it's going to be with authors, including David Mack, who's a well-known Star Trek novelist, and a bunch of people like that. So that's going to be good times. It's going to be fun.
Oh God, Free Fire.
I got an 8 out of 10 from Dragon. Yes!
D&D with INB, The Rise of the Wang.
Rise of Wang. God. That leads us right on to
You're welcome,
Mike to
Marv.
Screaming Joypad. It was a pleasure, as always, Mike. Where can the fine people find you next, sir?
Next, you can find me on Wednesday evening, 6 p.m. BST, over on twitch.tv/GOG.com. I'm also doing a charity live stream, or rather a series of charity live streams. I'm okay to plug that here, yeah?
Oh, yeah, dude, yes.
Yeah.
A million times.
Awesome,
yes.
awesome. Just want to make sure. Yeah, I'm doing a
Plug
series of
everything.
charity live streams. Awesome. Doing a series of charity live streams to raise money for Stand Up to Cancer. It's called Not Your Average 24-Hour Live Stream. So I'm splitting up 24 hours into separate days over on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/official Sarge. That's official SAAJ, because I'm an SEO genius and everything's named differently. But that's me. That's where you can see me next. And obviously I'm here next weekend for another game.
That is correct, yep.
We're
That
back
is
next
accurate.
weekend.
Yeah.
Next
Indeed.
weekend, same bad time, same bad channel, yes.
All
And,
right, that's the double header for me next weekend,
that's right,
Friday and Saturday.
yeah. But that's right. Also, and obviously, I hope people on this channel will be especially supportive of a charity that's called Stand Up to Cancer. I think we've done a little bit of work on that ourselves here. So definitely support Mike in that. It is obviously a very good and important cause. Thank you. Good stuff tonight, Mike. It was
Thank
fun
you.
to watch TikTok's traverse the bottom of the pool experience. It was good times. So more fun ahead next week. Moving right along to our good friend Don Cairo. Cairo, good stuff from you. You actually got a chance to do quite a bit today with deception, flying. The Vine thing didn't quite work, but you get to do other things. So, you know.
Started off poorly, I think, but I think at the end it worked itself out.
Hey, you only want to stay
ton of fun.
dry.
That's
Yeah,
right.
that's
That's
true.
right.
That's
So,
true.
where will we see you next, sir? Are you going to be going live to do your Star Trek thing?
Potentially, yeah. I think I need like a half hour, 45 minutes, and thankfully I have some freedom tomorrow. I think actually the only thing I'm doing tomorrow that really is of any consequence is playing D&D again with Saad. Sadly, I don't think it's going to be streamed anywhere, but
Which is a huge.
Who knows?
problem.
Well, maybe in the
Which is a
future
shame.
we might.
maybe in the
problem.
future. Yes, maybe in the future.
I'd
Uh,
watch.
But
Yep.
yeah, you could actually more than likely within the next hour, I will probably go live on my stream with a little bit of the Stellaris Star Trek New Horizons mod that I spoke
Very
briefly
cool.
about in the beginning of the stream, just to give you guys a short little idea of what it is. It's essentially a galactic sim, I guess. I don't know what to call it. What's it called? 4X? Which
Yeah, Forest game.
That's weird. I hear Forex. I think of foreign exchange markets, like I'm trading the yen against the dollar, but that's fine.
And sorting out Clone Riker, you know.
Yeah,
making sure-
exactly. But it's essentially, if you're a fit, I'll just give it the easiest pitch possible. If you like space and you like Star Trek, you're gonna enjoy it. And the beautiful part about it is I actually incorporate people in the chat. So all my science ships have leaders. All my admirals need names.
Sweet.
All my colonies need names. Saad is actually a sentient AI construction ship that has found a way to surpass everyone else and not ever die.
So, like real life,
So-
then. Like,
Yes, exactly.
okay.
Exactly.
Just wanna be
He
clear.
essentially turned himself into Edie from Mass Effect.
Nice.
But yeah, so that'll probably be going on within the next half hour or so on my channels. Hope to see you there. If not, because it's bedtime, sleep well. It was an absolute pleasure to be here. I look forward to next week. And yeah, it was a lot of fun, guys. Always is.
Awesome times. Thanks, Don. Great job tonight. Moving right along, John. Where will we see you? I know we will see you here next, but anything else you want to plug? Besides Gen Con that we're both going to be at in a couple weeks.
Yes, you read my mind, sir. And I got to talk to you about David Mack at some point. I'll probably just drop you an email about him. So, in exchange for the Kevin McLeod connection, there
Yes,
you go.
please.
But yes, Gen Con is arriving fast. For those hope to see at least some of the stream there, stop by.
So
I work the Catalyst booth, and we have new stuff coming out. Our big game Dragonfire should be there.
I so want to talk to you about
really
getting that.
freaking awesome.
Oh,
It's just amazing. I actually will have new fiction for BattleTech and Shadowrun there as well. Well, the Shadowrun's
I just want the BattleTech game to come out. I just want it to come out.
It's probably not going to make it there, unfortunately, which is really sad. But anywho, so I'm amazed I can even do this because I'm in Gen Con prep is like crazy. Other than that, you can find me on Twitter as Radio Johnny Panda. I think on Zoom I'm also Radio Johnny Panda, and also on the Arvanauts I'm Radio Johnny Panda. So it's totally taking over as that my crazy call name. I'm on Facebook as John Helfers, and I also have a website too. So I'm slowly expanding my web presence, but very slowly.
But as you're doing it in a nice professional way. So we're gradually pulling you into the 21st century. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Should be good times. And John and I are doing a couple project things as well. So hopefully we'll be able to talk more about that down the line.
Too, yeah,
as
true.
well.
We just need to migrate him off Macintosh.
I know. Well, one step at a time.
Never.
Baby steps.
Never.
So just baby steps.
Never.
Did you just insult Macintosh?
See?
Because I will fight you.
Rob's got my back. That's right.
Just baby steps.
Dare you.
So Fury Fire, I did want to say, that's exactly Dragonfire. I'm really excited and want to have a demo and probably buy it immediately.
Sod, can you throw up the link for that? It's Catalyst Game Labs, I think, has a
Dragonfire.
thingy, yeah.
Put up that link if you can, and Vizen, that's really cool. I had heard something about that, but I think that's something people should check out.
That one, isn't it?
That World Community Grid, which uses your computer when you idle to do research. I've heard about that before, and there's been some other protocols that have used that very effectively. So I think I'm all a big fan of community work here, and that's exactly what that sort of thing is. So I just ate half a Red Delicious. Macintosh is too soft. Well done. I see what you did there, Uncle Eyes. Cool. So that's good. I'm looking forward to playing that, getting a chance to try out that game. Moving right along to our good friend Sod. Sod, when will the fine people see you next? I know that you've been playing.
I've been going through my backlog. It's been great with my new computer. Oh man, like playing games with that actually run on anything higher than all low. It's been a godsend. Yeah, I'll be on my channel, twitch.tv/sod_, and I'll be currently doing Far Cry 3.
Yeah.
And after that,
excellent choice.
Excellent
choice.
It's been good.
So good. It's such a good game.
Some of the strange things that have happened have been great. Getting killed by a Komodo dragon in the middle of the main story thing is just excellent.
Drop bear? Getting killed by a drop bear?
Yeah, it's all sorts of very strange things happen, but it's a really fun game. I strongly recommend if you get it.
I watched him release a bear into one fort or to one area and have it subsequently kill every single enemy in there. Then his friends showed up and he stood by as he watched it maul all of the friendly guys in the same fort. So he's that kind of maniac.
Nice. No, well, I mean, look, this is a guy who...
It's like, you cleared the fort, good job, we'll come over here and reinforce it. Oh shit, there's a bear!
Oh my god, a bear!
This is a guy who lives his life in a world with drop bears, so of course he's gonna, I saw Crocodile Dundee. I know how Australians work.
I said no.
Yeah, I've got like a short list of games. I think I'm probably going to go for some like Dragon Quest Heroes, something a little bit different. And I'm just plowing through my backlog now with my new computer. So check it out, guys.
Very, very cool.
And of course, you get to see Lily a lot in here.
You get to see Lily a lot. You get to see the mascot at different streams besides this. But always a pleasure. Nice work today. Asad, you managed to get Gromnir through both a pool and through deceptive moments, neither of which are the strength of Gromnir. So you managed to get through. And that leads us on in short order to our good friend Trendane, who got a chance to be pushed backwards into the water, jump out of the water, push backwards into the water.
I can't believe that actually fucking worked.
And all the rest of it. So where will the fine people see you next, Trend?
Well, first of all, when I refused to shift back, I figured somebody would just go, yeah, so this big guy here, this is one of our tools that we're bringing, and that's our pet, so don't fuck with it. And I was like, okay, apparently that's not what's going to happen. They're not going to say that the frog belongs to... Okay.
We had a lot of moments like that, though, where it's like we're one step away from failure, and yet we still walked into the room with 8 people looking, let me just sharpen up my blade here.
It really helps to be rolling 25s and 31s for deception. Can I just say that
Yeah.
that makes a
God.
difference.
And my persuasion has the same bonus, too, which I may need in the next session.
That's true. Well, it's funny because a lot of what you've done in other cases has been has been persuasion checks, but this has all been about deception. Like literally everything you've been doing is deceiving people. So I'm like, well, it's gonna get some work. So it's gonna get some work.
So glad I chose to use my inspiration at that point.
Yeah. There you go.
Awesome.
That was a 2. Was that the 2 and 1?
Yeah.
Or was it?
That was
And Sod with the 5 and the 1 or whatever it was.
I just love. I had 2 rolls over 10. So yeah, out of my 8 rolls or so to the session.
It was awesome.
So to answer your question,
Yes.
As to where to find me, usually here, and if not here, then on Tuesday, I believe, I will be over on Barrows Boys, their channel. I'm doing it's sort of a D&D 5e thing, but it's sort of a custom thing where I'm playing a very large centaur named Shoal. I'm just kind of guesting over there for 2 more episodes. There's a tiny little spider running up my wall. That's so cute. But aside from that, the Blades in the Dark thing is done for season 1, so that won't be back for another 3 weeks. But if you are desperate to hear my voice in anything, and you enjoy playing Skyrim, because we're going to start this outro with Skyrim, and we're going to end it with Skyrim.
Yep.
There's a mod available on Nexus called Beyond Skyrim Bruma, and you can install that. And that thing is pregnant with my voice. It's everywhere.
Yep.
Beautiful.
So basically, you're the Jarl Balgruff of that.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, exactly.
I am the Oblivion Guard of that damn thing. Everywhere.
Yeah.
But there are a lot
And
of
if you want to be the voice of Nook Nook, please.
Well, listen, I mean, and I mentioned this before that we've been talking about trying to get a campaign going, basically to get Trend to be the voice of some of these things. But you guys, on a serious note, both Rob and Trende and I have enormous respect for as voice actors. I've talked about this many times, and both of them should be working all the time doing voice acting work because they're ridiculously talented. And it's not hyperbole. I've heard them. I had a chance to work with them for 2 years. They are amazing, and so. You guys, I'm letting everyone know who's watching this VOD or anything else. If you're like, I wish I knew whether I could find good, excellent voice talent. You could do worse than to start with Tren, with Rob, and my other art vocalists, with Russ, with BB, and with George Ledoux. Those guys are amazing. All of that team is amazing. So if you're looking for people, hit me up and I will tell you where to find them because, yeah. So, yes.
And
You could do worse, but why go there?
Right. And speaking of BB and George, we're working on episode 5 of Bulkheads right now.
Oh my God, it's back?
Yeah.
Wow.
And BB and George are in this.
Wow.
And there's a conversation between my character and their characters.
Yes.
And George is supposed to just have a conniption fit, and he just starts screaming. And we're all recording on Discord, and I'm just sitting back listening to him going, We get to the end, and I'm waiting for the director to say, okay, cut. And there's just silence. And I kind of lean in, I'm like, and cut. And Dolphag is like, right. Jesus, God damn it, George. Holy God, I don't even know what to say. I'm like, and you people wonder why I bring these people on board.
I know. I'm telling you.
Oh,
yeah, but listen, we already heard. Yeah.
You mister. Way over there.
Yeah. Me. I know what I need. I know what I need to do.
I gotta talk.
We talked about it before, and I will get on that.
Yes.
All right. So make sure you focus on them. Always a pleasure. Great job today, Tren and everyone. Great job from the players today. Tren, Sod, John, Don, Mike, Rob. Can we get some love in chat for all the Infinity and Beyond crew? Can we get some love, some So Good, some Marv Quill, some Marv Hypes. I'm gonna let them go. I'm gonna let them go, and I'm going to head off myself in a minute. But I'm gonna close up shop. We are gonna do a raid. So I'm going to let them go. But gentlemen, great job, and I will see you back here in a week. Our vocalists, I'll see you on Friday. Everybody else, I'll see you in a week.
Yep. And I
Good
just
night,
have one more thing to
everybody.
say before I leave, and that
Good
is
night.
Wang. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. All right. Good stuff, guys. All right, that was good stuff. And let me end this awesome sounding music. Man, do I love this music. I really, really love that music a lot. But I do need to stop it because we need to move on and do something else. Okay, so this was awesome. I had a great time. I hope you guys had a great time as well. I love D&D. It is my favorite game. And the reason it's my favorite game is because we get all of these amazing moments that we got tonight. So I hope you guys liked it. Both serious and funny. I find D&D creates better stories than any game I know, which is pretty awesome. So now, if you guys liked what you saw and heard and you're new to the stream, please, if you haven't done so already, please consider following the stream. Please make sure that you check out the YouTube with !ArvTube, the Steam group with !Steam group, the Discord with !Discord. I can tell you all, by the way, that there will be a surprise for this group next Saturday. I didn't tell them this while it was on stream, but Infinity and Beyond is going to get a surprise coming its way on Saturday. I always try to have surprises for them. So if you guys want to see what that surprise is, you'll need to tune back in here a week from now to see what happens with the continued exploration of this underground cave and its cultists and its elves and its ettins and all that kind of good stuff. So please make sure to follow the stream also. And if you haven't already done so, please consider supporting the Patreon, !Arvtreon, which is right over there. That is something where you can get some good stuff for yourself. I write an epic poem for you as one of the tiers. One of the rewards is getting a character background written for you, as I've done for many others. Create professional critique of your writing in some cases, copy of one of my band's albums that I have. So any of those things are possibilities. And of course, that sub button. If you haven't done so already, we got a couple of subs tonight. Please consider subbing to the channel as well. All of that will help support what we do here. It's never a requirement, but it's always appreciated. And you're going to be getting sub emotes, which will be coming your way as soon as Twitch approves them. They're sitting there. Kilobyte did them, and they're going to be awesome. I'm actually really looking forward to those. So with that said, we are going to do a raid, and the way that we do raids here is like this. Like that, the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase raid. The key is to make sure that you wait until you hear my audio outro, okay? So don't do it until you hear my audio outro. Then you should let that drop like a mighty stream in the place that I'm about to link to you. And actually, let me just make sure this person isn't coming to an end. Okay, it's not. So good. So I know exactly who we're going to be raiding, and we will do so in just a second. But not before I tell you all that I'm going to be back at you guys on Tuesday with a stream, and at noon I'm going to be playing with my crew of the Tolkien campaign, which consists of Trendane, that gentleman that you just saw there. I forgot to mention that he's playing Tolkien with me, so he is. The Adventures of Middle-earth campaign that we've been doing, that's going to be happening Tuesday at about noon Eastern. It'll be with Tren. It's with our very own Terry Toons, who is our cartoonist in residence, I guess I would call her, and also Will from Encounter Roleplay and Lauren Irwin from Encounter Roleplay. We've been playing a Tolkien campaign, and that has been a blast, so we'll be continuing that Tuesday at noon. Then I'll be over at GOG for my Pen and Pixel show, where we'll be continuing with my playthrough of Torment. So that's going to be a good time. I'm really enjoying that campaign a lot, and I'm looking forward to doing more of that as time goes on. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream tonight. We had a good turnout, and I hope that continues. Please spread the word. Thank you to Dragon Spear and 10 of Clubs, my two awesome, amazing mods. Thank you, and also Patreon supporters, etc., etc. Thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Hillness, who's one of my subs as well, and has been a big support to me on this channel. So thank you. Thank you to Aeast. I don't know if I've recognized you in here, East, but I hope you like what you saw and will consider following, and welcome back. Always a pleasure to have IAK Enforcer. You guys should be following. He's a good guy. Axemen, Black Belt Bat, Brandhauser, Terminologies. What's up, man? Divinorium, Don Cairo. Great job tonight, Cairo, as I already said. Dragonwright, ENT, ECAG, Faye Gwent, Felix1, Fisklax. I haven't seen Fisk in ages. What's up, Fisk? I hope everything is well. Fury Fire. Good to see you again, Fury. Fusion Addict, Darkside Rob. Great job tonight, Darkside Rob, as always, Rob. Hand of Code, Jagtress, Jedi Knight, JLC, Kim the Enchanter, Kajeldio, Canusial, Nami Dark. I'm not sure if I've seen you in here. Hope you like what you saw and heard, and will consider supporting the channel by following and subbing and Patreoning if you can. Always appreciated having you here. Thank you to Nonstop, to Optic Nerve. Always a pleasure to have Optic Nerve here. You should be following him too, because he's a good guy and a good streamer. Thank you to PKD Fan. Thank you to my good friend John Helfers, Radio Johnny Panda. John, always a pleasure. I'll see you next week. Thank you to Rock God, Shadow Cryptic, Slow Cool, Sod. Great job tonight, Sod. Thank you so much. much, and I will catch you very soon as well. You guys should all go check out Sod. Spurious, Tanika, Things Falling Apart. I like that name. I don't think I've seen Tanika or Things Falling Apart in here, so same thing. I hope you like what you saw and heard, and will consider following and supporting the channel if you can. Trendane, always a pleasure, Trend. Remember, we're playing on Tuesday. I think we said Friday, but I'm actually going to see you 3 times next week, Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday. Always a pleasure to have Uncle Elias here, who's been with me for a long time. Varney, Violacious Tawn, who's been with me for a long time as well. Vizon, thanks for the follow tonight. Welfina, of course, always a pleasure. 0137, and of course, Zergy Stardust, always a pleasure. Best viewers on Twitch. I love you all. You guys are the best, and you guys are awesome. Now, with that said, we're going to do our raid, and remember, don't do this till you hear my audio outro. We're going to go here. We're going to go to the Digital DM. He was kind enough to host us before. Now he's actually streaming. He's doing a little bit of Ghost of Dragonspear Castle, which I actually did with this crew, or members of it anyway, probably like 3 years ago now, when it was still D&D Next. So let's go over there and give him some love as soon as you hear my audio outro. But that's it for me. Have a wonderful weekend, rest of the weekend, and I'll see you folks on Tuesday at noon Eastern. Until then, sub, follow, support the Patreon, do all the things, and thank you so much for being here. Most of all, spread the word about the show, and I'll catch all of you wonderful people in a few days. Until then, be good to each other. Have a good night.
What do you remember when the world was fresh and new? When it all seemed clear to you? When your aim was straight and true? Were your mind untroubled by the questions in the dark? Content to play your part, open pathways to your heart? Were your life untainted by a host of broken dreams? When all your acts were queens, understood all that it means? Could you have understood the way your life was bound? Did you ever wonder how you got from there to now? Oh, yes, you're gonna fly away from here, where the sky grows more clear, and your problems disappear, drift away down below. Watch them go down to your friends, where the trouble never ends, and there's always just one more day left to go. you got to see it through. You know you got to make it do. You know it's all been up to you. Cause here I stand here waiting, trying to make a brand new start. Cause it's finally done.